The Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, will you please take a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Tafts.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Rivera. We understand he's trying to join us by telephone. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Croft.
Here.
Mr. Traney.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Demboski.
Present.
Mr. Dyson.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Schuette, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Schuette. Could I have a motion to combine and pass or accept the minutes of the previous meetings?
So moved.
Give a second. Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Ask for unanimous consent. Not seeing any opposition, that motion passes. Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Assembly Chair's report. I do not have one. Committee reports. We will start with you, Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing today.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera, I believe, isn't on the phone yet. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Nothing.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Health Policy Committee met last week, and we had a discussion regarding the Vera Clinic and how it's functioning, and if we have realized any cost savings from it yet. It's too soon to tell. It's only been open since March, so we'll have a follow-up discussion later. And we talked a bit about infectious diseases and issues of community immunity here in Anchorage, particularly in regards to mumps. Before 2017, there was one case in Alaska and 351 cases in the last year. So we'll take up the next Health Policy Committee starting with infectious diseases and go from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Croft?
No committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Traney?
Nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting tomorrow at noon in City Hall in room 240. Tomorrow at noon, 240. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Yes, thank you. The Utilities and Enterprise Oversight Committee met, and we have introduced a resolution addressing the resolution that came to us from the Chugach Electric Board. And also, I would like to announce a special meeting of the Utilities Enterprise Oversight Committee for this Friday at noon in the Mayor's Conference Room. And I highly suggest you all attend. 8:30 is the room. Yeah.
Okay.
Big news.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a report, but by way of disclosure, thank you. Mr. Chair, on the agenda tonight is item 9 Delta 7. It's AM 601-2018. It's a sole source contract from Tritrek Software Systems for mobile functionality software for the municipality of Anchorage in the Anchorage Fire Department. My husband is a member of IFF Local 1264. He is a captain with the Anchorage Fire Department. I don't have any financial or personal interest, but I make the disclosure for you and the body to rule on any potential conflict.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. It's ruling the chair that you do not have a conflict.
Thank you.
Mr. Dyson?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. All right. Could I now have a motion to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items into the agenda?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move we incorporate the addendum to the agenda and the 3 laid on the table items.
Give a second.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Croft, seconded by Mr. Constant. Any opposition? Seeing none, that motion passes. Mr. Croft, could you please read those items into the record?
Addendum to the agenda. Resolution number AR 2018-296, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September 23, 2018 through September 30, 2018 as Deaf Awareness Week and encouraging everyone to learn about deaf culture. Resolution number AR 2018-294, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly acknowledges and supporting the October 24, 2018 asset purchase agreement timeline set forth by Chugach Electric Association, Inc. for its intended acquisition of municipal light and power and expressing its gratitude. Resolution number AR 2018-295, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly urging the mayor's administration to complete and deliver the 2017 comprehensive annual financial report as soon as practicable and pledging to postpone adoption of the 2019 annual operating and capital budgets to allow adequate time to review the 2017 CAFR and evaluate budgeting implications. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 600-2018, Amendment Number 5 to QAP General Contractors, Inc., C, 2017, a lot of zeros, 886, Spurnard Road Reconstruction, Phase 2, Hillcrest Drive to Benson Boulevard, project number 0322B for $200,000. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 601-2018, sole source contract from TriTech Software Systems, Inc. for mobile functionality software for the municipality of Anchorage in the amount of $80,599. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 602-2018, executive appointment, Donald Ralph Gibbs, Merrifield Manager. Resolution number AR 2018-293, a resolution appropriating $1 million of Port of Alaska Fund 57, lots of zeros, fund balance to the Port of Anchorage Fund as a contribution and appropriating said contribution to the area-wide general fund in the Public Transportation Department to be used for public transportation operating costs, and an attached memorandum AM 603-218, 2018. Ordinance number AO 2018-84, an ordinance authorizing a lease between the Anchorage Community Development Authority, leaseor, and the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Police Department tenant for real property and building located at 716 West 4th Avenue, legally described as Lot 3A1, Block 40, original town site of Anchorage, and attached AM 604-2018. And Assembly Memorandum Number 605, 2018, resolution number AR 2018-277, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting efforts to daylight Fish Creek, also known by the Dena'ina people as Chatanaltsa Shlerkakabetnu, or something close to that, and encouraging the ongoing and future projects to restore, protect, and enhance daylighting of Fish Creek. Those are the addendum items, Mr. Chairman, and then the laid on the table items are Assembly Memorandum Number AM 589, 2018A, sole source purchase from Honeywell International, Honeywell for a UL listed fire alarm system replacement at the Service High School pool for the municipality of Anchorage in the amount of $60,364. Information Memorandum Number AIM 103-2018, Anchorage Women's Commission resolution in support of MOA, Department of Health and Human Services, providing Title 10 services. And Information Memorandum Number AM 104-2018, public comments regarding AM 565-2018, Board of Adjustment appointment, Nancy Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. We'll now go down the dais and ask each member if there's an item they would like to pull. We'll start with you, Ms. Tafts.
I have nothing to pull. I'm not seeing my name to sign in here. Is it okay if I sign in as a guest and get in the queue that way?
You know what? Could someone from the clerk's office please talk to Ms. Tafts about that before you get a chance?
Yeah, but I'm not pulling anything.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tafts. Mr. Weddleton?
9B3, 9B8.
9 Bravo 3 and 9 Bravo 8. Okay. Mr. Rivera, are you online now? If you are, we cannot hear you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Nothing for me.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull under information reports item 9E1 through 9E10. And it's my understanding from talking with the administration that this may be the most efficient way to address member questions concerning the reports associated with the sunsetting of these commissions.
Okay. Audit reports. All right. Thank you. Any other items, Ms. LaFrance?
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Croft,
No items to pull.
were you going to pull an item for me?
9B8, but Mr. Weddleton
Oh,
pulled.
excellent. Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Let's see what's pull up. All right. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. 9A1 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Demboski.
9 Alpha 2.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
9B6.
All right. Okay. So I am going to, should I pull that then, or? I'm going to pull 9 Bravo 4 because I believe Mr. Rivera wanted that pulled, in addition to several others that have already been pulled. So I now have 9 Alpha 1 by Mr. Constant, 9 Alpha 2 by Ms. Demboski, 9 Bravo 3 by Mr. Weddleton, 9 Bravo 4 by Mr. Rivera, 9 Bravo 6 by Mr. Dyson, 9 Bravo 8 by Mr. Weddleton, 9 Echo 1 through Echo 10 by Ms. LaFrance, and that is all the items. Are there any items I missed? Okay.
9 before, didn't you?
Yes, it has been pulled. All right, please vote on the balance of the, I'm sorry, we need a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Please vote on the balance of the consent agenda. That passes 10-0. All right, we are now on 9 Alpha 1, resolution number AR 2018-280, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Patricia A. Patty Kilson for over 19 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Who will be reading? Who will be presenting?
I'll be reading.
I'm presenting.
Wonderful. Oh, I'm sorry. So what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
All right. Ask for unanimous consent. Not seeing any opposition. That is approved. Is Ms. Kilson here? All right. Wonderful. Please come down.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Patricia A. Patty Kilson for her over 18 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Patricia A. Patty Kilson began her service at the municipality of Anchorage in May of 1999 as a receptionist at Solid Waste Services. In 2001, she became a senior office associate and office manager, serving as the executive assistant to the Solid Waste Service general manager and director for the remainder of her career. And whereas Patty brought compassion and kindness to her work every day in her 19 years with the municipality. And whereas she worked every day to act as gatekeeper to the general manager, providing a friendly face and positive outlook to anyone who engaged with Solid Waste Services administration. She answered complicated questions and facilitated community engagement with ease. In her time at Solid Waste Services, she worked with 6 general managers and directors, managing their varying administrative needs, and whereas Patty treats all employees at Solid Waste Services with respect. She helped all employees, regardless of their status in the department, navigate complicated issues that arose. She made sure everyone felt understood and cared for, no matter the problem. She also worked hard to train the next generation of administrative staff. And whereas she seamlessly managed to keep a complicated department running smoothly, a brilliant artist and writer, she's a creative problem solver who navigates complex issues with grace and ease. Her ability to multitask is unparalleled within the department. And whereas Patty focused on making Solid Waste Services a place people want to work at, organizing company barbecues, family activity nights, and monthly newsletters and other events to engage staff outside of work. And whereas Patty has worked to make solid waste services operate effectively, keeping the entire community of Anchorage healthy and safe, she brought an extensive knowledge of all administrative functions of the utility, ensuring that all solid waste was collected and disposed of safely for everyone. And whereas Patty's passion and expertise at solid waste services is irreplaceable, her passion for the community and the people she works with is without equal. She will be greatly missed by everyone who has been lucky enough to work with her. And whereas Patty is not 1 in a million, she is 1 in 10 million. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes Patricia A. Patty Kilson for over 19 years of service and dedication to the municipality and the citizens of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 25th day of September, 2018.
No, I think now we have to hear from you, Ms. Skelton.
I did want to thank the whole municipality of Anchorage and Solid Waste Services for a great career. So I had about an hour speech planned, but obviously I'm not going to make it through it. I'm sure you have more important things to deal with today, but thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Resolution 982, Resolution Number AR 2018-296, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September 23rd, 2018 through September 30th, 2018 as Deaf Awareness Week. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, this passes unanimously. All right, I believe I will be presenting. Ms. Demboski, you reading?
Yes, sir. Do we have somebody to accept? Ready? Okay, just give. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September 23rd, 2018 through September 23rd, 2018 as Deaf Awareness Week and encouraging everyone to learn about deaf culture. Whereas Deaf Awareness Week is recognized globally during the last full week of September as a time to promote awareness of the deaf and hard of hearing through public education about its community and culture and to encourage the widespread use of American Sign Language. Whereas Deaf Awareness Week is an opportunity for those in the deaf and hard-hearing communities to learn about locally available resources, to promote self-advocacy, and to honor the achievements of all deaf and hard-of-hearing people. And whereas approximately 11 million people in the United States are deaf or hard of hearing, and over 23,000 people in the state of Alaska identify as deaf or hard of hearing, and whereas Anchorage is committed to embrace diversity and to value the varied perspectives, experiences, and abilities of its community, including the vital contributions of our deaf and hard of hearing population. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes September 24th through 30th, 2018 as Deaf Awareness Week, appreciates the contributions of the deaf and hard of hearing to the Anchorage community, and encourages the citizens of Anchorage to take this opportunity to learn more about deaf culture, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 25th day of September 2018.
Thank you very much. On the behalf of the deaf community and member of them, I would like to recognize Deaf Awareness Week, and it's happening this week. Not only on our deaf resources going to be out there in the community, but we are partnering with all of the different organizations and service industries that help spread the news, and we have a calendar of all the events that are happening in the community. First of all, we would like to thank you so much for inviting us to your assembly tonight and recognizing us.
Thank you. We have one question. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. More of a comment, but I will have a little question at the end. One of the most valuable opportunities I think I had to open my eyes to the deaf community was when I was attending UAA, and I took not one but two ASL classes. And the one thing that I recognized during my time through different community outings and the opportunity to engage with the deaf and hard of hearing community is we have valuable community members of all ages, from youth to adults, people in the private sector, people in the public sector, that really are part of our community and are valuable. And I think by many of us who are hearing, engaging in that community, we can bridge the gap. So I just want to say thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for highlighting this for all the assembly members in the municipality. And I just want those that are here tonight to give us a little discussion about how hearing members can get involved in the deaf community, because I think there's classes and there's resources and there's a lot of things we can do, but sometimes people are a little nervous because it's something they don't know maybe firsthand, but I found it to be a very welcoming community.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that comment. One way that individuals can become involved with the deaf community is to take sign language classes, as you've recommended. And we also have the Hope Resource Center as part of the Deaf Navigator, who is also providing opportunities for deaf individuals and support in our community. And they'll also have a list of events on their calendar. And any way that you can find any events that we have coming up in the community are a way for us to get involved. One thing I'd like to add is that every Wednesday, my coworker and I, Michael Merritt, are offering sign language classes that are free to the community. So if you're interested in sign language, we have that, and you can contact us, and we'll put you on our email list. And in addition, we also have a Facebook page if you're curious about our programs and what we have at the Deaf Navigators program. Like us on Facebook and help spread out the news to the community.
Thank you. Actually, could you ask them to please state their names for the record?
Yes, I apologize. My name is Sharon Miranda. Natasha Nichols.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for coming.
You're more than welcome. Appreciate it.
So I understand Mr. Rivera has joined us on the phone and did a little while ago. Is that right, Mr. Rivera?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. We did poll, I believe, all the items that you had wanted to poll. So if for some reason we missed one, well, we'll have to try to resolve that. But I believe we have them all. So we're now down to item 9B3, a resolution number AR 2018-283, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $2,500 from a private donation as a restricted contribution within the Miscellaneous Operational Grants Fund 261010 for the municipality of Anchorage local update of census addresses project in the Office of Economic and Community Development. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Mr. Weddleton?
You know, I don't really even know what this is for. It's something for addressing during the census, but, you know, it jumps out to me when some individual or group gives us money to do something. The 4-Acre Group is just an independent group, gave us $2,500 to get good addresses for a census, and I just want to say thank you to them.
Is there anyone here from that group that would like to say a word or two?
Or tell us what it's for.
Oh, Mr. Schutte?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris Schutte, Director of Office of Economic Community Development, the recipient, not on behalf of 4 Acre Group. We're very thankful for this. This was to help with the GIS department's involvement in the update of the census. Part of that effort required excruciating detail in updating addresses and address records, and it was a lot of labor, and it needed some support, and 4 Acre stepped up to help.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. You have a question from Mr.
Wait,
Weddleton.
I thought the federal government came and counted people, and that's the census, but that's not the case?
Through the chair, part of that is tied back to the existing records of the local jurisdiction where the count's occurring. If you have bad addresses, you can't get a good count.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. All right. Any other discussion on this item? If not, please vote on this item. Mr. Rivera? That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 9B4, resolution number AR 2018-284, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving the comprehensive economic development strategy for the Municipality of Anchorage as required by the Federal Economic Development Administration. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Mr. Rivera, I believe you wanted to pull this item.
Quick points. First, just to note that a significant portion of this plan focuses and targets investment into the downtown, which has been a strategy of this administration. But a quick look at building permit values shows...
I think he's referring to the wrong item.
Shows...
CEDS report.
Yeah, I believe that's what we're looking at.
Oh, I thought we were on 9B8. Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead.
No, we're not. We're on 9B4, Mr. Weddleton. No worries. Continue, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But a quick look at building permit values shows Midtown to be on par as an attractive place to build. In fact, with increased high-density residential and walkability, Midtown can and has the potential to be a bustling spot akin to downtown. In fact, some argue to me that the transformation is already occurring and that Midtown is, in a sense, sort of a new downtown. So I'm not sure if Mr. Schutte or Mr. Pop are in the audience and can answer, but I'm curious why such a focus on the downtown and when perhaps in a future SEDS, it might be prudent to begin focusing on the Midtown area. And when I say the Midtown area, I mean predominantly the Midtown Community Council area. I realize UMed is a big part of this plan. And I have a second point, but I don't know if you want me to wait until anyone responds to that.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Schutte is here to respond.
Thank you. Through the chair. Mr. Rivera, the SEDS process, or the document creation process, was a multi-year project. It was overseen by a steering committee made up of primarily private sector participants, but also some public sector participants. And during the work on this document, it was recognized that most of the vibrant, if not all of the vibrant communities across the country have pockets within those communities that stand out as being dynamic, exciting, livable, et cetera. But the one thing that was universal was that all of them had a healthy, vibrant, successful downtown. The steering committee, when evaluating the best practices of other communities and talking about the priorities for this community and for their industries, they recognized that there are opportunities across the bowl. They did feel very strongly, however, that a renewed focus on downtown was vital for the health of the overall city, and that they feel that that should be a priority strategy moving ahead. Also, though, they did identify the UMed area as being one of the best opportunity areas for growing our innovation, entrepreneurship, and universities, and the benefits that those bring to it. And so there's one of the other strategies in this document specifically calls out the UMed district, and in particular, its unique potential to be what's known as an innovation district, which is a model you see across the country where you're able to leverage the intellectual property created by your research institutions and your universities and turn those into actual business opportunities and grow new industries. So I think that while a lot of the focus in the plan does call for revitalizing our downtown area, I do think that one of the other takeaways from this should be that the UMed area has a lot of potential as well, and the plan specifically calls out a lot of strategies for taking advantage of that.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Mr. Rivera, do you have another question?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Schutte, for that response. My only suggestion is that I think if what happens in Midtown, what I believe will happen in Midtown soon, which is an increase in high-density residential and walkability, that might change a little bit the dynamics of Midtown. But the second point I had was that this plan is the culmination of many years of work and dozens of community members' efforts, and I want to thank them for that. It also potentially reflects significant investments in several key areas for our city, and it may behoove the body to have a work session on this plan if it fits and doesn't disturb the proposed timeline of the community members that worked on this.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I will certainly speak with the administration and see if such a work session is appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Is there any other discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 9 Bravo 6, resolution number AR 2018-286, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the development of a climate action plan. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Dyson, seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Dyson, I believe you pulled this item?
Yeah, thank you. This one intrigues me. I was pleased to learn that there's lots of work gone on these issues and reports and analysis done in the past. I'm not surprised that the university is looking for research work and grants. In today's state economic climate, I appreciate that. They also have some expertise there that we can utilize. I don't believe that we need to approve this. I think the mayor could do it on his own. Regardless, he has chosen to put us in the loop. And we heard in our work session that we, the Assembly, and by extension the city, can exercise no real guidance on this or put any requirements on it. We can, as individual citizens, give our input. That doesn't negate the potential value of what we have here. I was concerned about two things. Certainly the name and the heading here talk about this. We'll be talking about greenhouse gases, which is really not a significant problem here. We're using natural gas for almost all of our energy sources except the transportation sector. And we do not, as I know, have a problem with healthy air to breathe, with a single exception of glacial dust, the SOCAM PM10, I think it is, standard. And there's no really good way to get a cease and desist order against the glacier. And we have lived with it, and we're working with it and sweeping the streets and other things. Where we get some responsibility is this commits a portion of the city's resources to assist the university. So I've drafted up an amendment here. I hope it's been distributed. It's a conceptual amendment. In my view, that's a term of art that means that in passing this, we trust the drafters to correct the spelling or the grammar issues and so on. All this does is insert in two places that municipal employees' involvement in this project will not in any way depreciate the providing of services to Anchorage citizens or delay the completion of the overdue comp plan or the issuing of permits and licenses. And I put it in two places, and it may be that better minds than mine will figure that out. So this is just an indication of our intent, and does not indicate a lack of trust in the administration.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Rivera, you'd asked to be in the queue, but we now have an amendment. Well, actually, first, are you making that? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Rivera, your comments to the amendment or to the underlying resolution?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the underlying resolution.
Okay, I'll come back to you then. Mr. Weddleton, do you have comments on this amendment?
I think it's fine, but I do have a question. When you say overdue comp plan, you mean comprehensive plan?
Yes.
We're not overdue yet. Ours is Anchorage 2020. We got one more year. 2 more years. 2 more. Check my math.
I'd like to hear from the administration, if I might. Has this amendment been provided to you, and do you have any thoughts on it? I'm also curious about the term deprecate and sort of what does it mean when something deprecates the services?
No, this is depreciate.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
But it needs an E, so I'd move an amendment to the amendment. I'm pretty sure depreciate, that's what I was looking up.
Okay.
Is D-E-P-R-E.
Yeah, so there's a typo in there then. Okay. Ms. Browse.
Yes, Ona Browse, Mayor's Chief of Staff. Through the chair, we have seen this amendment within the last 20 minutes. While I understand what Mr. Dyson's intent is, we believe that it's implicit in the document. If he prefers to make it explicit, that's the will of the body, and it doesn't interfere with the process or the outcomes as he stated.
Okay. Any other comments on this amendment? I think there's a couple of other. I'm seeing a couple of other typos. I think. Yeah. Okay. It's a conceptual amendment. Okay. Is there are there any comments on this, Mr. Dyson?
Yeah. So, a former assembly person last night suggested that I put this language in about the comp plan. So if my information is inaccurate, I both apologize and move to delete it, or somebody confirms it's inaccurate on the comp plan, take it out.
Mr. Weddleton?
You know, if you just deleted the word overdue.
Okay. I consider that a friendly amendment.
I'd move to delete overdue.
Okay. And, all right, so, okay. So I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to that. The amendment to the amendment, that passes. The word overdue is stricken. Okay. So it now reads, the amendment should now read, municipal employee involvement in this project will not in any way depreciate the providing of services to Anchorage citizens, with an S, right, nor delay the completion of the comprehensive plan or the issuing of permits or licenses. And it is inserted on line 41. So I assume there would be would that be part of section 1 or a new section 2?
Mr. Chairman, I would leave that to the discretion of the drafters, what's appropriate.
Can we do that, Madam Clerk? Okay. All right. Any other discussion on this amendment?
Well,
go ahead, Mr. Dyson.
And you understand the same wording goes in on page 2.
Line 4.
On line 4. And
Okay.
maybe it doesn't need to. Maybe 1 is sufficient. I trust that to the drafters as well.
Yeah, I would ask that we only insert this language at one place. Otherwise, I believe it is a little redundant. So put that on line 41 and leave it out of line 4 of page 2, if everyone agrees to that. Okay. Do you need a motion?
We have a motion. So
Okay.
it's conceptual, so I'm okay with Scrivener.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion on this amendment as amended? Mr. Croft?
Yeah, sorry. I mean, this directs us to look at one of the big issues of our time, and it's certainly going to affect Alaska with the largest coastline in the nation, and Anchorage. A whole bunch of tourists come off and ask what the elevation of Anchorage is, and it's not much, right? And we're going to be dealing with the effects of this. To guarantee that this will not in any way depreciate the providing of any services, it's going to take some manpower, and time. It's going to take some people time to look at this. And I think they can do it largely in-house. I'm sure they would emphasize that it not delay permits, but the idea that it's not going to have any impact just doesn't make much sense to me. I think it's worth doing. I think it's worth taking some time to do. It's fine to say you don't want you taking away from the completion of the plan or permits and licenses, but the guarantee that it'll not in any way affect anything, I don't think you could say that, nor should you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Rivera pointed out that he doesn't have this amendment because it was in electronic form. I did read it, and hopefully someone will be able to send it to him. Does anyone else wish to speak to this amendment? Mr. Dyson?
Yeah. I read this pretty carefully. There's nothing in there about guarantee. It is our direction that these services be maintained. And I have more comments on the basic.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Any other comments? So our system here is not, I can't see who's in the queue, so you'll have to indicate. Ms. Demosky.
Thank you. When I was listening to Ms. Browse speak, she said something that was absolutely accurate. They thought this kind of intent language that Mr. Dyson has brought up was kind of already in the document without calling it out, so the administration doesn't have a problem with it. I'm trying to see where Ona went. There you are. I can't see past Chris's head. It's kind of shiny over there. Just to make sure that, really what the resolution, all it does, first of all, resolution has no binding effect of law. It's a signal of the assembly, the intent that, listen, we want to mitigate. We don't want to see thousands and thousands of employee hours that are going to be at the detriment of other things. That's what I take this amendment to mean. Is that what you take it to mean, Ona? And so for me calling something out in a resolution to try to be as clear as we can to relay our message to the administration, I think is of value. So I'll be supporting Mr. Dyson's amendment. I think, honestly, I don't think this is controversial at all. I think it's just a way to give him a level of comfort to support the resolution, and I think we should do that.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Is there any other comments on this amendment? All right, please vote on this amendment. Oh, Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
That amendment passes 9-2. All right. We are now to the underlying resolution as amended. Mr. Rivera, you were first in the queue to speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have the ability today to, I believe, set ourselves in the right direction, contrary to what was done in 2009 when the Assembly failed to support the development of a climate action plan. Aside from being the right thing to do, I think for some pretty obvious reasons, the creation of a plan will help attract dollars to help achieve the goals which it will eventually set out. We've already learned of one opportunity where we were passed up with Bloomberg because we didn't have a plan. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I hope the report will tell us if indeed Anchorage citizens are in any danger of health problems from unclean air. I think we've done pretty well, and with methane and natural gas, about as well as can be done economically with modern technologies. I do not believe that more or better ways of containing methane here will affect the health and the breathing of the breath, the pureness of our air. It may make an infinitesimal difference to the world and our global greenhouse gases. So, so whatever we do to clean up our air, we will not largely be the benefits. There's a possibility on some of the stacks off the generation plans, but they're pretty good, close to state of the art. We do have some issues that they may identify. There are some legacy pockets of permafrost and ice lenses. I think they've been identified. I'm hoping that maybe this report will show us the value of doing something to put plant life on every vacant place in the city, hopefully plants that consume huge amounts of CO2 and so on. I worry, due to the wording we saw in the work session, that this will get off into social things and human environment and not stick, as it appears to say in our resolution, to having to do with greenhouse gases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Tafts.
Yeah, so I don't think that this is just about air quality. I think that addressing climate change and pollution, these are things that are going to be affecting our state and our city for a very long time. They're going to be affecting people my age even more because we're going to be living well into their effects. And I think the effects of climate change are something that I've seen kind of even within my lifetime. I haven't been alive for a super long time. And so I just want to express my support for this because I think, even if it doesn't make a huge difference in the world as a whole, as people who, kind of have power over this little city, we have a responsibility to kind of support things and start addressing this issue because it's something that's going to be really important to us for a really long time.
Thank you, Ms. Tafts. Okay. I don't see any other discussion. Please vote on this resolution as amended. What's that? Oh, Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
That resolution passes unanimously. We are now to item 9 Bravo 8, resolution number AR 2018-295, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly urging the Mayor's administration to complete and deliver the 2017 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report as soon as practicable and pledging to postpone adoption of the 2019 annual operating and capital budgets to allow adequate time to review the 2017 CAFR and evaluate budgeting implications. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. I'll put myself in the queue here. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, I pulled this. I think it's just factually probably correct, and we're kind of wagging our finger at the administration saying, get us this CAFR. But I wouldn't want anyone who reads this to think that there's any bad faith dealing from the administration. I think they're got some tripped up by a computer program and having trouble getting our financials out, but I believe they're working as hard as they can. And so I don't think this will make any difference because they're already working as hard as they can. So I didn't want this to look like a negative thing on the administration.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft?
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm glad this got pulled. I don't intend to vote for this resolution. I understand why my colleagues put it forward, and I agree that the lack of a CAFR is extremely important. However, the language of the resolution says that we shall not vote for a 2019 operating budget. Correct me if I'm wrong, unless we receive the CAFR. And as much as I very much want the CAFR to be delivered, and I believe that SAP is currently preventing that, or SAP in a combination of other factors. we cannot legally be bound by a resolution. And furthermore, I'm not going to make a promise that I can't keep. There might come a set of circumstances where we need to pass a 2019 budget. And I'll remind you that I believe the charter says after December 10th, if we haven't delivered a budget, I will hold a special meeting every day until we do so. And if it is December 31st and we still don't have a CAFR, I will probably vote for a budget, as distasteful as that might be, because of the importance of passing an operating budget. So I understand the sentiment behind this resolution. I appreciate that we are all very frustrated with the lack of a CAFR and the problems that partly came from SAP. But I'm not going to be bound to a promise I don't believe I necessarily could keep. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be voting for this. This is sending the message to the administration. We want this delivered. How many meetings have we been in? We keep being told it's coming next month. Now we're up to, it'll be here in November. Well, 2019 is coming soon. We need to have this. We could take action on this budget to approve it, but I'm going to look at cutting significant amounts of money out of this budget until I know exactly where we're living at right now. We can always come back in first quarter and add it, if they can even tell us in first quarter what the budget balance is. We've been playing this game for way too long. And I don't care whether it's the administration, I don't care whether it's SAP or an employee that made a mistake in accounting. We're sending a message to the administration. So please vote yes on this.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Rivera was in the queue, and then Mr. Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to provide some comments briefly. Before I get to the actual resolution, I just want to speak to some of the arguments against it, specifically the fact that resolutions are legally non-binding. I just want to speak briefly to a history of two resolutions we have passed that have been legally non-binding that I believe have had an impact. First and foremost was our resolution regarding SB 91 and SB 54, which I believe had an impact on our legislators. They heard our legally non-binding words pretty loud and clear. Second is regarding SAP, which is a resolution I prepared asking the administration to hold regular meetings to give us updates as we approach to go live. Assembly members were able to ask critical questions regarding the stability of the software and found some potential potholes which weren't addressed and which we eventually ended up stepping in. So there's nothing wrong, nor should we diminish ourselves for using our voice as elected officials. And in this case, I am using my voice, Mr. Trainee is using his voice, and Ms. LaFrance is using her voice to emphatically state that we as a body have a fiscal due diligence to the taxpayers of Anchorage. And we will carry that out by giving ourselves, at minimum, 2 weeks to understand and digest the 2017 CAFR before we vote on our next year's budget. Now, to briefly address the point you brought up, Mr. Chair, both Ms. LaFrance and I have asked the administration for realistic alternatives to the CAFR in the event that we cannot actually get the full CAFR, and I hope that that can be achieved if we end up in those type of dire straits. Lastly, some have construed this language to be a sort of a threat to the administration, and instead I welcome and am thankful to the administration's and BDO's efforts to get the CAFR to us as fast as humanly possible. At the same time, I believe we have a job to do, and our constituents expect us to be thoughtful and practical, and I believe this resolution does both. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any other discussion on this resolution? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I'd previously thought I would be voting to support this, but I think that at this time we've sent the message that we need to send. And thoughtful and practical this document isn't. As some members have already said, it has no effect. And I think that I still believe the administration will deliver the CAFR before October the 26th. And maybe I'm living in a land of unicorns and rainbows, but I continue to believe that they will achieve that goal that we have before them. And so I am just not going to support this because really it doesn't actually do anything practically other than say what we've just said. Please deliver the CAFR.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also believe that the administration will deliver the CAFR to us in November, and I believe it's important for us still to communicate this message and to convey to the public that this is something very serious, and we do take this responsibility very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. I don't see any other discussion. Please vote on this resolution. Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, that fails 4-6. Who didn't vote?
No, I hit yes and then I meant no, so that might be, I dropped off, but it should be a no.
Okay, so we'll register
Sorry.
Mr. Weddleton as a no, and then it will be 4-7, I believe. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Okay, so that fails 4-7. We are now, actually, before I go any further, Mr. Trainee reminded me from previous experience that we need folks to sit down. There are plenty of seats still available here. If you could come and please fill in these seats, and if folks could kind of squeeze towards the center if they're not if they're not needing to testify right now or something like that. The reason is because the fire marshal will shut down the meeting if we have a lot of people blocking the fire exits. So please come and sit down. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And, on that point, actually, I had a public comment to me in the last week about the fire exit that's up here and the cameras that tend to get set up in the actual egress way. And we probably need to address another location for cameras in the future because effectively, and it's not just you, this is every week in and out, we set up a barricade between the crowd and the exit. Good point.
Okay, well, thank you, ma'am. Okay.
He didn't mean you.
And I expect there will be quite a few more people coming as well. So everyone, we're going to get a little bit up close and personal tonight. All right, so we are now to item 9 Echo 1. Madam Clerk, is there some way do we need to go down one by one through all of these, or is there some way to hear them in a more expeditious fashion?
You could probably have a motion to combine the discussion on these items. You're still going to have to vote on them individually, but if you want to discuss.
Can we accept all at the same time, Barbara? Can move to accept and then the discussion starts?
No, she said we can't. We can have discussion on all of them, but we can't accept them all at the same time. That's what she just said.
She was shaking her head at me when I asked the question.
You can discuss them all at the same time, but you have to accept them individually.
Oh, roger that.
Ms. LaFrance, you're the ones who pulled these. Are there specific ones you want to highlight, and what would you recommend as our path forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree we should combine the discussion.
Okay.
Would you like me to speak to the issues now, or?
Why don't we have a motion to combine discussion
Okay.
On these 10 items, and could someone please make that motion?
I move to combine discussion on these 10 items.
Could someone second that? Any opposition to that motion to combine discussion? All right, not hearing any. We will take up items Echo 1 through Echo 10 now, and we'll start with you, Ms. LaFrance. Why don't you highlight the ones you want to highlight?
Okay,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of folks here that are interested in other things. I wonder if we could pull this and put it at the tail end of the evening. I suspect the interest is pretty esoteric.
I don't believe we. Can we on this? Because that's also part of our consent agenda. I'm not sure if we can. I don't believe so, Mr. Dyson. We're going to try to plow through these.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the interest of time, we received 10 sunset audit reports for various commissions, and in most of the reports there were issues with membership, namely understaffing, or in a number of cases where commissioners failed to attend the minimum number of meetings in a year. So the question as to why is this the case and will those commissioners be removed is one. There were some cases where terms had been expired and commissioners kept serving, which is a kind of a different issue. And then I would just add, as far as specific commissions, the ADA Advisory Commission and the Youth Advisory Commission, for various reasons, were flagged for a recommendation to extend only to January 2019. And for the ADA Advisory Commission, That was due primarily to an ADA coordinator being hired for the MOA, and that this would be a good time to review the goals and the role of the commission. And I believe for the Youth Advisory Commission, that had to do with an issue with minutes being missing and an understaffing until July when we approved 10 commissioners. So just to recap, specific issues with those two commissions, ADA Advisory, Youth Advisory, and then the issue of membership, and if the administration would address that. Perhaps Mr. Falsey?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Through the chair, that's exactly right. We were responsive to the findings of the audit reports. We took those recommendations seriously. We've put in some corrective actions. The ADA Commission is in a bit of a soul-searching phase, as they were largely put in place when we didn't have an ADA coordinator. Now we do, and so they're looking for what the next phase of the ADA Commission looks like. The Youth Advisory Commission did have a few hiccups on the staffing side. We've put corrective action in place there. They are now taking minutes and posting those online. I know that we are doing a better job of tracking the commission attendance, and we hope to whip that into shape as well.
And Mr. Falsey, regarding the commissioners who fail to attend the minimum number of meetings in a year, is there a specific course of action to address that?
Through the chair, under the code, failure to attend a certain number of meetings can result in you being removed from the commission, so we'll be tracking that and reporting to the Assembly as necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. So, Ms. LaFrance, to sort of recap for ourselves and for the public, by accepting these, we do not actually sunset any commissions tonight, correct? And then, but there are two that we will take up again in January. Is that correct?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if there's another action the body needs to take in order to reauthorize those two commissions through January. But it's my understanding that none of these commissions will be sunsetted by accepting these reports.
Mr. Falsey, is that correct?
Through the chair, my understanding is that all you are doing is ministerially accepting the results of your internal auditor and receiving the reports. You're not actually making a decision on whether any commission should be sunsetted on any timeline. So that's a separate ordinance that affects Title IV of the Muni Code.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Trainee?
Mr. Chairman, we could simply bring a separate action forward to get rid of a commission if we think it's lived out its useful life. So we can do it any time.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. All right. Not seeing any other discussion. Ms. Wint-Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to offer a comment on the process from here forward. I wanted to make clear that the code actually provides for the sunset dates for all of these. You need to take affirmative action to extend them as opposed to the opposite.
Right. But that's not up tonight.
Certainly, that is not the action you
right.
take by accepting these reports.
Right. Okay. So I don't believe we actually have a motion to accept these yet. Can we get a motion?
To accept item 9E1.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Moved and seconded. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent for all of these as we go through them because of problems that, well, because we have a full agenda tonight. So,
Could I ask a favor for you?
Yes.
Could you ask Ms. Domboski and Mr. Constant or Ms. LaFrance, the same person, to move and second?
I plan on
So
it.
we're going to have Ms. Domboski and Mr. Constant move and second all of these as we go through. So we now have a motion to accept 9 Echo 1. I'm asked for unanimous consent. Any opposed? Not seeing any or hearing any. Mr. Rivera, yell if you want us to stop. That passed unanimously. We are now to item 9 Echo 2.
Move to accept 9 Echo 2.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Asked for unanimous consent. Not seeing or hearing any opposition. That passes unanimously.
Move to accept 9 Echo 3.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Asked for unanimous consent. Any opposition? All right. Not seeing or hearing any. That passes unanimously.
Move to accept 9 Echo 4.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Asked for unanimous consent. That passes unanimously.
Move to accept 9 Echo 5.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Asked for unanimous consent. All right. That passes unanimously.
Move to accept 9 Echo 6.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Asked for unanimous consent. All right. That passes unanimously.
Move to accept 9 Echo 7.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Asked for unanimous consent. Not seeing any opposition. That passes unanimously.
Move to accept 9 Echo 8.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Asked for unanimous consent. Not seeing any opposition, that passes unanimously.
Move to accept 9 Echo 9.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ask for unanimous consent. That passes unanimously.
Move to accept 9 Echo 10.
Second.
Ask for unanimous consent. Not seeing any opposition, that passes unanimously. That concludes our consent agenda. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now to we're now on old business, item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 565, 2018, Board of Adjustment Appointment, Nancy Peace, Mayor's Office. So this is already on the floor, is that correct? We are in discussion?
That is correct.
Okay. So this has already been moved and seconded. There hasn't been a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's get a motion. Can we get a motion and a
Move to
second?
approve, Mr. Chairman. 565, 2018.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Trainee, seconded by Mr. Constant. Discussion. We'll start with you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to make a disclosure regarding item 11A, the appointment of Ms. Nancy Pease to the Board of Adjustment. I recently received public comment from Mr. Frank Pugh, as many of you did, I believe, who lives in Ms. Pease's neighborhood regarding an alleged trespass on the property by Ms. Pease. I do not know the specifics of this incident, nor do I know or have met or worked with either of them. But however, as you do know, I do work for Great Land Trust and would like to disclose that my colleagues worked somewhat recently to attempt to establish public access on that property. They work collaboratively but unsuccessfully with Mr. Pugh, and I also want to note that Great Land Trust works generally to establish public access in the area that he's mentioned. I have no financial or other interest in this matter, but I request a ruling by the chair regarding any conflicts of interest regarding this appointment.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. What we have before us actually is not directly tied to that property. I understand that there is a conflict between that property owner and Ms. Pease, but that is not directly connected to your vote for Ms. Pease or not. And as you said, you have no financial interest. So it is a ruling of the chair that you do not have a conflict. Mr. Weddleton, discussion on this item?
You know, I just, are these things a public hearing item at all? I mean, we didn't do it before and we don't do it now?
No.
This was not set for public hearing.
Not public hearing item, sir.
But can we do that? I mean, there's a lot of interest in both of these, and I think people like to have their say, and we've gotten the emails, but.
I think legally you could make, well, can you make a motion to set it for public hearing at another date? Okay. So I think we need some research from our attorneys. What Mr. Weddleton is asking is that we set public hearing at a later date because we have to set it and notify it, my understanding is. And we have received public comment through the form of email on these items. But would it be possible to make a motion, regardless of whether or not I would support that, to set it at public hearing at a later date for our attorneys?
Through the chair, my initial inclination is yes, you could set a public hearing. You would have to notice it, and so you couldn't do it tonight. But I don't see a reason that you could not hold a public hearing on this item. I'll defer to Mr. Gates's input as well, though.
Code section on continuing the public hearing says you can notice the time tonight if you know, but if not, notice the time for continued public hearing as soon as practicable. You can set continuing public hearing to a future meeting, call a special meeting for that purpose.
But in this case, we're not continuing the public hearing. There hasn't been any public hearing, but your opinion is that we could set it for public hearing.
We already have a public hearing set for this item referring to, is that right?
No, we're on item 11A, Mr. Gates.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of a different item.
No worries.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I personally don't think it's wise to establish precedent that we begin holding public hearings for appointments of boards and commissions.
Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I was going to say that, and so just to embellish a little, absolutely should have public testimony on matters of public concern. We're going to have a couple here tonight. And we should do what we did, which was hold it over when there's reason to for public comment, which we got a lot of. But it's a lot different when somebody's an appointment of a person to that office. We have procedures for it, and it doesn't raise this. It has a whole bunch of other concerns on just a license to defame than does on legislation about should you do a thing. An individual person, we can have public comment, but I don't think public testimony on that's appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, the reason we haven't taken action on this before is to give the public a chance to make comments to us, which they've done. We do not hold public hearings on people being appointed to boards or commissions. Because my concern, as Eric was saying, I don't want somebody defamed. We see what's going on in D.C. right now. I don't intend for that to happen to an individual coming to here for an appointment to a board, basically, that's paid nothing. That's our decision to make for the mayor to appoint and us to confirm or deny.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. An unnecessarily controversial metaphor, but I agree. All right, Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I want to give it a shot anyway. I'd move to move this for a public hearing October 9th.
So is this something that we need a majority, or can you set it for public hearing with 3 members?
You have to have a majority.
What as we do with introduction?
You've got to have a majority, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second.
Can I ask Ms. Wint-Pearson, is this something that you need 3 people to do and they can do it without anyone to stop them, or do we need to actually have a vote on this?
Through the chair, I think you need a vote because this
Okay.
is not an AO, which has the specific first, second, and third process set by code.
Good. Okay. Mr. Weddleton made a motion. Who seconded it?
I did.
Ms. LaFrance seconded it. Okay. We are now debating Mr. Weddleton's motion to set this for public hearing. You didn't specify a date, but I think we can.
I did, October 9th.
October
next
9th.
meeting.
Okay. Ms. Domboski. I'm sorry, what did you say, Ms. Domboski? Oh, okay. All right. Is there any further discussion on Mr. Weddleton's motion? Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Rivera has been sending me messages, and I did not see that last one. Okay. All right. Well, if there's no further discussion, actually, here I'm going to hand over to Mr. Croft then, if you would, Mr. Chairman.
Dunbar.
Thank you. I just want to speak briefly and echo the sentiments of Mr. Croft and Mr. Trainee. I think, particularly for boards and commissions, that the public testimony process is not appropriate, and I do worry about the chilling effect it would have on our ability to get people to serve in a voluntary capacity. I might have the same sentiments on 11 Bravo as well. We'll see when we get to it, but I certainly feel that for 11 Alpha, this is not appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Any further discussion on this motion? All right, please vote on Mr. Weddleton's motion to set public hearing on October 9th. Mr. Rivera.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Well.
Lonely down here.
All right, Mr. Weddleton. Yes, do you want to speak to the underlying motion, Mr. Weddleton?
I would like to speak. I apologize to people who I thought we'd have a public hearing, and that you came out, but welcome. We did get quite a bit of information from people who have very strong opinions regarding Nancy Pease and actions that she's taken in her neighborhood. And I've known Ms. Pease for many, many years, even prior to being on 3 years on the Planning and Zoning Commission with her. She has opinions. She is not quiet about them, but that's very important. We need people like that. I think this room is full of people like that, and so those are good things. But I found her amazingly suited for Planning and Zoning Commission. She would be an incredible asset for this Board of Adjustment. She knows the code. She's very thoughtful. She follows the code. She follows our plans. When I was on the Planning Commission, she did more homework than the rest of us combined. It was absolutely amazing. It was a tremendous education for me. They think there are accusations that she's anti-development, and we sure approved an awful lot of development in those 3 years. She just follows the rules, and she knows them. And it set a high bar for everyone else on the Planning Commission. So I fully support her in this position. I hope you do too.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We got a lot of public comment on this, and I got a call from Pat Abney, an old friend of mine that used to represent the Hillside on this assembly, and she said absolutely appoint her to this position. She'll be great for it, and I trust Pat Abney's opinion. She represented Hillside for a lot of years. I sat with her side by side. I value her opinion, so I'll be voting yes on this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. This is just a point of information. I believe this is an unusual board, one of the 5 that we kind of hold. And so I was hoping the clerk might describe how this is an assembly commission and not a commission of the administration.
Madam Clerk, do you wish to speak to that?
Ms.
Have one of your
Pearson.
staff do so? Oh, would you want Ms. Wynn-Pearson or the clerk to speak to it?
I thought the clerk, because she's been stewarding this for quite a while, but Ms. Wynn-Pearson pressed the button.
We'll start with Madam Clerk, and then we'll go to Ms. Wynn-Pearson if she would like to add something.
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, this board is set up in the Assembly Department. The Assembly Clerk's Office staffs the board. It is my understanding that at one time the Assembly was the Board of Adjustment. However, the board is still set up in the appointment process similar to other boards and commissions. The members are appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the Assembly. That part is no different than others.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Wynn-Pearson, you were in the queue. Looks like you might have dropped out.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's helpful, I can speak to why it's legally different. Under state law, as a more effectively a unified city and borough, the Board of Adjustment powers lie with the Assembly unless delegated. And the charter specifies that the Assembly may elect by ordinance to create a Board of Adjustment or may elect to sit as that appellate body and make those decisions itself. The Assembly in the past has passed provisions of Title 21 that create a Board of Adjustment and delegate those powers specifically. But it is legally somewhat different because the powers under state law and the charter belong to the Assembly unless delegated, and then they have been delegated.
So one quick follow-up to that then is, so the function of the board, there's, as I understand it, 6 members, 3 get impaneled on any question. Is that correct?
Is it 5 or 6, Madam Clerk?
Okay, 5 members, and then, but a panel of them is selected, correct? And what's the point of having a panel?
Through the chair, yes, a panel of 3 is selected for any given appeal. My understanding is that it just accommodates the availability and potential conflicts of the body because they sit in a quasi-judicial capacity and because each appeal is a somewhat time-intensive process.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson.
Right. So then I guess the gist of the question, the reason I raise it is because every single one of us in this small town, Anchorage, Alaska, is connected to someone else. And so when we look at a quasi-judicial body and we want to see a fair hearing had or held, we can't just rely on exactly 3. But the point of having an addition is so that somebody can say, I have a conflict on this matter and I can't speak to it, so someone else should stand up, which speaks to my support for Ms. Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At one time, we were the Board of Adjustment, and we did not do it well. So we created this board to take this work off of this body. And I intend to support this person to it because I don't want the job back here in front of us. We did not do a good job with it.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Okay, I see no further discussion on this item unless, okay, please vote on this item. Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 11, Bravo, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 573, 2018, Executive Appointment of Alexander Slivka, Chief Fiscal Officer. Do we need a motion, Madam Clerk? We need a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Croft, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Discussion, we'll start with you, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, a point of order. We've got a lot of people here, and I think it would be good for you to explain our schedule. I've sat and waited for a deliberative body to get around to the thing for a long time. And I would, after we take our break, I would encourage us to do all we can to move a couple of items to the front of the agenda so these folks who have been patiently here can get done whatever they want to do to participate and go home.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. I'll say that we have a full agenda tonight, and we have some old business that we resolve before getting to new business, which is includes item 14, in the 14s, which includes, for example, the CWA ordinance, which has not yet had public hearing. We are going to have a notice for motion of reconsideration related to a quasi-judicial hearing after this item, and I expect that will take some time. We often stay until 11 at this body because we have an awful lot of contracts and other items. For example, this is appointing the chief fiscal officer of Anchorage, and I think it would be irresponsible for us to not take this up and act upon it. Mr. Weddleton.
All right, thanks. And I know the last item on the agenda is critical for this evening. But, I have seen in the past where we have let people know we will not take this topic up before X o'clock. And my guess is it could be 8 o'clock for the CWAs. So folks could go get dinner and come back. And
that's a good point, Mr. Weddleton. So I was thinking of, I'm sorry, in my mind I was thinking the reverse, that we were going to take it up immediately and push everything else to the end. But you're right. We have quite a lot of other things to do. So I would anticipate that we will not get to the CWA ordinance till about 7:30 and perhaps 8 if debate drags on another item. So if people would like to get dinner, it's not a bad thought. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, why don't you just limit the dinner break to 10 minutes so we can get this meeting started? Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I would note for the record that we started almost an hour and a half ago. All right, so anyone else like to speak on this item?
Which one, Slivka?
Oh, I'm sorry. We are on item 11, Bravo, executive appointment of Alexander Slivka, Chief Fiscal Officer. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. So the last item and this item before us now, they speak to what you suggested, Mr. Chair, that if we were to have a public hearing on that last appointment, why would anyone volunteer to serve? And I understand that community councils are a real pain and very difficult and can be really unsatisfying because of the way the process works. And I often tell people that community councils and HOAs are the grassroots of our democratic system. It's where people learn how to work and make things happen. And so this issue, an HOA, very contentious conversation, Mr. Slivka inspired waves of communication both for and against. And what I found in that all of those communications was that there was a group of people that weren't happy with the way something happened, but none of it raised to the level of motivating me to say no to this appointment. In fact, I looked really closely. I did my own investigation on matters with certain professionals out there who have better record-keeping skills than I do. And I didn't find anything that spoke to any of the claims that were made by email. And instead, what I found was someone who's been engaged across the community in a tremendous amount of organizations and efforts. Just last night, I had dinner with a friend who said, "Oh, Alex Slivka's up for appointment. He's my board chair at the University Foundation." It's like everywhere I turn, this guy is connected and engaged. And so it's hard when you volunteer to be a member of the community that sometime in the future it might come back to hurt you. But in this case, I don't think there's any reason to vote no on this nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I suppose similar comments. I was kind of tangentially there during the controversy over the football fields at South High that stirred the rancor of many people in the neighborhood, and a lot of it dumped on Mr. Slivka. After he was, I would say deposed, it might be rather say he was relieved from not being chair of that homeowners association, they did an audit. What has he done? What has he been up to? And we got a copy of the audit, and it's actually says he's okay. So this is his detractors sent this, and it says no irregularities were noted. There was no material, there was some issue about bylaws changes. No material changes were found in the comparison of the bylaws. There was a talk about some ballots being rejected because they weren't signed by both homeowners, but the bylaws required that for any vote, the property owners must act unanimously, so they would have to have the 2 signatures. So, I think there were detractors very passionate about this issue. They said there are 2 disbursement checks to Mr. Slivka were, checks payable to Mr. Slivka were identified to be normal or routine in nature. Bookkeeping practices were adequately maintained. So I'd say this is actually a good report on him, and I think being a homeowner association chair, he probably had meetings where no one would show up, and he had to do everything because that's just the way it had to be done, and he did it. During the controversy, it was a lot of anger, and I found Mr. Slivka to be very calm and just, he dealt with it at the community council meetings and at HALO meetings very reasonably. So I support the support him for the new role, and actually think he'll do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the confirmation hearing and our new, what I expect to be CFO, being so candid with his comments. When I evaluate someone for a position, I look at their resume, I look at their education, and I look at their leadership skills and what they bring to that leadership position that they're being appointed to. And I can tell you, if I'm ever in a position where I have to be confirmed, there'll be a lot of people that don't like me. So again, I go back to your qualifications, and I find you to be very pleasant. I'll just say that. But to me, it's really irrelevant if people don't like you. I want to know that you're going to be competent and effective managing and overseeing the city finances. With your history, the discussions we've had, I do believe you can fill that role, and I'll tell you in a year if I think you're doing a good job. So I plan on voting yes.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Any other discussion on this item? Not seeing any. Please vote on this item. Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 11C, Notice of Motion for Reconsideration to Resolution Number AR 2018-252S1, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license M10237 for Alaska Sense LLC, DBA Alaska Sense. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Okay, so this is our first motion of reconsideration that I've been a part of on a quasi-judicial hearing. So if I could get some guidance from the attorneys from the clerk's office about what the appropriate motion is at this time.
Motion was already made.
Through the chair, the motion that is currently on the floor is a motion from Mr. Constant and a second by Mr. Peterson to reconsider the vote on Resolution AR 2018-252S-1. And it wasn't, that's the motion.
So the motion's already been made. We're just right into discussion, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Yes.
Just ask, I understand how Mr. Constant can reconsider because he voted for the measure. Is a second needed, and what's the effect of Mr. Peterson, who was on the losing side of that?
Ms. Pearson or?
Through the chair, the code specifies that the second may be any member of the body. A second is required for motion for reconsideration, but only the movant must be on the winning side of the original vote.
Great, thank you.
So we are now in discussion on the motion itself, not the underlying resolution. So the motion to reconsider is before us. Mr. Constant, you were in the queue. Did you drop out intentionally? Okay, Ms. Domboski, you're up first.
I was waiting. I would like to know why we're reconsidering it, because I have no intention on voting yes unless I have a good reason. There needs to be substantive fact or information that has been presented in order to reconsider. And considering this was quasi-judicial, I would suspect if there is new information, it came via ex parte communication. So I'm interested to hear the rationale behind it.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. We do have the respondent here and the attorney. I don't think there are any. Can people ask questions of them?
No, I'm asking Mr. Constant why he reconsidered it.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton's in the queue. We'll start with him.
Well, I'd wait for the answer to that question, I suppose, and then speak.
Mr. Constant.
Alrighty.
If you'd like. You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
I do have a reason, and it wasn't because of ex parte contact of any kind. It was for reconsideration of the gravity of the impacts on the workers of the business that we have created a penalty for. And I want to have one more discussion. I wanted everyone to have a chance to think about what we've done and determine if the tool that we used is the proper tool in the right amount. And when I contemplated the impacts on 16 people being forced unemployed by the acts of their employer and our decision, I had to really, really think about that. And so it's a conversation about the workers of her company that I hope to have for a few moments on reconsideration.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Wynn-Pearson, you were in the queue. I'm going to jump you forward in case you had something important legally to tell us.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak briefly to the standard for reconsideration. There are two separate routes to reconsideration in a quasi-judicial proceeding. There's the standard Title II reconsideration process, where a member of the body may request reconsideration within 24 hours for the reasons specified in Title II. There's also a separate reconsideration process provided by Title III for any quasi-judicial decision where any party may request reconsideration within 15 days of the decision on the grounds of substantial procedural error, an action without jurisdiction, or a decision based on fraud or misrepresentation. So I just wanted to clarify that there are those two routes. My understanding is that this is a motion under the Title II capacity of any assembly member to move for reconsideration of any assembly decision within 24 hours, and it doesn't have to be premised on those three factors set out in Title III.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Mr. Trainee, you're in the queue.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The question from us now is, shall we reconsider? I want to hear from the person that made the motion, but my concern is, Becky, last time we talked, we left this meeting, you said we're still in quasi-judicial. We could have no contact. So I want to know, has anybody had a contact on the Assembly with this business since we met last? If so, it violates that standard that we've got. We cannot contact. And we don't ask the people involved with this to come and testify. This is solely the decision of the Assembly. Shall we reconsider? If the answer is yes, then we can call them up to testify. But we can't call people up to testify on something we've not decided to reconsider yet, Mr. Chairman.
Right. You're correct, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, so I voted in favor of what we accomplished on the 14th of September and would ordinarily not support reconsideration. A collateral effect, collateral effect of moving for reconsideration is that because of the way we wrote it, it delays effect, and we put in there a hard date when the revocation comes back. It shortened what was a 30-day revocation or lack of renewal, if you will, into a 25. So it changed the penalty that we debated over and over and came to a rough consensus that maybe nobody liked, but anyway, came to our decision. So having done it, I wouldn't have done it, but having done it, I think we should go in and fix it. Now, that will open it up, and there's that danger. But I think what you'll see if reconsideration is granted is a amendment to reduce the sanction and an amendment to put back the original sanction, and we'll have that decision. And I trusted us before, I trust us again to do the right thing. But so even though I didn't want it reconsidered like what we did, now what we did has been just changed by that procedural action. And so I do somewhat grudgingly think we should move, it's already been moved, we should vote for reconsideration, consider whether the penalty should be the same or reduced or any other that somebody wants to bring up, and move on.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. And I'll just note before we go on in this discussion, I think that we've talked about having an ordinance to change quasi-judicial hearing and how our code works, because through this process, I think we've identified some weaknesses, and it might be that the reconsideration process is also something we want to look at because of the sort of, I don't know if they were intended or unintended consequences on Mr. Constant's part, but something to consider for the future, not relevant to this debate right now. Mr. Weddleton.
I guess basically I urge yes for reconsideration on the same grounds Mr. Croft stated.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
I would suggest caution in contemplating removing the power of reconsideration. The idea of having a decision made and then deciding the penalty another day is so that you let the blood cool down, and so you aren't making decisions out of passion and rage. And there was blood in the water, so I urge a reconsideration.
Right. I mean, right. What I brought up is not germane to this exact discussion right now, so I'm going to let that lie. We'll talk about it some other time. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the underlying effects of the immediate vote for reconsideration is it did put this on hold. That means even if we wanted to, which it was counter to what we were going to do, but the Marijuana Control Board wouldn't have had this action in front of them either, which I personally thought that was probably intentional, but that was an assumption. But again, I recognize the fact that clearly what I'm hearing from Mr. Constant is he didn't like the result of the action, so he wants to reconsider it. My mind hasn't changed. There's been no new facts that have been brought forward. I think this is all, frankly, a waste of time. I also believe when it comes to the underlying motion, I am sure, enough members may vote to reconsider it. I have no intention on doing so. I recognize it's going to shorten the length of time. But I'm just not going to. Again, motions for reconsideration, to me, there has to be a substantial manifest error or new information that has been brought to light, and there's been none. So I'm not going to support a reconsideration.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Ms. Domboski brought up a point of the idea of what happens with AMCO. And before this motion was filed, I had a pretty lengthy discussion with council about the potential ramifications of what this process would have, and both with council and with the municipal attorney. And the determination from one side was that this action doesn't change the underlying motion because in that area, because the communication that the resolution has passed would have sent to AMCO was we waived protest. And so effectively, one way or the other. And then the other thing that Ms. Wynn-Pearson suggested in the discussions before we got there was that the clerk could communicate to the AMCO staff that we have a temporary conditional protest waiting for action on the assembly. But I believe that deliberation on their end, I wasn't party to it, was that we don't need to because the underlying document waived the protest anyways. And so there wasn't an action of bad faith, and I think that my 18 months of service on this body have proven good faith. And no, I know, but I've heard it from others. And so not your words, but that wasn't the intent. And the intent was to have a fair discussion again about did we really mean to do what we did, because I think we were one step too far.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak in favor of the arguments that Mr. Croft and Mr. Weddleton have made and urge my colleagues to vote yes on reconsideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any other discussion on this motion? Ms. Quinn Davidson should definitely be here for this motion. Is she? Let's see if we can get her back in for a moment. Here, I'll ask Mr. Croft.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. I am going to vote for reconsideration, and I actually agreed with Mr. Constant at the time that I felt our penalty was too harsh, but the idea of, sort of not accidentally, but the motion to reconsideration itself being the thing that changes that that result to me is sufficiently anti-democratic that I want to give my colleagues a chance to debate it again and then reach hopefully a lesser sentence. But I'm going to still support this motion for reconsideration. Mr. Croft. Thank you. All right. Seeing no further discussion, please vote on the motion to reconsider. Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
And that was a hard vote for you, right, Mr. Trainee? All right, that passed 7-4. So we now have the underlying motion in front of us. And this is, let's see. Yeah. Okay. So now where does this put us back? Put us back into discussion?
And I move to amend.
Okay.
Constant Amendment 1 that would amend page 5, line 4 under Section A from October 22nd to October the 15th. Part B, page 5, line 13, amend as follows: October 15th from October 22nd, and this page 6, line 19, amend to take effect immediately from September 21st, which would cause the immediate closure of the store, the grow operation. Is there a second?
Okay, moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. However, we're going to take a brief pause because Ms. Domboski raised that perhaps we need a supermajority for reconsideration. Was that your question? Yeah. Ms. Wynn-Pearson indicates that no, a simple majority will do. Okay. All right. Can we continue, Madam Clerk? Okay. All right. So, Mr. Constant, we now have constant motion amendment number 1 in front of us. Mr. Weddleton, you want to speak to that?
I'm in the queue.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, I thought you would just.
I want to give my pitch.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Constant, then we'll go to you, Mr. Weddleton.
So I call this talk 4 measures of justice, 1 measure of mercy, 30 days. So when the reconsideration motion was had, I know there were many angry conversations about how this happened. How did this happen? But I really did spend time to ensure that no great harm would happen to the democratic process. So I heard in the debate Mr. Trainee say that our license is not the state license, and we can do what we want because we set it up that way. And I totally agree. And I am, of all the members on this body, the one who has experienced most directly the need for this body to be able to act with the closure of Spirits of Alaska. So I understand this power, and I fully support it.
All right, so I apologize, Mr. Constant. We're going to pause this for a second. I need a motion to approve this resolution and then a second, and then we will remove your amendment.
Move to approve.
And Peterson seconded.
No, that was the amendment. We're moving the underlying motion. Can we have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Constant, second by Mr. Weddleton. Now move your amendment again.
I move Constant Amendment 1, which changes the date from October 22nd at page 5, line 4, from October 22nd to October 15th, page 5, line 13, and immediately from September 21st on page 6, line 19.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, you want to second that? Okay. Now, Mr. Weddleton, we are discussing the amendment.
Mr. Constant.
What?
I was in the queue, and then I just had the queue jerked away from me.
Sorry. All right, Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Constant. I thought you had finished your...
No, I have just begun.
Okay.
4 measures of justice, 1 measure of mercy, 30 days. So, Mr. Trainee, you have made the point clearly that this is our licensing process. We did it that way so we didn't have to beg AMCO for relief. I concur. Mr. Croft had said, we need to do this because we need to send a message to all the operators that if you break the rules, there are penalties. And in fact, this action speaks to every other licensee in Anchorage from now into the future. Mr. Croft, I agree. Mr. Rivera worked with Mr. Croft to set the standard at 30 days. 30 days is a pretty stiff penalty when you contemplate revenue. Ms. Domboski did something amazing. She's unpredictable, which is one of the things I like about her. She voted to renew a license for the first time this year. She voted to create a marijuana license for the first time in 2018. Mr. Weddleton made the point that the biggest danger in all of this is that the possibility of cannabis being outside of a dumpster that a kid might find warrants a stern punishment, and I totally agree. Mr. Dyson rightly questioned the integrity of the operator in his search for the facts. And in this conversation, those things have been found. So we're not talking about what went wrong, we're talking about what we choose to do about it. So in the process of the investigation of what happened, we shared resources with the state. It was, according to the record, Mr. Holscher, the state investigator, who had the marijuana in his hand that was outside of the dumpster, but our inspectors used it for their violation. It was our inspector, Mr. Fern, who finally went back and discovered that the dumpster had been emptied and found the violation to be true. The state relied on it in their decision-making process. And in fact, what was kind of amazing, when we were in our deliberations, we received an email communication from the AMCO director saying, if you do this action you're contemplating right in the middle of our deliberation, we will not cancel their license. Right, so we deliberated in concert right along with AMCO. So we do have the right to regulate and we do have the right to rule, but in fact we have worked together with these folks. The only thing we didn't do was share the penalty. To Mr. Croft's point that we need to send a stern message, we have done that. Here's what we've done. We killed this license. We sent a message to every operator that this license is dead. And then what did we do? We recreated it. That's a pretty heavy act to send to an investor and to an operator. Just that act alone. When you think about the potential of losses, and this is just an estimate, that the act that we took, this is our decision because we don't have a really good scale of penalties, we're levying a revenue fine of $500,000, $500,000. That's the penalty we've levied. Now that's not a profit penalty, right? That's a revenue penalty. And when I think about most businesses, what is the cost? That's the number one cost in a business. To all of my friends in Orange and the workers of Anchorage, what's the number one cost on a project? It's labor. It's the workers, right? So we levied a $500,000 penalty, a penalty that accrues directly to the workers of this business and not really to the licensee. And so really, the tools that we have before us, Mr. Weddleton, you claimed that we need to come back as soon as we can and address the fine schedule and the penalties, right? Because what we have before us is a death penalty or shut them down completely or nothing else in the process that we have before us. And so this penalty accrues most directly to the workers of this business, and that is unfair at its base. I think the body has concluded that it was the operator, the licensee, who was responsible for the actions. And I think that we have an opportunity now to put 16 people back to work 1 week earlier than they would otherwise be, because we have taken 4 weeks of work out from underneath people, workers. And it's not a decision that they or anyone else chose. We chose that penalty. And I think when this month is over, we're rounding into the holidays, Thanksgiving is coming up, and these people will have to have figured out, how am I going to pay my rent? How am I going to keep myself going, pay for my kids' food for school? The penalty we decided accrues right directly to the families that operate that business, not to the licensee. Back to the point of shared regulation. AMCO closed this business down for 9 days. I put forward an amendment to close them down for 21 days, 7 days shorter than what we previously acted on. If you add 21 and 9, you come up with 30 days. Effectively, if you vote yes on this amendment, you will set it up so that they have been closed for 30 days because of this penalty. Mr. Dyson, 4 measures of justice and 1 measure of mercy. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
No, I absolutely urge a no vote. We went through, for those who weren't following this in depth, we've had several meetings on this, including a work session, executive session. We have beat this thing to death. And we came down after much deliberation to giving them a week to get ready and giving them a 30-day suspension. The 2 weeks that were gained because of the call for reconsideration diminished the penalty that we spent a huge amount of time on very carefully, very thoughtfully, with great concern to the businesses, employees, and so on, but also to the egregious nature of the offense. And we gave them a week to get ready and a month suspended. They've had 2 weeks to get ready, and I recommend that we vote no on this, and I've got an amendment that would say effective immediately and reinstate the 30-day suspension. So definitely urge a no vote on this, and we will simply do what we came up with at great length and thoughtful deliberation previously.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move no vote on this. Quite frankly, my concern is public safety. We had a shooting that occurred in Mountain View where a gentleman got shot up there over a marijuana deal. Who knows where that marijuana came from? Could have come from outside this garbage can. So my concern is the message we're sending to the public safety, we license these facilities. They need to follow the law, and they didn't in this case. My concern is the message we're sending to the rest of the industry. These people can get away with this, and we can't allow that to happen. So I'm no vote on this. And then I'll move for immediate reconsideration after we put it fully in effect. Because I should have done it the last meeting. I didn't expect somebody's going to play that game. So if that's the rules we're going to operate under, I'll move for immediate reconsideration when we're done and kill this thing permanently. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Trainee, you and I think alike because I had already told the clerk I was planning on doing that. So, I agree with everything Mr. Weddleton said, so I won't beat this to death. I'm just going to say, I said it before, I think this penalty is too light, frankly. I think they should have lost their license completely. I think the charges against them were egregious. I think their actions after the inspector left were egregious. And I think Mr. Croft and Mr. Rivera worked very hard to find some sort of middle ground, even though I think it was a little lenient. But when it comes down to the penalty on this business, let's just be honest what we're talking about. This is the cultivation part. We even allowed them to care for their plants, to keep their plants. They can sell all the product in 30 days. Give me a break. They got a slap on the wrist. This is, yeah, it is. This is the fact. They're able to keep their product. They're able to sell their product. They're going to have a defer of 30 days to get it on the market. I think this body was more than reasonable. And I so appreciate Mr. Constant's passion. I appreciate the work he's put in, the thought he's put into his position in trying to sway the body. But as I said, I haven't seen any new information come my way, so my mind hasn't changed. I have no change in position. I will not be supporting this, but I will be supporting the full 30-day suspension or the full 30-day revocation.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. So I wanted to ask a question of the attorney of the respondent. There's a data point in here that we don't have, and this gets back to what I said earlier to Mr. Constant about why motions to reconsider on quasi-judicial hearings are awkward. None of us were able to communicate with the respondent, or none of us did. There was no mechanism to inform them. I believe they were notified just a few days by the clerk's office that this happened. Hopefully they found out one way or another before that. Our quasi-judicial hearing rules prevent us from even describing what we did to the media for, I don't know, it was 15 days or whatever the period was afterwards. And that's what I'm talking about. So I wanted to ask a question of you, Ms. Waltzine. There was this motion to reconsider, and that suspended the penalty immediately. But I don't know if you actually did it or not. So, did your client lay anyone off or fire anyone? Did they do things because they didn't know it was happening, or they didn't realize how the penalty was going to shake out?
I believe within a matter of 24 hours, the clerk's office sent us the motion for reconsideration, and then I clarified with the clerk's office. What's the effect of this? Does it suspend the penalty, or what's the soonest the penalty comes into effect, depending on what the assembly does? And she was very clear with me. The suspension penalty is suspended, so that 7-day grace period, even though it went over longer than that, had run. And so my client did terminate and lay off 10 people because we saw the body's reaction last time, and we just assumed that this would be ruled upon. So she did do that, and so they're just caring for the plants and harvesting them until the suspension comes into effect.
So this gets to my point. If we were to now pass a full 30 days, the penalty for those people that were fired would be more than 30 days.
It would be more than 30 days. And, you know, when Mr. Constant, not last meeting, but the meeting before, asked Alaska Sense, hey, what do you think is a good, in this public hearing, what do you think is a good punishment plan? It reminded me of my days in the Fairbanks North Star Youth Court when I was 16, and I helped develop the Victim Offender Remediation Program, where we worked on collaborative punishment. And so that's why I presented you last public hearing with a three-part punishment plan. And that was 10 hours a month of community service to the convent house, shoveling snow outside the women's shelter. The convent house donation room is looking for volunteers, so 10 hours for that location. And then Hospice of Anchorage is looking for people to sit with patients. And then part 2 was giving $5,000.
Wait, so Ms. Waltzina, I didn't ask you about that
Okay.
specifically, and we have received that before. The point I'm trying to drill down on is, right now we have an amendment to change it from 30 days to 21 days. And then later, we're going to have another amendment to put in place the full 30 days.
Right.
But that's only been, that second amendment is only necessitated by the fact that the motion to reconsider should have suspended your penalty for the last 2 weeks. But it sounds like it practically didn't, because your client, whether they knew better or not, actually did fire people. That's
Right.
what I'm trying to get at.
Because all of the employees saw the press releases, they saw the newspapers that said this business was in suspension. They don't understand the nuances of motions for reconsideration. I'm not sure, we all understand exactly what's going on at this point in time. So no, she laid off 10 people.
Can we get a date? What date did they lay people off, and how many?
Last Friday, and it's 10 people.
So they laid 10 people off last Friday. Do you anticipate laying more people off, or is that the 10 you're going to lay off?
More.
How many more are you going to lay off?
Six more.
Okay, so 10 people have been laid off, were laid off last Friday, so that was 4 days ago? Okay.
And so if I could just,
No, I'm sorry, that's not appropriate. I asked the question specifically, unless you have...
But for Mr. Weddleton's amendment, which gives an immediate effective date, I would just like to say my client is ready immediately to go to suspension. We don't need a 7-day grace period.
Okay, that's the relevant point. All right, that concludes my questioning of the Respondents' Council.
Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. I'm going to try to speak carefully, and please don't, I'm going to use an example, and please don't misinterpret that. In matters of law like this, our job is to deal with the law. The consequences of our actions are important, but not the basis on which we should make our decisions. Indeed, I think there was some management negligence, perhaps implemented by employees, some with good intentions or not. But indeed, what we're charged with doing is dealing with the owners of the license. The analogy I'm going to use, which only the principle applies, I've been in lots of parental hearings on taking children out of homes and with lots of foster kids and so on. But I've seen the argument, and it's been in the courtroom, and the attorney for the defendant said, don't put my client in jail for aggravated assault because his kids will suffer. And I've been in homes, no disparagement, I've been in communities where they've said, if this person who has harmed children is taken out of the community, the guy that runs the powerhouse and his children will miss them. And that's a touching argument, but there's always unintended consequences from people's evil actions, and we need to be sympathetic to them, but it doesn't mean we give mercy to the perpetrator. The subsequent damages are the result of the perpetrator's actions, not ours. Our job is to do what we have done. And we are not given the responsibility to make up for the lost wages of the employees as much as I sympathetic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. And Mr. Rivera asks for future discussion. If you could speak a little bit closer into the mic, he's having trouble hearing you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I can see the way the wind is blown, and it is not in the way that I had hoped. We've talked now that we've suspended and revoked, and we've done all of these things with this license, all of which require special handling under plaintiff's rights, but they weren't granted. But even more so, to all of the workers out there, the organizers, I would say the United Food and Commercial Workers out in Washington and outside have organized cannabis workers. And what you're seeing tonight is the fact that you have management that has some mismanagement that has harmed workers. And you see a government that is going to harm workers to compound it. And so I see an opportunity for you to organize these workers, because at some point they're going to need protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Actually, I wanted to speak one, if I could, Mr. Croft, briefly.
You sure?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar.
Very briefly, I just want to speak in favor of this amendment, again, because I think if we go to the full 30 days, given the punishment that rightly or wrongly has already been meted out by the management at this facility, we will go beyond the intended 30 days. So I intend to support this amendment, both for that reason and because I voted for the original 2-week punishment back when we first did this. Thank you, Mr. Croft.
Ms. Demboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just point out, it's really exactly what Mr. What's your name again? No, I'm just kidding. Mr. Dyson said. It really comes down to an operator of a license chose to violate the law not one time, but multiple times. And this is the consequence of their actions. It has nothing to do with unionizing workers. It has everything to do with bad decisions and poor choices. And I'll just tell you the real ramifications here. The fact that this action was suspended still gave them the full amount of time to sell their product, right? So again, when we start talking about what were the real actions, they may have laid off their workers, but at the same time, they still could sell the product that we told them you can't sell for 30 days. So again, I support the action the body took before. I think it was reasonable. I think it was a little lenient, but I think it was reasonable considering. So I will not be supporting this, and I urge the body to reject this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. I am not seeing any other discussion unless Mr. Rivera would like to speak. I don't believe so. So please vote on Mr. Constant's amendment. Mr. Rivera.
No.
Do we have the? Is that the right button? That failed 3-8. All right, we are back to the main motion, unless there is an amendment.
I'd move Weddleton Amendment 1.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second for Mr. Weddleton's amendment?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, will you describe your amendment, please?
Is there a puzzled look over there, Ms. Demboski?
Yes, but I'll wait till you might answer my question.
Okay, so Weddleton Amendment number 1 makes this resolution, changes it so the resolution is effective immediately. And it also changes the end date for the suspension to October 24. So this intent is to reestablish the 30-day suspension. And it's effective immediately because they've essentially had 2 weeks to prepare for it rather than the 1 week that we had originally had.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, and Mr. Rivera and I had developed an amendment that did a very similar thing, restored the 30 days, but we retained this 7-day delay, and I think Mr. Weddleton is right to have it start immediately and end 30 days afterwards, so a superior product, and Mr. Rivera and I would like to be shown as co-sponsors on it.
Madam Clerk, could you note that for the record, please?
And then just very briefly, an argument. I I continue to find myself in the disturbing situation of completely agreeing with Ms. Domboski. The penalty, we've heard a lot of hyperbole about this penalty that we're doing. The retail operation stayed open. The product that they have, they can continue to sell. And we essentially had them sort of suspend production for 30 days and maybe a little longer even under this. And there were some people who I guess were cultivating and cutting and whatever they do on it that they don't need for 30 days. But they're getting to sell their product through their retail store. They're getting to keep the product they had, and they'll be back in operation soon. And I really think she's accurate. It's a slap on the wrist. It's almost no penalty at all. And Mr. Dyson was very cautious about his analogy. He knew that it might blow up, and I see why. And I mean the same cautions. I served 2 years as a prosecutor, and this is only misdemeanors, and this is a prosecution-type field. The scariest thing you can have is for the defendant to blame everybody else. And when you see that, you know this probably isn't going to work. They're really not getting it. When it's, why are you doing this to me, it's a bad sign for them ever coming around to figuring out how to change their life. And I'm not sure that this applicant gets it even now. I got a lot of sense from that over and over that this is everybody else's fault but theirs, and that they are put upon when in fact a very minor consequence was handed out. And I think it's far too low. I think Amy's right about that as well. Just on this continued issue that keeps coming up, that they employ 30 people and they make millions of dollars a year selling marijuana, and their revenues are $6 million a year, and therefore we shouldn't impose a penalty. I just continue, it grates on me to hear that argument done over and over. This marijuana operation too big to fail is a horrible argument, that I would treat them any different than a mom and pop, though I haven't seen mom and pop's marijuana shop yet, but, but then a small operation or a medium-sized operation, we should look at the things they did and impose a consequence on that operation, whether that produces a lack of 10,000 in revenue or 100,000 or $1 million in revenue is up to them and their operation. It is not an appropriate thing for us to consider. We should consider the nature of what they did and the consequences appropriate. This is too low. It was when we passed it. And I thought about, frankly, increasing it when this whole thing, I thought about having an amendment that said 40 or 50 or 60 or 3 months that we had discussed. But I think at this stage, it's better to just put back in the thing that we did, restore it to what it was. And just finally, the attorney who's very competent, very on top of this issue, sort of is the preeminent attorney in these areas, knew within 24 hours the consequence and could and can explain to their client. Nobody knows this issue better. So I don't know why the suspensions happened, but that isn't a concern either. They had notice within a short amount of time. And so Mr. Weddleton's and now Mr. Rivera's and I amendment that restores that, I think is an appropriate way to go.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilton, yours is not as much as I would have gone with, but I'll take yours because we need to send a message out to the public. This is all about public safety. When they found smokable product outside a garbage can, there's no excuse for that. And my concern is a message we send if we don't take action to the rest of the industry that lives by the law. They follow it. This entity didn't. And as he said before, Eric was talking about it, had a son that was a prosecutor in sex crimes against kids. And everybody found religion after they went to jail. I asked my son, I said, so what was a normal complaint? They found Christ in jail, and now they've redone what they're going to do. I was talking to my son about one case he dealt with where the guy said, I'm a scoutmaster. I'll be fine again now that I've had my hand slapped. That doesn't happen. We need to send a strong message to this industry. Don't do this. When our inspectors come by to live with our inspectors, let them look at what they're called by this body to do. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm a yes vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Once again, a very volatile analogy. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Procedural question. If we don't change the date or address the date per an amendment, does that mean that it's effective immediately and the license would be reinstated then on October 22nd?
I'm sorry, was that addressed to me?
It could be. Or
The maker of
whoever would be
the
able
amendment?
to answer that, if we don't change the date through an amendment, does that mean the default terms are that the license is reinstated October 22nd and the postponement goes into effect immediately?
I
Or
don't
already
have
is
the
in effect?
motion in front of me. What was the exact date? The effect is that the period of what was the term you wanted me to use, Ms. Wint-Pearson, prior to the reinstatement of the license?
Through the chair, if you do not approve an amendment, but you do approve the underlying AR and revote to approve that, what Ms. LaFrance has said is correct. The effective date of the resolution will be tonight, and the date after which the applicant may apply for reinstatement of the license will remain October 22nd.
And there will still be a 1-week grace period, or no?
No, the chair, the way it was drafted, the effective date was specified as September 21st. At this point, the effective date would be the date of approval because you've passed September 21st.
Thank you, Ms. Wint-Pearson. Does that answer your question, Ms. LaFrance?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you have further discussion on the amendment?
I will vote against this amendment because I believe we should keep the original date, even though I understand it did not go into effect immediately. I think that we should stay with the October 22nd date.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just in listening to the debate, I still work for a living. I have to work for every hour wage that I get. And to hear that $500,000 is a minor, insignificant number assures me that I'm in some really rich company. And I'll close with an injustice to workers anywhere is an injustice to workers everywhere.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? All right. We are now voting on Mr. Weddleton's amendment. Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. That amendment passes 7-4. So now we are back to the underlying resolution as amended. Any discussion on the underlying resolution? All right, not seeing any. Please vote on the underlying resolution. Oh, why did it show up already? We're having technical difficulties here. But Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. All right, that passes 8-3.
Mr. Chair, I move for immediate reconsideration and enter no vote.
I second it, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We now have a motion for reconsideration. Any discussion on this motion? Mr.
Emergency
Trainee?
no vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Just for those with quizzical eyes, a motion that will end debate permanently. This question will not come back before the body.
Yeah. Any other discussion on this motion? So, yes, again, vote no if you don't want to discuss it again, just so everybody is clear.
You don't care about public safety.
Let's vote. Mr. Rivera?
No.
We are voting, right now we're voting on a second motion for reconsideration. So if you vote no, we're done. If you vote yes, we could bring it back up and debate it again.
No. Yeah, you could.
I did it to make sure nobody could play this game again tonight.
Got it, thanks.
All right, that thankfully failed unanimously. So we are now done with our old business. We typically have a 20-minute dinner break, but given the given the work we have to do, we're going to keep it to 10 minutes, and we will return here at 7:25.
Chairman, what about 12A?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a 12A tonight?
12A, sir.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I don't see a 12A.
Here,
Oh, is it on the addendum?
it's right there. Baker, remember? From last meeting when it got.
Okay, so we have an appearance request, a 12A. I apologize for that. Is it Ms. Baker? Is she here? And if so, would she like to speak? She'll have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I did not hear from her tonight, so I would pretty much assure she is not here tonight.
Ms. Baker? Okay, I'm not seeing her, so we're going to move past that item, and we will take our regularly scheduled dinner break, 10 minutes. sit down if you want to stay, so we do not violate the fire code. Okay, yes. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Can we put people, I'll ask you actually, can we put people in the media room? There's no journalists. I think, you know what, right now it's fine. We've got enough seats. If it starts to build up again, we'll worry about that, Mr. Traney. And there's also the option to potentially put the screen on, as our captain here reminded us, in the other theater. Okay, so, Madam Clerk? Yes. Mr. Weddleton, do you have a motion you'd like to make?
Yeah, I'd like to move to change the order of the day to take 14M, take up 14M right now.
Can we get a second? Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion? Mr. Traney? You're opposed?
I'm opposed to it.
Okay, please vote on that. Well, I'll just say that was there was basically a mistake. I had set the agenda in a different way, and then that came in afterwards and got tacked onto the end, so it wasn't supposed to be there in the first place. Please vote on that motion to change the order of the day. Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Constant, Ms. Domboski, and are both absent. Okay. That passes 8-1. All right, so we now have before us resolution number AR 2018-297, resolution municipality of Anchorage appropriating $245,527.76 from the area-wide general fund balance as a contribution to the area-wide capital improvement projects fund, all within the Public Works Administration Department for Special Assessment District 1804 for construction of a gas line serving the Canyon Road area. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
Just briefly, we approved this project a few months ago. It's obviously got the support of the neighborhood, and earlier today on the consent agenda, we approved the contractor for it. So we're just now saying, here's the money.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any other discussion on this item? All right, not seeing any, please vote on this item. Mr. Rivera, I'm sorry.
Yes.
That passes 10-0. We are now on item 14A, resolution number AR 2018-268, a resolution appropriating $200,000 from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231900 for the Aging and Disability Resources Center in the Department of Health and Human Services. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All right, not seeing any, please vote on this item. Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We are now at item 14B, resolution number AR 2018-269, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $3,205,500 for the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund and the Disease Prevention and Control Cost Center for the provision of public health nursing services in the Department of Health and Human Services. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any. Please vote on this item. Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We are now at item 14C, resolution number AR 2018-271, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $106,470 from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant award to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for the provision of HIV prevention work in the Department of Health and Human Services. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All right, please vote on this item. Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14D, resolution number AR 2018-273, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $160,000 from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for family planning services in the Department of Health and Human Services. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Do you wish to test? Okay. Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body? Okay.
Mr. Peterson actually was in the queue first.
Okay. So Mr. Peterson moved to approve. Mr. Constant moved, seconded. Now, what's that? I'm going to record that. Yeah. So we have that motion, and now it sounds like there want to be a second motion to postpone. Is that correct, Mr. Dyson?
Yes.
To which date?
Next meeting.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. Okay. We are now discussing Mr. Dyson's motion to postpone. We'll start with you, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. Pretty simple. I asked the administration to give us a list of the recipients of these grants, and I have not received that as yet.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. I'm going to skip you in the queue briefly, Mr. Constant, so the administration can perhaps answer that question. Mr. Falsey?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are prepared to provide that answer. I can invite the Director, Natasha Pineda, to the podium, and I will pass along also that these items A through G we think have to pass tonight because they are grants that have a short shelf life.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Ms. Pineda?
Good evening. Through the chair to Mr. Dyson, I can read through our responses if you would like. I did write down your questions last week. You asked who we are partnered with. We are partnered with Alaskan AIDS Assistance Association, Downtown Hope Center, Abused Women's Aid in Crisis, State of Alaska, Department of Health and Social Services HIV and STD program, the WIC program, United Way, Providence, Alaska, specifically their educational training as it relates to this funding. Excuse me. What are the services that we provide? In addition to what we listed in the AM, the Title X Family Planning Program is the only federal program dedicated solely to the provision of family planning and related preventative services. The program is designed to provide contraceptive supplies and information to all who want and need them, with priority given to persons from low-income families. All Title X funded projects are required to offer a broad range of acceptable and effective medically FDA-approved contraceptive methods and related services on a voluntary and confidential basis. The Title X services include the delivery of related preventative health services, including prevention, patient education and counseling, cervical and breast cancer screening, sexually transmitted disease and human immunodeficiency virus prevention education, testing and referral, pregnancy diagnosis and counseling, and by law, Title X funds may not be used in programs where abortion is a method of family planning. In addition,
I'm sorry, ma'am. You answered my question in the first paragraph. Thank you.
Okay, great. Did you want any other answers about the programs for men or? Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Pineda.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, are you still on the phone? Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Withdraw my motion.
Does the second withdraw? Ms. Stembowski is indicating the second withdraws. Okay. To the underlying motion, do you still wish to speak to it, Mr. Constant? Okay. All right. Please vote unless there's more discussion. Okay. Mr. Rivera, are you on the phone? If so, we cannot hear you. Oh, I'm sorry. I got a text from Mr. Rivera saying that he's having some technical difficulties, but he'll be back soon. So, okay. So he's excused for this next vote. All right. Please vote on this item. Okay. That passes 10-0. We are now on item 14E, resolution number AR 2018-274, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $455,954 from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for the provision of public health emergency preparedness and response in the Department of Health and Human Services. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Ma'am, are you testifying? Okay. Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. That passes 10-0. We are now at item 14F, resolution number AR 2018-275, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,554,619 from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for the provision of women, infants, and children supplemental nutrition services by the Department of Health and Human Services for the Municipality of Anchorage, WIC program. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-0. We are now at item 14G, resolution number AR 2018-276, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $826,231 as a grant from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services and $242,982 as a contribution from the 2018 General Government Operating Budget, Department of Health and Human Services Area-Wide General Fund, all to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund to fund the Human Services Community Matching Grant Program in the Department of Health and Human Services. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. Austin? I'm sorry, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14H, resolution 2018-270, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant when tendered $114,648.02 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for a transfer of responsibilities agreement.
Mr. Chairman.
Amendments for the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions Safe Routes to School Program Grant. Thank you, Mr. Traney. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-0. We are now at item 14I, resolution number AR 2018-277, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting efforts to daylight Fish Creek, also known by the Dena'ina people as Chatanalsa Shlikaka Betnu, and encouraging the ongoing and future projects to restore, protect, and enhance daylighting of Fish Creek. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Please step forward, state your name for the record, and say what part of town you're from.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jay Stange. I'm the president of the Spenard Community Council. Mr. Chair, may I have permission to approach the clerk and provide a handout?
Sure. Is this 30 seconds? Okay. Thank you.
Jay Stange, Spenard Community Council. Thank you for the opportunity tonight. I'm also the Director of Community Development at NeighborWorks Alaska, and I'm happy to have a chance to speak to this resolution this evening. In West Anchorage, we have a jewel, which is Fish Creek. The estuary was acquired in 2002 with $800,000 that was raised by neighbors and organizations. And it's like other amenities in Anchorage, the Tony Knowles Coastal Trail, the Campbell Creek Trail, and the Chester Creek Trail. It's an urban habitat that provides wildlife habitat and amenities which anchor neighborhoods, inspire private residential investments, and drive tourism. These areas, which bring nature into our city, create places where people from all over the world want to live, and it's the core of Anchorage's Live, Work, Play motto. Chatanaltsik, the Dena'ina place name for the creek, and Likakabetnu, the Dena'ina name for the estuary, had traditional fish camps as late as 1918. And we in Spenard are very proud of Fish Creek, what remains. We have, for several years, had a festival called Fish Creek Festival, which many of you have attended, and we have seen thousands of people come out to support the creek in its 3-year history. Our festival includes creek cleanup, parades, children's activities, free music, and supports our motto that Fish Creek connects us in Spenard. The Fish Creek Trail corridor is growing. A new connection between Northwood Drive and 45th Avenue opened this year, and we now have the opportunity to travel in a non-motorized way from Spenard Builder Supply at Minnesota all the way to the Rusty Goat Restaurant on Northern Lights Boulevard. And we are pushing for more. We see design and construction monies coming from AMATs potentially to get us all the way to Minnesota Boulevard to the Tony Knowles Coastal Trail. In 1950, you'll see in your map in the packet that I've provided that Fish Creek ran freely from Lake Otis and 42nd all the way through the bogs and wetlands of Midtown Anchorage. And Midtown these days is a massive hub of commercial activity, and we would like to see people find a reason to live in Midtown, increased residential production. We've got 70 years of construction that have put most of Fish Creek in culverts from Tudor Road all the way to Arctic Boulevard and beyond. And this particular... Mr. Chair, may I have one more minute?
Well, Mr. Stange, do you represent the Community Council?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then you have 2 additional minutes.
Thank you. And so there's a bypass that was created that put the creek 10 feet underground, in some places 7 feet underground, and it's greatly reduced flooding in the lower watershed. We'd like to take it out of the culvert, and we'd like to build greenway-supported development in our city. An example is in Seoul, South Korea, where the Changchung River was brought out from under a double-decker freeway. It has provided flood protection and increased residential land values by 50%. We think that in Spenard at Midtown, what can we do to catalyze private investment in the area between 36th Avenue and Tudor Road, daylight Fish Creek from Cuddy Park to Cook Inlet, and build a trail corridor and greenway-supported development to manage stormwater. There are significant challenges, especially traversing the Centerpoint development and getting the creek to flow under the AC couplet, Arctic Boulevard, and Minnesota Boulevard. But our other choice is to spend millions to replace aging pipe. And so I would urge you in a nutshell to consider this as an economic development engine, a creation of an amenity in our city that will make us proud, as some of the others have. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Stange. All right. I don't see any questions for you. Looks like we have some more people to testify. Thank you for your time. Ma'am, can you please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from? Can we 30 seconds?
Hi, my name is Karen Button. I'm from Spenard, and I am here representing Friends of Fish Creek. We're a very new organization, but we have probably about 65, 70 members at this point that I'm representing. I'm really pleased with this resolution. You all have done a wonderful job. Our members are very pleased with the resolution. And it emphasizes Fish Creek's cultural history on Dena'ina lands, and it supports the community's long-term vision of partnering with public and private organizations to daylight Fish Creek, also known as, I'm going to give an attempt on this, Chatanalsa Shlikaka Betnu. And I've talked to the co-author of Shempitz, Alaska for that a little bit, and we can all practice. I'll keep this super brief because I know you've got a lot ahead of you tonight. But basically, I just want to say that, there is a worldwide trend in daylighting creeks, and that's because there's many wonderful benefits. There's economic stimulus, like you've just heard. There's flood mitigation, habitat restoration, and, residents really want to live around a greenbelt. This resolution supports all of those things. It supports our desire to acknowledge and emphasize Dena'ina homeland culture and its significance. And it also emphasizes the East-West corridor, the Greenbelt corridor, which we also support. So I just am very pleased with this. I want to say finally, with the public-private partnership, that we do not see the municipality taking on full costs of this. We want to see a real public-private partnership, and there's a very long list of organizations and foundations that have monies available for this, and we would be really happy to be writing those grants because we're now a 501c3. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. There are no questions. I want to note for the record, it's great, man. Thank you. Note for the record, we have been joined again by Mr. Rivera. All right, sir, please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Jedediah Smith. I also live in Spenard. Thank you all for hearing this resolution tonight. 2 weekends ago, I gathered with a bunch of my neighbors at Woodland Park for the 3rd Annual Fish Creek Festival. Earlier in that day, we hosted a creek cleanup event, and I spent a couple of hours cleaning a stretch of Fish Creek that passes under Spenard Road. I could list for you everything that I found in there, and none of it would surprise anyone here. It wasn't pretty, and it made me kind of sad. There were stories in every empty bottle, every coffee cup, fast food wrapper, needle, and change of clothing. But what I was most profoundly struck by was the fact that Fish Creek was still flowing, despite neglect and despite people taking it for granted. Like many of the people in our community who have experienced trauma and are isolated or stuck in unhealthy conditions, we see members of our community on street corners and in campsites. They continue to survive despite trauma. The trickle of a creek that stretches from Midtown along its historic watershed, appearing as a ditch off of Chugach Way through my neighborhood, and it builds to a riffle and it crosses Minnesota Boulevard, and eventually it flows through Northwood and deep Spenard. It wants to survive. We have some very complicated challenges in our community. Addressing these challenges require an investment of time and patience and commitment, and solutions require leadership, not just from you, members of the Assembly, but solutions come from our neighbors who come together with a common goal to celebrate a healthy community. So thank you for hearing this resolution. It's really important.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Hello, my name is Kristen Collins, and I'm representing the Alaska Center with 6,000 Anchorage members that care about clean water and healthy salmon habitat, and I'm also representing myself as a Spenard resident. The Alaska Center fully supports the daylighting of Fish Creek and the development of a green corridor from Cuddy Park to the inlet, and we are inspired by the vision of Spenard residents to dream, the Spenard residents' dream to restore Fish Creek and design green spaces for the Spenard area. We believe clean water and non-motorized corridors for commuters and recreators are critical for the health of our community and bring a lot of value to our city. Personally, I'm a Spenard resident that deeply loves the vibrant energy and culture of Spenard, and I'm passionate about commuting and being connected through trails. Right now I'm a renter in Spenard near the Boys and Girls Club, and the idea that this daylighting project could come to reality makes me really excited to stay in Spenard long term and want to buy property in Spenard versus our neighboring communities like Valley of the Moon and Turnagain, which are more connected through the trails. The Alaska Center and myself believe that this is a really great project and encourages the Assembly to pass the resolution. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Hello, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Janet Colon, and I'm a 30-year Spenard resident, and I'm here to represent being a resident of Spenard. I've walked and cleaned and protected this beautiful little quiet, neglected and rejected creek, and I have often wondered, why haven't we made this beautiful little area more green and more access to all of the residents of Anchorage and our tourists and the people that live there. So I just want to say that I'm grateful that you're considering this resolution.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tom McGrath. I live in downtown, but I've been active in Spenard since 1983 when I bought my first piece of ground there. Fish Creek discussion has happened since its water was put in storm sewers many years ago, and its flow was interrupted. In the 1980s, then Senator Donnelly, at the urging of the Spenard Community Council, found funding through the legislature for a oil and gas separator at Chugach and Fish Creek. And then with the expertise of HDR engineers in 1993, then Tom Fink was convinced to add to the widening of 36 by stubbing out the storm sewer at Wilshire in 36. That allows the water to go in actually at Chugach Way Chugach Way. The water in the duck pond behind the building here at Cuddy Park is Fish Creek water, because Fish Creek actually starts at Tudor and Lake Otis. Throughout the years, the Spenard Community Council has shepherded through various funding methods, trail and park improvements along Fish Creek, and along with the spectacular work of the Parks Department and the Parks Foundation, we've just done a lot. So this would continue that work that's been going on for 40 years by countless people, and Fish Creek is like the little engine that could. It just will not die and is not going to die. But having a resolution in your city documents would be a great next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Seth Weingarten, here to support the Fish Creek resolution as well. It sounds like we've heard some great background on the trail, the festival that goes along with that, and the ecologic condition of Fish Creek. So I just wanted to share one brief story about this resolution and what it could do. When I think of supporting this one, and I think of somebody asked me once in an interview, what was the proudest accomplishment that you achieved in the job that you had done at the time? And I had to think back, and I thought this would be a great example to think for everyone here, what would be that proud accomplishment? Something tangible, something that really made a difference for that community in Spenard, to connect the Fish Creek Trail, connect it to the coastal trail, and also provide a service to the community in that area. So something that you can actually point to as an accomplishment for this assembly. The resolution itself does not have any financing or anything tied to committing to it, so all we're asking for is to support the initiative. It would make Anchorage a better place to live, more trails, better place to live, work, and play. Thanks for your support.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Croft, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Discussion on this item.
Can I, Mr. Chairman, move an amendment?
Oh, yes, go ahead, Mr. Croft.
I'd move Croft Amendment Number 1.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Can we put that up on the screen? Please describe your amendment, Mr. Croft.
Yeah, it does three things that came up in the workshop. Gives the right title for the Anchorage 2040 Land Use Plan. Adds Mr. Potter, when we could get in a word edgewise. I think his point was that this is going to take some innovative and administrative flexibility, and he particularly was worried that this might be seen in a very bright black and white way. And so he urged me to add some sort of sentence. That's my attempt at it there under A, whereas accomplishing this goal will take innovation and administrative flexibility, trying to summarize Mr. Potter. And then, and I think he's absolutely right. And then the other portion was a suggestion from Mr. Weddleton. I think he appropriately bristled at the word prioritize, something over something else, and wanted the much more simple protect and enhance the creek, not that it's more important than anything else, just to do it. And so we took all of those suggestions.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Any other discussion on Mr. Croft's amendment? All right. Please vote on Mr. Croft's amendment. Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
That amendment passes unanimously. We are now back to the main motion as amended. Any discussion on this motion? Mr. Croft?
Just briefly, appreciate all the members who came out and looked at maps and had a good discussion about this. You know, there are two criticisms of this resolution that I've heard. One that is that it does nothing, the other that it is dangerous and does too much. And I think they're both right. In some sense, it's just a resolution saying what we'd like to achieve. It has no funding attached. It doesn't change our land use and zoning laws. And in the other sense, this is going to be really difficult to get done fully. There are culverts and in some areas very large buildings on top of this. Some areas we may have to go around the traditional channel. But it's worth striving for. It's worth trying. It's worth, as Mr. Dyson said at one point after I'd talked too long, you just want to make sure nothing else gets in the way as you do this, that we don't do anything that steps us backwards, and I think that's right too. I was born in Spenard. My folks lived in a little house, I think, where the Arby's is now, though Mom and Dad kind of disagree about that. I've been at least inconsistent on it. But it's a really fun, quirky place, and I hope and want to help it keep its character. And we've got a whole lot of bars and a bad reputation, but I love its character, and we don't have enough that is ours to be proud of. So that when something like this that we could very well be and that could be really cool, we want to strive for it. We're right now kind of trying to resist losing what little history and art we have. Jay and I and many others have gone to great lengths to protect a non-functioning neon sign from essentially a whorehouse as a implement of and symbol of Spenard. The palm tree awaits its reconditioning. Repurposing. Many years ago, and I'm dating myself, in the late 90s, I was in the legislature, and the rocket had to be torn down. And at the time, they said they're not making rockets like that anymore. You just have to have, the original thing that came to us was a swing. We're going to put up swings. And the whole community, including young Esther Perman, Ira's daughter, said, this is Rocket, whatever you name it, this is Rocket Park, and we're going to have a rocket. And I think she used what I didn't know about then, but the interweb and other things to find it, right? Early on, but they found a rocket. We're going to make this happen. And I believe that we're going to make this happen. I'm not being naive about the obstacles, and I know this resolution doesn't get us there by any means. But it does. You can't get anywhere until you describe where you're going. So this is where we'd like to get to. We know we have a lot of obstacles. As Mr. McGrath said, part of the reason that we even are able to talk about this is because some very brave and farsighted people protected sections of it as they could. And so now we can try and put those sections together. So I appreciate the help of the Friends of Fish Creek and Mr. Stange and everybody else, and would appreciate a yes vote on this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Croft.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to speak very briefly because I know that we have other matters to get to. As a resident and representative of East Anchorage, I can say that the impact the restoration of Chester Creek has had on the community has been tremendous. You go to the new Chanchny Muldoon Park and you'll see what an asset it is to the community. Of course, this probably won't look exactly like that. It's a different kind of creek, but anything approaching that is a huge economic benefit. Fish Creek has been sort of literally and figuratively in a hole, right? It's been dug down. And the first thing you have to do when you're in a hole is to stop digging. And I think while this does in no way forbid development, I hope any other development that happens along that relatively narrow corridor tries to take this into account so we don't get further along. I actually work in Center Point in JNL Tower, which is a very large structure, and it is very much a barrier to doing this. You'll have to go around it. You can't knock it down, obviously. And so we just have to be mindful of this. And the last thing I'll say, to speak to the economic benefits, I think many of you have heard of the San Antonio River Walk, which I've never been to, and we're not suggesting this would look like that. But I went to a city in Israel called Beersheba, and they had a river walk themselves that they based on San Antonio and loved. And that notion of urban streams and urban river walks is really taking hold all over the world. And I hope that we can bring a little portion of that to Spenard. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo what my friends from Spenard shared. And Spenard is a special place that I've gotten to know even more and more in the last few months working with these folks. And the thing I would say about Spenard is that it's so positive. People are so hardworking and positive, and I think that this resolution reflects that. And just to summarize some of the benefits, I think there are the economic benefits of this resolution we've seen, both with potentially catalyzing private investment and then tourism that Mr. Dunbar noted, the ecological benefits to this resolution, potential flood control issues, wildlife habitat, the cultural benefits. This is a creek that once was the home of Dena'ina fish camps, and we can play a role in reviving it. Opportunities to partner with private entities to make this a reality, consistency with the 2040 land use plan, and then, of course, honoring the wishes of the community and knowing that it will enhance the quality of life for all Anchorage residents. So I strongly support this resolution and ask my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Clearly, this is a resolution worth supporting. However, with every rainbow, a little rain must fall. I had a meeting today with the mayor and a local business person who described to me the nature of her business. And the most graphic description was a woman had lost her baby in the bathroom and came screaming, covered in blood, in front of all the patrons. And there's a daily onslaught of needles outside of her business, and a block away there's an RV in which for a year there was an open drug distribution hub servicing by bicycle and backpack the homeless shelter in the Mountain View neighborhood. And now, since 2013, the Fairview community has had a neighborhood plan, and even since before that, the neighborhood's been fighting for just a chance. And so the Fairview neighborhood just can't seem to get a start. That's part of the downtown and the lack of a bustling and robust downtown that we need to continue working on. I heard Mr. Rivera tonight talk about how, well, we shouldn't all focus on downtown, we should look at Midtown. Well, Spenard's got a road project. It's at another road project. They're now looking at fireweed for improvements, and this great project. It's amazing what happens when a city turns its attention to a neighborhood and says, it's time to fix this. There's an individual over here who spends his daily work going outside. It's like a matin. It's a ritual he has to perform every day to clean up the streets outside of his house, and the camp just pops up like a mushroom, and then it pops up again, and it pops up again. And so while I'm very supportive of this resolution, I'm also looking forward to seeing some traction on making some improvements in the downtown so we can feel all ships rising on the tide and not just Spenard, because I love Spenard, but I also love Fairview, and I want to see the same. So thank you for putting this forward. It's important. We got a lot of parts of this town we got to work on. Some of them are bleeding right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
as I stated earlier in the meeting, I think there are some things that we can do to really help bolster Midtown and, in this case, Spenard as well. This is a 2-for-1. And I think this resolution, as Mr. Croft stated, really gives that vision for what this could be. And I look forward to working with my colleagues in West Anchorage as we move this project forward in both the Spenard and Midtown areas. And as you brought up, Mr. Chair, the Riverwalk being raised in San Antonio, I completely agree. The Riverwalk has been a tremendous asset to the city I was raised in. And so if we can do anything similar to that here in Spenard and Midtown, I would greatly appreciate it. And then lastly, to Mr. Constant, I hear and really, truly appreciate your passion surrounding Fairview and making sure that we don't forget that wonderful neighborhood. And I don't think any of my colleagues have forgotten Fairview, and I look forward to working with you into the future on what we can do to help revitalize that important part of our city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Trainee.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll be voting to support this. We started working on Spenard Road in the 90s, and Spenard Road kept coming here time after time being told no, and they kept coming back, and they finally got it. That was a long project. And this Fish Creek needs to be rehabilitated. But in the early years of Anchorage, we killed all sorts of streams because they were in our way. Look at where Walmart is. That used to be Blueberry Lake. I've got pictures of that time period. Full planes landing on it. Try and land one on it now. I think you're running into the building. But, Fish Creek starts here right now with the lagoon we've got out here. So we need to do all we can to rehabilitate that. Back in history, they would simply come through the bulldozer and redo the creek as they wanted it to be, as they did along Campbell Creek. So I'll be supporting this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. I see no further discussion. Let's vote on this resolution. Oh, Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. We are now on item 14J, resolution number AR 2018-263, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new restaurant eating place liquor license. Thank you. Number 5710 with restaurant designation permit for Miso Sushi Restaurant LLC, doing business as Miso Sushi. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All right, not seeing any. Please vote on this item. Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. We are now on item 14K, resolution number AR 2018-264, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the transfer of controlling interests of restaurant eating place liquor license number 3077 with restaurant designation permit for Panda Restaurant Incorporating, doing business as Panda Restaurant. Located at 605 East Northern Lights Boulevard, Anchorage, Alaska, 99503, and authorize the municipal clerk to take certain action. Oh, okay. Public testimony is now open. Please, state your name and where you're from.
Actually, he's one of the Panda restaurant owners.
Okay.
We have a final inspection for the report.
Could you please state your name for the record?
So the Panda restaurant?
Panda restaurant, yes.
What is your name, sir?
What is your name?
Jin Song Zhao.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Please continue with your testimony.
Yeah, we all got the inspection approved.
Okay.
From fire department and mechanic and safety division.
training.
Yeah, safety building division.
Okay.
Yeah, approved. So we got all
the paperwork.
Yeah, paperwork.
I think Ms. Demboski might want to explain the nature of the protests. Go ahead, Ms. Demboski.
Okay, just so you understand what we're doing here, if we pass this protest, as long as you've passed your inspections, then you can talk to the clerk's office and they will just go ahead and you'll be good to go.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So as long as we'll pass this and it's a conditional
Everything's gonna be
protest,
done.
which means if you pass your inspections, you're okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
All set. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
So we done?
Yeah, you're done. We're probably going to pass this, and then you'll just work with the clerk's office, and it'll be resolved. Okay? Thank you. Any other public testimony? Not seeing any. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. I don't know if those gentlemen. We actually don't have the particular clerk that deals with it today, but
Lisa.
Lisa, sir, could you take it down to Lisa right here? If you have those documents, you want to just bring them down right here to Lisa?
Raise your hand, Lisa.
Great. Okay. So, no discussion that I see. Please vote on this item. Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Mr. Constant? Oh, I'm sorry. All right, that passes unanimously. Okay, we are now on item 14L, ordinance number AO 2018-74, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title VII, purchasing contracts and professional services to require that municipal construction projects in excess of $3,500,000 be reviewed for a community workforce agreement requirement before soliciting bids or proposals and related matters. Assemblymember Trainee and the Mayor Berkowitz. Public testimony is now open. Ma'am, could you pause for just 1 second? We're going to give some more instruction to folks so we're clear on things.
Okie doke.
Okay. So the clerk has reminded me of our procedures for public testimony. So we ask you to state your name and what part of town you're from, and then we'll start the clock running. You'll have 3 minutes. At 30 seconds, you'll see the yellow light come on. When it goes red, you'll be cut off. We ask if you testify once tonight, you cannot testify again if for some reason it is continued. So everybody's clear on that. Mr. Trainee, do you have another point you'd like
Chairman,
to make?
we normally ask them to pronounce their name and spell their last name because usually Heidi's trying to whoever transcribes them. We need to spell their last name, sir.
That's a good point. If we could. All right. So we will. Right. Right. The clerk points out that the cutting off is not to be vindictive, it's to be considerate of the other people, many of whom need to testify. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, please state your name and spell your last name for the record and say what part of town you're from.
My name is Margie Goodrich, Goodrich. I'm a member of the Laborers Union, and I work in tourism as well. Anyway, this specifies that for construction projects in excess of $35 million be reviewed by a community workforce agreement requirement before soliciting bids or proposals in related matters. My understanding is that being a member of the laborers, we receive a lot of training, and I know that all the other labor unions and the other crafts do as well. And when you require a union or representation for the labor that you are getting, which will employ the Alaskans in it, you're getting a quality of labor that, that you should be getting because you want your road work to be done well, your inspectors and all that other stuff. Anyway, we're all concerned with the income and the unemployment and the conditions of the state. And I feel that if you have good trained labor and you have people who are making sure that our members are doing as they should, then you'll, I'm in favor of this. That's the short version.
Perfect.
And
Thank you, ma'am.
I would appreciate your voting yes on this.
Thank you, ma'am. And very good example. You don't have to hit 3 minutes. It's a ceiling, not a target. Thank you, ma'am.
My
Thank
name
you
is
for
Matt
your-
Cruikshank. I'm from Birchwood, and I'm here representing Public Employees Local 71. Thank you to the members of Anchorage Assembly and our mayor and all those who are in attendance tonight to support AO 74. The Community Workforce Agreement ordinance before the Assembly tonight serves to 1. Assist the municipality in completing construction projects on time and within budget through a sustainable supported workforce. 2. Enhance the local economy through a strong workforce development policies, ensuring that more local residents can enter careers with living wages and benefits to support a family and contribute locally. 3. Establish a clear framework for skilled workforce and for coordination on project delivery to support efficient, high-quality project delivery within the municipality. This ordinance promotes local economic development within the municipality by ensuring the local residents have increased access to job and training opportunities. These types of policies are widely recognized for their success in encouraging workforce and project readiness. Multiple peer-reviewed certified studies have found no correlation between CWA policies and increased project cost or reduced completion in project bidding. False claims promoting such misinformation should be recognized as ill-intended propaganda perpetrated by greed and self-interest. Alaska's fiscal stress at this time is well recognized, as is the burden upon municipalities radiating from decreased state budgets. This ordinance would assist in sustaining our construction workforce at a local level. Thank you again to the Assembly and the Mayor for your commitment to the public service and Alaska's workforce through your efforts to draft and approve improvement addition to our local code to support our community, our taxpayers, and our families through workforce readiness and sustainable developing structuring. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Plickett. I live in Southeast Edition, right on the border of Fairview. Thank you, Mr. Constant. And my last name is spelled P-L-I-K-A-T. I'm the business manager for Plumbers and Steam Fitters Local 367, and I'm also president of the Building and Construction Trades Council for South Central Alaska. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to come in here and have an opportunity to testify in favor of AO 74 today. This ordinance is about workforce development, and now is the time it needs to be discussed. We don't need to look further than the current situation affecting the lower 48 states, where there's currently thousands of construction calls remaining unfilled, to see why workforce development plans are so important. The CWA sets real goals as to hiring and training of tomorrow's skilled workforce and to where these workers, these future workers, will be recruited from, such as helmets to hard hats or veteran hire, women in the trades, recently incarcerated individuals who are re-entering society, and people from areas of underemployment like Mountain View, Fairview, and even areas of Muldoon. There are many untapped resources that need to be explored for workers, but it only works if we back up the training with jobs. For the record, all the potential projects that would fall under the CWA review are subject to prevailing wage laws. This is a protection for both local employers and employees to keep our area standards high and to not be underbid by out-of-state employers with low-wage workforce. This law requires employers to compete for projects on how well they will coordinate their work to include the supply and delivery of materials, availability to increase and decrease skilled manpower as needed, and craft coordination and planning. I have personally negotiated several PLAs with a variety of employers, both union and non-union, over the last 10 years. It is my hope that all employers will see this as a positive ordinance to help build Alaska's construction workforce for both union
and non-union employers. We've heard from the opposition that they will not bid MOA projects if the CWA is required, thus limiting competition and raising costs. The truth is, all employers are welcome to bid and win work within the CWA requirements, and many non-union employers will take part in this, as it may increase the amount of work they can perform in a year without any long-term binding contracts with the unions. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to come in and speak with you all today.
Thank you, Mr. Plunkett. We have one question for you from Mr. Weddleton.
Hi. Thanks. So this doesn't say every project would be under CWA. Every project over $3.5 million would be reviewed by a committee of 5, and it sounds like you have another job because you would be on here. Is that correct? If
there would be a building trades representative.
Trades council,
I believe so. Yes, sir.
So what would be a scenario where a project would come up and it'd be reviewed by the committee and you're on it and you would go, we don't need a CWA for that. Suppose it's a $5 million project. What kind of project would you probably just say we're okay, just let it go normal?
That's a great question. Thank you. Those type of projects where I would say are going to be where you're only going to be utilizing 1 or 2 particular crafts. The project labor agreements that we've typically entered into in the south central area of the state have always been complicated projects involving 14, 15, 16 separate craft unions, each being brought into the picture for that benefit to the project, to have people specialized in each of the crafts.
Okay,
so a specific project with very limited scope, I don't know if you're looking for an example of like a specific road project that if it was one craft, I would say that would, with the review team, would not really meet the merit of what they were looking at for that specific project.
Like daylighting Fish Creek, if you...
I need to know more about daylighting. I don't understand what it is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Good question. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. If it pleases the Assembly, I have a handout.
Okay. Give it to the clerk, please.
My name is Amy Nibert, N-I-B-E-R-T. I am the President and CEO of Associated Builders and Contractors, ABC of Alaska. We represent over 120 contracting companies in Alaska. We operate a successful apprenticeship program. We trained in 9 construction trades with over 250 apprentices enrolled and working and another 160 applicants waiting to be in a job. In the past 3 years, we've had 103 graduate our program. My problem with this ordinance is that it excludes 77% of the workforce in Alaska. On the AFL-CIO webpage even states that 23% of the Alaska workforce is union. With the handouts that you received, you will see the number of apprentices and journeymen living and working in your district. You'll be able to see the 77% that's represented in your district. Government-mandated project labor agreements are special interests. They deny the percentage, the 77% of the Alaska construction workforce who do not belong to a union. A fair opportunity to build public work projects, thereby reducing competition and significantly driving up costs to taxpayers. With government budgets stretched to the breaking point and essential services being cut, it is critical that taxpayers get the best quality work at the best price. As of now, you'll have a union general working on a job with non-union subs working on the same job. We work in harmony. The same goes if you have a non-union general. You'll have union subs. If there's no questions, that's all.
Thank you, Mayor. I think people are looking at your handouts right now.
I know they're quite a bit.
I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Please.
Hi, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Suzanne McCarthy, M-C-C-A-R-T-H-Y, and I'm the director for the Alaska Laborers Training School. Part of what we do is train construction laborers, but we also run a federally registered apprenticeship program that has very strict standards and guidelines and is about a 4-year program that couples classroom training with work experience on the job learning. These apprenticeship programs provide Alaska's youth in particular and young adults a direct pathway into a high-wage career without educational debt. Often we call them, literally and metaphorically, it's construction college with very rigorous evaluations. We provide the youth a direct pathway into adulthood. These standards allow our young people to start working in an adult job and get paid on a pathway for 4 years until they master their craft. This also helps teach them community values. They learn the correlation between voting, taxes, bonds, and public education, and direct employment from these public projects. It makes them better citizens. It helps them be involved in community efforts. It makes them better community members, better parents raising Alaska's newest generation. The community work agreements allow local hands or workers to have ownership in public projects that they work on. It helps them build and ultimately help pay for these projects. It increases ownership across the community, which also helps protect our assets in our community. These apprenticeship programs, and that's what I'm speaking, all of the other things that people are talking about in the big picture, I'm talking about the young people coming through these apprenticeship programs. These programs help support our vocational education in our public education system, and we have especially successful partnerships with King Technical High School. It helps to build a pipeline of construction workers that are needed to sustain the workforce in Anchorage and throughout Alaska. Ensuring that our youth have direct access to high-paying careers in their local communities and they stay here and contribute back. Most of the apprenticeship programs have direct entry pathways for vocational.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Could you sum up in one sentence?
Sure. I support this program.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Kyle Kaiser, Kaiser. I'm an IBEW electrician, and I'm also president of the Union Veterans Council for the state of Alaska. I'm going to take this in kind of a different direction. We've been talking a lot of the contrary and opposite ways of viewing work, union versus non-union. In my opinion, this really doesn't touch any of that because anybody can bid on the project, anybody can get awarded, anyone can work on it. It's asking for us to look at, is this going to develop our workforce? When I got out of the Army, I was airborne infantry. I didn't have exactly the most marketable skill set. I got offered a lot of jobs for 10, 12, 15 bucks an hour with a 6-month-old baby, house, car payments, all the usual credit card bills, all that fun stuff. It wasn't cutting it. And I was lucky enough to get brought into an apprenticeship program. And the only reason that happened was because I had a job to go to work on. The reason I support this is because it's going to require people to look at, is this a project where we can bring apprentices on to get trained to be the next generation of worker? Is this going to help veterans transition out of the military and give them a career? We have a lot of good servicemen and women that get out and don't know what they're going to do with their lives. I would love to see you all come IBEW, but I'm kind of partial and I'm not going to lie about it. We have one of the best entry programs, in my opinion, in the country. We have a direct entry program for veterans transitioning out. It's fantastic. And I've been recently lucky enough to be involved in that. Like I said, I'm on the Union Veterans Council. So I go around outreaching to veterans and trying to make a difference in getting people work. So I support this wholeheartedly. I hope that we can all move past the union versus non-union argument that seems to be taking place and realize that this is not union, non-union. This is our future. This is our children. This is veterans. This is so much bigger than whether or not you choose to work for a union or non-union employer.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Bronson Fry, F-R-Y-E. I live in Muldoon. I am the business representative for the Painters and Glazers Union and also serve as the recording secretary for the Anchorage Building Trades Council. I'm here to urge support for this ordinance. It is, as has been stated by others this evening, about workforce development. And what this does that actually makes that a realistic possibility is it creates a mechanism for us to reach out to people, whether they're transitioning veterans, people from lower socioeconomic parts of town, people that are incarcerated looking to get back into the workforce, minorities. What this CWA, if it were to be utilized on a project, creates and provides an actual mechanism to get work opportunities and mandate, veteran hire, apprenticeship hire, minority hire on various projects around town. So it's a tool that we can use to develop our workforce in a very real, tangible way. We can talk all day about workforce development. This is what it looks like. I've heard arguments that it limits competition. Pretty much every PLA job I can think of that I've ever been involved with, which is I've been the business rep for about 12 years, has union and non-union contractors on them. Sometimes union general contractors, sometimes non-union. So any claim that this eliminates competition is factually inaccurate. Also, because we're talking about projects over $3.5 million, they're going to be subject to prevailing wage, and so any claim that it raises cost is also factually inaccurate. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions.
Hello, my name is Dylan Yon, Y-O-H-N. I live in South Anchorage, and I was a...
Sir, could you speak a little closer to the mic because
sorry.
Mr. Rivera is on the phone?
Oh, absolutely, sorry. I was a struggling veteran not too long ago, and walking into the Union Hall and the apprenticeship program definitely showed me the light, and I am 100% for the CWA. So.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions.
Hi, my name is Brian McClarence, BRYANMACCLARENCE. I live in Turnagain. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and fellow Assembly members. I've been here since 1982. I grew up here and went to school here. After graduating, I served overseas as a U.S. Marine. Later, I went on to become a journeyman plumber, licensed in Alaska and in the municipality of Anchorage. I'm also a father of 2 young children. Last year, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics, union workers made up only 18.1% of all hourly and salaried workers in the state of Alaska. I was a union member of the UA Local 376 Plumbers and Steam Fitters for 8 years in good standing. During that time, I was called out for union work maybe 3 of those years. Time and again, I watched as my name out on the out-of-work list was passed over for people beneath me on that list who had friends and family that were also union members. This unofficial policy, also known as nepotism, speaks of rampant corruption within this union. I now work non-union by choice at Circle Plumbing and Heating. Having worked construction for over 15 years, I've noticed certain trends within the industry. The UA Local has been progressively losing a lot of work to lower bids over that time. Anchorage is currently experiencing a budget deficit. Simple math would indicate that it would be in the city's best fiscal interest to support the most competitive bids in our free market economy. If this body votes to pass this ordinance, it's my belief that it would be acting in direct contradiction to its fiscal and moral interests. A yes vote from this assembly will be taking my family's hard-earned income on the aforementioned projects and those of roughly 80% of Anchorage's other construction workers and giving it to corrupt and bureaucratically bloated unions that continually overbid local jobs. According to Mr. Constant, earlier, an injustice to any worker is an injustice to every worker. I urge you as a body to act with honor, integrity to the overwhelming majority of this city's construction workers, and with fiscal responsibility. Mr. Chairman and fellow Assembly members, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. All right. You're going to have to, if you don't hold your applause, we'll clear you from the room because we'll have applause back and forth all night. So please hold your applause, okay? All right. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Alexis Cowell. It's Cowell. I live in East Anchorage, and I'm the director of Alaska Works Partnership, which is located in Mountain View. We provide pre-apprenticeship training for Alaskans who want to start a career in construction. We also operate the Alaska Helmets to Hard Hats program that helps transitioning soldiers find work in the building trades, as well as the Women in the Trades program. By passing a community workforce agreement, the municipality will leverage the benefits of these training and workforce development programs while creating more good job opportunities for Anchorage residents. Here's some of the background about Alaska Works. First, there is a strong demand for construction pre-apprenticeship training. We received more than 2,000 applications in fiscal year 2018. The largest group of our applicants were earning minimum wage and are looking for a better career to support their families. In contrast to the construction industry as a whole, a majority of our applicants are women, and approximately 1 in 5 applicants are Alaska Native. I'm proud we are doing our part to improve equality of opportunity in an industry that has long been dominated by white males. More apprenticeship opportunities mean the building trades will need more apprentices, and more of my participants will have a chance to make a living wage and start a career. Passing a CWA ordinance would leverage our training infrastructure to benefit the municipality and would create more job opportunities for our participants. Thank you for your consideration, and please vote yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We have one question from Mr. Weddleton, if you would. Mr. Weddleton.
Hi.
Hello.
Sorry, I didn't catch you. You're which union or what was the?
I'm Alexis with Alaska Works Partnership. So we're a nonprofit that trains Alaskans interested in construction.
So is it union related?
It is union related. Our partners, our trainers are from the unions.
Okay.
But we service all Alaskans interested in any career in construction.
Oh. Okay, so you had 2,000 applicants for apprenticeships in a whole variety of trades then?
Yes.
And how many were accepted?
We were able to train, I have it here. We were able to train 672. That's how many spots we had available. Of those trained, 277 did end up applying to apprenticeship. We are able to track that because we have training partners and relationships. We're not able to track all of Alaska's contractors and find out who has gone through and applied to other construction jobs. We do have a large percentage of folks who have applied and are now waiting for placement through a job.
Okay, so this is news to me, so I'm going to work through it. So you had 2,000 applicants, and then your organization took in 670-something, and they go to classes so that they're prepared to apply to be apprentices?
Prepared to apply to apprentices or other construction jobs.
Okay, so it's kind of like AvTech. They go down there.
It's very similar to AvTech.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, ma'am. There are no other questions. And thank you to everyone for holding their applause. Go ahead.
William Venus, Venes. I am a resident of Spenard, and the last resolution just made me super proud to live in Spenard, though I do miss the mountains of Muldoon, where I used to live. So, I am a graduate, I guess, of ABC apprenticeship program, carpentry. I am a former Marine. I'm Alaska Native, and I'd just like to say that the apprenticeship is available for natives and minorities and service members just as well through ABC as anyone else. So the reason for the the need for the CWA seems like it's kind of redundant for the company I work for because they already have a training provider. And I'd just like to say that when I started with the company I work for, I was 100% vested from the first day that I started working. And if I were to switch over and work union, that's not exactly the case, I understand. And I appreciate that I have the opportunity to work non-union. Though I have never worked for a union, I could consider them to be brothers. I mean, they work as hard as we do, I believe. So I just don't see the need for the CWA. So thank you.
Well, there's one question for you. Miss Quinn Davidson.
Hi, thanks for coming. Can you tell me a little bit more about your apprenticeship program? How many years it lasted? How many weeks of training? Whether it was in person or correspondence, just sort of the nature of the program?
Sure. So it's a 6,000 hour, I believe, 6,000 or 8,000. I don't remember. It's been a few years now. And it took me a little longer than it's supposed to, about 5 years, because there's some layoffs and some lag time, just like any union company would also encounter. So it's all correspondence. You read the books, and you take the tests, and you do on-the-job training, and you complete the required number of hours and certain tasks that you have to do, such as framing or foundation work. Or, I'm not familiar with the union program, but I do believe it. The non-union program does turn out qualified carpenters in my case. So, I recently became a foreman, so I believe I'm doing something right for my company, and I do the best that I could so that my company can make a profit and we win bids. That's all I can contribute to the bidding process, and I believe the union hands have the same opportunity to do the best that they could for their company. So
thank you. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Thank you, sir, and thank you everyone again for holding your applause. Okay, go ahead.
Tony Naitlich, excuse me, that's Noethlich. I live in South Anchorage, and I have been gainfully employed in the electrical industry in this city since 1998. I've worked both union and non-union contractors during that 20-year span as a project manager role. One of the important duties in that role is to evaluate the manpower in the field on all of my projects. And I've been involved in some capacity with hundreds and hundreds of private and publicly funded projects around the state in that time frame. I can personally attest that the workforce in the merit shop businesses are just as qualified, safety-minded, and dedicated to the apprenticeship training as other union contractors. Many of the projects that I've been involved with included union and non-union trades working side by side with a common goal to complete the project safely and on time. And my experiences have shown me that there are very talented, skilled professionals of the trade in both union as well as the non-union contractors. And limiting any municipally funded projects to union-only contractors will unfairly discriminate against otherwise fully qualified contractors. Additionally, I believe this ordinance will increase the cost of the projects paid for with my taxes by eliminating the fair and open competitive bid process, essentially reducing qualified competition. As a concerned, tax-paying citizen, I respectfully request that my elected representatives do not pass AO 74, which will effectively reduce the available income for my family as well as the majority of the local workforce. I do not feel that any community workforce agreement is in this city's best interest, and it would be a huge injustice to our local workforce.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello. Thank you, Chairman and members of the Assembly. My name is Greta Wade, W-A-D-E, and I'm a registered nurse living in the Brentwood neighborhood over by Sand Lake. So I have a little bit of a different take on this. Congress passed a 20% tax break for businesses this year. This tax cut is supposed to trickle down to strengthen our middle class, furthering economic growth. But how is this going to trickle down? Currently, only 4.4% of American workers have received a one-time bonus or wage increase from the tax cut. Businesses are getting 11 times as much in tax cuts as they are passing along to their workers. So for every $11 that they are saving, one of those dollars is going to the worker. The CWA is one way that we, local communities, can ensure that economic growth will benefit the working people of Anchorage. The CWA will ensure that we sustain important training programs and continue to build our skilled workforce. Honestly, after I moved back to my hometown of Anchorage from Juneau, I was surprised that Anchorage didn't already have a CWA in place, because in Juneau we've had one for a little while, and it seems to be working quite well. Juneau is thriving, the economy is strong, the workers are strong. So it hasn't been the end of competition. It hasn't been the end of everything that all the people opposing this have mentioned. In fact, if you look at Juneau, it's doing, again, very well. The community, well, let me just cut to the end here. I'm a registered nurse, but I'm actually here just representing the middle class. The CWA supports the middle class by benefiting the workers, because we all know that the real backbone of all economic growth comes down to the workers, and the CWA has their back. Thank you for supporting the middle class by voting in support of the CWA.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Assembly. My name is Pat Riley, R-E-I-L-L-Y. I'm one of the owners of Rainproof Roofing. Been an Anchorage resident all my life, and in working construction for 45 years, unfortunately, but we're working on that. I'm opposed to this particular ordinance. Our company happens to be an open shop company, and we have a little different take on it in the fact that there is no union representative for roofers in Alaska anymore, has been for about 10 years. And so it just complicates the whole problem with our trade and our people. And we already have prevailing wages, so everybody's paid the same. We have our own insurance program. We have our own 401k program. So we cover all that. And when we do, we have signed a couple PLAs in the past. Just complicates the issues. The money ends up going to the Spokane local, not to the Anchorage local in our particular phase of the construction industry. And I don't really see a point in this right now. And I do agree with the fact that we do have a problem. We need some more trained people, but this is not the way to do it. This is just forcing a union-sided agreement on all the open shop people, and it just doesn't work for companies like us where there is no union representation. So, thank you very much.
Sir, there's one question for you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So if you did a project through a PLA, you'd have to hire through a hiring hall in Spokane?
Yeah.
You would get people, residents of Washington up here?
Roofers. Well, typically we end up hiring our own people, but then we have to pay the fringes and the benefits to Spokane. So our people get nothing out of it.
Oh, so it's basically you're saying workforce, but some of the money goes somewhere else. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There are no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Awana, A-W-A-N-A. I was born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska, and I grew up in Fairview. So I've been an electrician in this state since 1981, and I've worked as an electrician for 37 years. I've worked alongside many of the companies here before you today, and I think you would agree that I have made a career as a skilled non-union electrician. I'm opposed to this ordinance, and frankly a little offended that the implication of a non-union worker is not educated or skilled. I'm a foreman for Sampson Electric and have had the pleasure of working with some very brilliant and talented electricians, some straight out of high school, some veterans, some minorities like me. And not just for a duration of a project, but creating a career and a profession to support our families. It's our livelihood, and it should be open to all to bid on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions.
Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Kyle Miller, Miller. I'm a journeyman electrician with Samson Electric and a graduate of Associated Builders and Contractors as of 2017 in an indentured apprenticeship program. As a military veteran looking for a new career to provide for my wife and 2 young daughters, I applied and interviewed with ABC, and they placed me with Samson Electric. I was hired 4 years and 9 months ago. I've never been laid off, and my company prides themselves of being a career-based company. A workforce agreement being put in order will affect projects my company will be able to bid on and takes away a free and fair bidding market. I believe that merit shops offer a career path with great apprenticeship programs. We have skilled trade members who can work with anyone, union or not, to complete the project as contracted. We ensure a safe work practice to make sure every trade member goes home to their families every night. In closing, I hope the Assembly will vote to deny the amended ordinance and keep a fair bidding process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions.
Hi, my name is Dan Vanoy, Vannoy. I've been in the electrical trade for almost 20 years. I graduated from the Associated Builders and Contractors in 2003. I now operate and own my own company as a merit shop employer. Tonight is about the taxpayers, about the voters, about the people that populate this room on both sides of this community workforce agreement. Everyone here wants to work and keep that money in the state. I want the Assembly to understand that the CWA takes away from the majority of your local workforce to be able to compete for projects that are funded by their tax dollars. In the end, this isn't fair. All the projects in this community workforce agreement fall under the Davis-Bacon Act and have well-defined parameters so that each employee is paid off of the same scale. The topic of working merit or union comes down to each person's choice. There are benefits for each side, and I hope that every tradesman and woman have a safe and successful career. But don't take away an already level playing field that so many of us have sacrificed through this long recession at such a critical moment. Earlier tonight, we heard Mr. Constant passionately fight for 16 people's jobs. If the CWA goes through, it's directly affecting hundreds of people in the city, thousands of people in the state. You've heard all of the statistics, numbers back and forth, and in summary, all Alaskans have felt this economy's hurt. 75% of this city's workforce has funded their portion of the next 5 years of the Muni's growth. Let them have their fair chance to build it, earn it, and spend it here. Please vote no on the Community Workforce Agreement.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Okay, ma'am.
Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Karen Kasich-Michelson, Michelson. My company is Michelson & Daughter Construction. We're general contractors here in Anchorage. And I also represent the Anchorage Homebuilders Association. I'm currently president of that association, and our board of directors and our membership is not in favor of this workforce agreement. Anchorage Homebuilders Association is part of a larger association called National Association of Homebuilders, and we are all in the business of workforce development. We all have training programs and programs to bring our youth into the construction industry and enhance our workforce, and it's needed very badly. There are many of our members here tonight who are against this workforce agreement. They are hardworking people, wonderful businesses in this town, and they deserve every opportunity they can have to maintain their businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. There are no questions.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Hill. I work for Vannoy Electric, and I'm here this evening to voice my concern with the proposed ordinance AO 2018-74. In reviewing these types of agreements, I found a wealth of information concerning this type of agreement and how it's not good for the community, is discriminatory against a majority of the workforce, and is costly to taxpayers. To provide some perspective on union membership, per the January 19th, 2018 release from the U.S. Department of Labor Statistics, 2017 union membership as a percentage of the total workforce was only 10.7%. When broken down further, excluding public sector unions, the percentage of the workforce in private sector unions was only 6.5%. After the Janus versus AFSCME ruling ending forced membership in unions as a condition of employment, I would expect, as do the unions themselves, to see a significant drop in private or public sector unions as well. As for unions within the state of Alaska, per statistics collected by Barry Hirsch of Georgia State University and David McPherson of Trinity University, 2017 union membership was 18.1% within the state. When broken down further, in public sector, where membership in the union is often, when broken down further in the public sector, where union membership is often a condition of employment, the percentage of union workers was 43%. Conversely, within the private sector, that percentage drops all the way down to 8.7% of the workforce. Within the construction industry, it is a higher percentage. However, it is still not a majority of the overall workforce. If this CWA is passed by the Assembly, it will essentially be discriminating almost 80% of the workforce in the construction industry. As demonstrated in other similar labor agreements, this proposed CWA will increase construction costs on municipal projects. In May 2017 study conducted by Bacon Hill Institute titled Project Labor Agreements and the Cost of School Construction in Ohio, they found that PLAs, another title for the CWA, increased costs of constructions of Ohio schools by 13%. And another example provided by the website, The Truth About PLAs, details U.S. Department of Labor Job Corps Center in Manchester, New Hampshire, which was originally put out to bid using PLAs in 2009 and once again in 2012. After 3 years of PLA-related delays, litigation, they put the project back out to bid without the PLA in 2012. Without the PLA in place, there were 3 times as many bidders, and the winning project bid was 16% lower than the previous bids. Furthermore, the winning bidder ended up being a local contractor, keeping those wages in the state, versus the low bidder under the PLA agreements being out of Florida. In conclusion...
Good, sir. One sentence in conclusion. Go ahead.
In conclusion, I implore you to not discriminate against the majority of the construction workforce and to vote against the CWA.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, my name is Tony Gongaleski. I'm with Megawatt Electric, and I live in Eagle River.
Sir, could you speak a little closer to the microphone so Felix can hear?
Okay. My name is Tony Gongaleski, G-O-N-G-L-I-E-W-S-K-I. And I'm going to take a little different take. I'm going to represent my fellow craftsmen with their future retirement and medical benefits. Okay, even though the collective bargaining agreement will allow non-union workers to join at CWA projects, under their terms, non-union workers would be required to pay the union dues. Unfortunately, they would be unable to receive any benefits until they were vested, which could take years. Thus, upon most signatory project, all the money paid to the unions would be simply kept by the unions with no benefits to the employees. On non-union crews receive retirement through 401k plans. These plans are solely belong to the employee and can be moved anytime they choose, whether they change to a new employee or a new career. And non-union employees can also choose to take advantage of the health care they offered, or if they have coverage through other means, they can choose to keep their benefits as part of the Davis-Bacon Act, as part of their wages that they take home with them. On the other hand, the union has a great benefit packages as well, but the employees have a different benefit package that would be covered by the unions, and the union employees would still be bound to pay dues towards the health care whether they needed it or not. We pay our employees all the benefit packages as required by the Davis-Bacon Act, and we pride ourselves on offering our employees a medical and retirement package of their choice. And ultimately, we believe that the craftsmen should be able to make their own choices of how they spend their money and not be required to support organizations that dictate where their money is spent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions.
Thank you and good evening to the Assembly. My name is Ryan Andrew, spelled A-N-D-R-E-W. I am a resident of East Anchorage and a journeyman electrician and a proud IBEW member for 13 years. I'm glad that some folks tonight have talked about apprenticeship because I think that's an important topic to talk about, one that I'll speak about tonight. Some comments have been made comparing the Associated Builders and Contractors apprenticeship with the IBEW apprenticeship or union apprenticeships in general. Comments have been made that compare the two and say that they're essentially the same requirement. Unfortunately, that's a gross misrepresentation of the truth. The similarities are that both apprenticeships for the electrical field in particular require 8,000 hours of on-the-job training and require the apprenticeship program to be registered with the Department of Labor. That's where the similarities end, however. Some key differences that I'd like to point out tonight. The Associated Builders and Contractors apprenticeship for the electrical field is strictly a correspondence course. So there is absolutely no classroom instruction provided to those apprentices. In the IBEW apprenticeship, conversely, we require, in addition to the 8,000 hours of on-the-job training, which is important, we also require 1,400 hours of classroom instruction, and that's by an actual trained instructor in that field. So they've been trained to train these apprentices in the classroom portion of their trade. And in a highly technical trade such as ours, that's extremely important, especially when you're talking about electricity, the hazards with electricity, and public safety being, of the highest importance. So, that's not, I don't say those things to offend or belittle our competition. We'd like everybody to have that opportunity for training in our program that we offer. We talk a little bit about workforce development and that it's a fantastic thing. This is what you get with a CWA. You get workforce development. You get a extremely highly trained workforce. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We have one question. Mr. Weddleton.
Right.
Hi.
Too fast.
Oh.
Hi.
So I was just looking at the training program. So there's correspondence in one and then classroom training, but the bulk of the training would be with a journeyman, isn't that right? So you're really working under a licensed electrician. So you learn it in the classroom or correspondence, and then you practice it with someone. Is that probably the bulk of the training?
You're correct, yeah. So the bulk of the training happens on the job, which is a critical part of the apprenticeship process. However, like I mentioned, our field in particular is a highly technical craft. So there is absolutely some theory involved, and you need a deep understanding of theory and the safety requirements in our craft. And you get that with that classroom training.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There are no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. Oh, sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dennis Traylor, Traylor, and I am on the east side. I'm a proud 35-year member of the IBEW. And I'm going to talk about a CWA as we've used like in the Chugach Power Plant. A community workforce agreement really is a blueprint on how the crafts are all going to work together. It kind of creates harmony and a blueprint for them to follow. Like Mr. Vanoy said, that I don't know why there would be a conception that it would cost more, because we're all going off of Title 36 or the prevailed rate. We all are bidding at the same rate. We're all working off the same. So, and union and non-union, or our non-represented brothers and our represented, all can bid when that bid comes out. As far as the coming into a job, we're going to negotiate a community workforce agreement where if people are going to be a one job where they're coming in, those pension monies that they're saying is a vesting period could actually be negotiated in where they could go into a 401k. So I would not want any of my non-represented brothers to lose money, that's for sure. We invite them in. We do would offer them a full, where the contractor pays for all their insurance, they build a pension, but we don't want anybody losing money. So union and non-union can bid these. We think it would be actually more efficient because it sets up a blueprint on how we're going to get that job done and how we're going to work together as a group. And that's represented or non-represented. I was also an instructor over at the apprenticeship school. Our apprentices do come every year, 7 weeks, full-time. They probably have 2 or 3 hours of homework a night. We run them through both hands-on and coursework. They goes for 7 weeks, and they got to do that for 5 years. So we do have a very thorough training. They have 1,200 hours of classroom time and 8,000 hours in the field, which is a state requirement. So with a community workforce agreement, We all take all 15 of our contracts. We kind of put together one that we can all live with. And then it's just a basic set of rules that we all follow as we complete that job on time and on budget. And if you look at past projects, especially the Chugach Power Plant, it worked very well because of the coordinated efforts of a community workforce agreement. So it really does save taxpayers money. Everybody can bid on them and work on those projects. And, we will make it fair for all. So with that, thank you.
There's one question for you, sir. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. What is it about a CWA that enables people in different crafts to work together or in a way differently than they normally would without a CWA?
Well, it coordinates the workforce and how they, between the different crafts and how they work together. We have a plan on how we're going to get the job done ahead of time before we step on that job. Months before we actually step on the job, we've already worked with the generals. We've already talked about the manpower needs. We've talked about, we've got timelines on how we're going to accomplish that with the different crafts. And we've fulfilled those manpower needs. And we do, I believe, with the community workforce agreement, would ensure a better possibility of Alaska hire. If a out-of-state non-union contractor gets it and we don't have a community workforce, they can bring in a whole contingent of non-Alaskans to do that job, and there's nothing we can do about that.
You follow, Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's kind of like a project management sort of document with those timeframes and meetings and that kind of thing?
Absolutely. I've always believed in that the unions are business partners with our contractors. We work with them to help them be successful.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Thank you, sir. There are no further questions. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Ed Harris, and I'm with Megawatt Electric. To justify CWA work over quality of workers and apprenticeships an outrage. I can tell you as a non-union electrician, I've worked with some of the most dedicated, hardworking, and innovative men and women in this state. My electrical crews are solid, outstanding people who work hard to get the job right. Our talented crews have built fire stations, police stations, museums, schools, hospitals, and yes, the Dena'ina Convention Center. We are qualified for these jobs because we have skilled electricians with a proven track record. To compare union and non-union workers, ABC has a higher journeyman to apprentice ratio of 1-to-1 for better learning environment, while the IBEW allows 2 apprentices per journeyman. Our apprenticeship is tailored towards working through correspondence, and it's deliberate for our company because we have a lot of bush work, and we go into the villages that we serve, we hire the kids, get them into school, and train them in the villages where they live. Both union and non-union have the exact same requirements of hours of education and on-the-job training to be an apprentice because of the law. We both have to pass the same state journeyman required test, and we all need to get 8 hours of continuing education per year to renew our license. As a federal mandate, both union and non-union apprentice programs have to adhere to the same equal opportunity employment standards, and we both reach out to disadvantaged groups. As required by MOA and state law, we both have to pay the exact benefit package on all MOA projects. Many of the non-union shops actually pay more in benefits once we go through that process. While many unions have underfunded pension plans, our non-union employees are invested in 401k plans that are in their names and can be transferred to their next company or next career choices. In the past 25 years in Alaska, it has been the standard for non-union general contractors to hire union contractors to hire non-union subs like us. And in turn, we will hire union subcontractors to do our data. And I can't remember in 25 years one labor dispute on a project I've been on doing that method. So what does the CWA actually do? Well, it completely discriminates against small businesses. Most $3.5 million contracts are done by non-union small specialty businesses that only make up a fraction of that $3.5 million. It eliminates 80% of the Alaskan workforce that has consciously made the decision not to be represented by unions, and it will most definitely raise the cost of construction for the city. It will show that MOA is not an open and inclusive city, shutting out employment opportunities for the majority of its citizens. And this recession is over, and we're back to full times where there is a shortage of workers. Union travelers will come from the lower 48 and take our Alaskan jobs. A CWA gives the appearance that our assembly cares more about political gain than it takes to actually represent the people who are supposed to be working for it. Reject the CWA to allow all of the people of this great city to take part in its future, because we all work hard, have families, and none of us should be forced out of our work in our home city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have a question for you from Mr. Croft.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I was trying to write it down. Did you say Raven Electric? Is that?
No, Megawatt Electric.
Megawatt. Thanks.
Ms. LaFrance, you have another question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming, Ed, and for your testimony. You mentioned that a CWA is a tremendous burden on small businesses.
Yes.
And are you referring primarily to what we've heard that businesses may have to pay double in benefits for employees? Is that?
So for our company and our employees, if you go through the benefits on the CWA, we have to pay the union benefits. Our employees will not receive those benefits because they will not be vested. So we can't just leave our employees high and dry, so therefore we'll still maintain to pay into their 401ks. We'll still cover their health insurance. We basically have to pay double the benefits in order to not screw over our employees, and we won't do it. So we just don't enter into CWAs.
And so as far as the point earlier about labor harmony and non-union shops working with union shops, if you don't have a CWA, how do you ensure, and if you're a general contractor, that there is the necessary cooperation and working together, whether that's a document or what, to make sure that there aren't issues that came up like with this building?
So if the muni is really interested in actually getting a better product, they would entertain going with a design-build process where the teams submit qualifications, scheduling, and all of their abilities to do the job along with their price. There's a way you can formulate that so that you actually get the best value product, not the cheapest product. And the CWA does not accomplish that, but we've been on so many design-build teams that where union and non-union people come together as one group to put in a proposal for the best value of the city.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to clarify what I just heard. Did I just hear you say then with the design-build process that price isn't the primary point?
So it would be up to the city. I know like the city of Wasilla, the Matsu Borough, UAA all have a process in which they put out an RFP. That RFP will state, this is what we're going to build, this is our budget. Then you would respond to that RFP saying, okay, here's our preliminary designs of what we want to do. Here's our team, here's our mechanical, here's our electrical. We've built 8 of these things that you're trying to build. Here's our success rate. And there's a point system to each one of those things you have. And as you look down that point system, it doesn't give you the lowest number. The winning award will come out to the person who's best qualified at the best price.
Thank you. You're the first person of your peers to say that the lowest price isn't the highest value. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. There are no further questions.
Thank you.
My name is Bounds, Bounds. I've been in the trade for a few decades now. I just want to say, as far as the nepotism, that's a human condition. That goes across the board. I worked non-union for decades. I worked union for decades. It's going to exist no matter where you are, correct? So, and then I would like to say I do support this. And, I've been in the trade long enough to have made some mistakes to see both sides, the union and non-union. And I have to say that on the union side, I got much better, I saw much better training, much better apprentice training compared to the non-union. So that's all I have to say. Any questions?
There are no questions, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Tester. That's Tester like battery tester, Tester. I'm gotta say that I'm a second-year apprentice, and I really enjoy the program. I'm a graduate from motorcycle mechanics, so I'm certified Yamaha technician. And I have to say, one thing I do enjoy about the program is we're learning about the equipment and stuff like that. So we're learning about how it's properly lubricated, how it's properly made and stuff like that. And we're actually saving you time and money by hooking up all the stuff right and getting all the lines people set up in jobs in the electrical field and plumbers, assisting all kinds of stuff, just working underneath the grind, just trying to get it done so that way you guys could still get your stuff done in a timely fashion. And also, it's looking nice.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ben Jack, Jack. I live in Muldoon with my family and 2 kids. I was born in Nome, raised in Stebbins, and I've worked in the construction industry for 15 years, working everywhere from Prudhoe Bay to ADAC to Juneau. Right now, I'm a labor apprentice with 1,000 hours of experience working at the terminal in Valdez. However, I'm back in Anchorage because I need to look for work in Anchorage so I can be with my family. I'm testifying in support of the CWA because it would create more work opportunities for people like me by requiring hiring halls for certain projects. Thank you for moving forward with this policy to help families like mine.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, my name is Larry Embley, E-M-B-L-E-Y. My family owns Circle Plumbing and Heating. We've been helping build Anchorage for 48 years, since my granddad started the business in 1970. My granddad, dad, and uncle gave decades of service as union plumbers. However, since the early 1980s, we have been a non-union shop. At Circle Plumbing, we have successfully completed numerous projects for the MOA, such as Fire Station 5, Fire Station 6, Mountain View Library. We've also done a significant amount of school district work. We've never completed a subpar project. We take a lot of pride in that, what we do. We are currently working on the Alaska Airlines hangar with Kiewit and the Odom Corporation warehouse. As you probably know, those are the 2 largest construction jobs underway in Anchorage. The Alaska Airlines hangar is a good example of labor harmony. The project employs both union and non-union contractors, and it is progressing well, and the contractors work very well together. The CWA agreement you were talking about that would have impacted several of the MOA projects we have worked on in the past, and certainly a number of projects we would bid in the future. As a prime mechanical contractor, I have many subcontractors that are union HVAC shops, union pipe insulators, union control contractors, and many others. I have personally never worked on a project where the work was divided between union and non-union laborers. I believe we have a positive relationship with all contractors, whether they're union or not, and I believe this proposal would divide workers and pit us against each other unnecessarily. It would also be a detriment to a successful local business. Circle Plumbing and Heating employs roughly 50 people. While we do employ many family members, which can make things interesting, we also have many other employees who have been with us for many years, and we do great work. We currently have about 10 apprentices. These employees are the future of Anchorage workforce, and we're proud to have them. We teach them well and treat them well. We work hard to make sure all of our employees are gratefully employed and stay that way for years to come. At a meeting last week where some assembly members were in attendance, I asked for data to show me why this proposal is a good idea, and no one was able to provide me any data that showed union work as better than the work done by any of my employees. I ask that you reject this proposal. It will unnecessarily impact many successful contractors and subcontractors. This proposal will be unfair, require additional hurdles for the non-union companies to complete. I don't believe the system is broken, therefore it does not need these additional regulations. If this proposal is coming forward because the municipality is not happy with low bid contractors, there are other options available, such as a best value project. I encourage the city to work with both union and non-union contractors to discuss the options. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I would like to leave you with one final thought. This proposal will not only impact me, but possibly the next generation of workers. I have a 12-year-old son. I told him when he grows up, he can be anything he wants to be as long as he's a plumber and a hockey player. I hope that one day he takes over Circle Plumbing and continues to successfully help build Anchorage for another 5 more years, or 5 decades, sorry.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? No. Go ahead, sir.
Hello and good evening. My name is Ted Blankenship, Blankenship. I am a resident of Anchorage, and I've been so since 1999. I am the boots on the ground. I'm a United States Marine. I've trained dozens of these guys right here. Mr. Vinoy was one of my apprentices at one point in time. Mr. Miller is a journeyman working underneath me on a project under Kiewit. We work under a union contractor. We have union subcontractors working under us on that project. We don't have any difference in quality. Our work is inspected by the same inspectors, the municipal inspectors that inspect the union jobs. So the fallacy that there's less quality there or that the training isn't there is just ridiculous. We have every right to work on these projects, just like the union. From my understanding of this bill, we would have to join the union if we decide to bid on these jobs. I've been a non-union electrician for 22 years. I've never needed the union. I've never missed a day of work except for the days that I wanted to take off. So I implore you to keep things fair. Let us bid on the work. Let us do the work so we can support our families. I've raised 2 boys, 1 Marine, 1 that's about to graduate from Service High School. I have a 3rd child coming along. I own homes in this town. We vote. This is just, I don't know, this is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hi.
Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Anna Prewoods. My last name is Prewoods, P-R-E-E, and then a space, no hyphen, Woods, W-O-O-D-S.
Ma'am, do you want to pull the microphone down a little bit?
Carol's being a little shorter.
No worries.
I own 51% of Woods Plumbing and Heating, and along with my husband, who owns the other 49 by choice. That's why we've been married for 38 years. I am not, by choice, I am not part of the women-owned business entity in the state, but that's a different story. My husband and I have been in business together 37 years of the 38 years we've been married here in Anchorage. We started our business because we got married in 1980. 1981, there was no work in this town. And my husband couldn't find a job. So I went and got a business license. And we've been doing this ever since. He is a journeyman plumber. And our history is we are now commercial contractors. We started out as residential. First it was contract labor, residential, and now commercial. And we do all kinds of projects. We bid projects alone, $3.5 million projects. We have done many jobs in the municipality of Anchorage, for the municipality of Anchorage in the last 37 years. We are not union by choice. Going back to the early years of being in contracting, that wasn't easy. I can say it was a different ball game back then, and we didn't have an easy time when we would get a big job being approached by unions about signing on, but I'm here to say how we do business now. We bid the mechanical portion of projects. We have as our subcontractors the HVAC contractor, test and balance, mechanical insulation, controls, sometimes refrigeration if it's called for on the job and the general doesn't do it himself. As the main mechanical sub, we coordinate all of those subcontractors. Being in business as long as we have, we know all of the union mechanical subcontractors that would be under us, and we have worked with pretty much all of them, unless they're newer here. We work harmoniously together. As far as project management, we project manage the mechanical portion of a job.
Ma'am, there are two questions in the queue. If you want to just one conclusive, one last sentence, yeah, and then we'll have some questions.
I can talk the ears off a beagle. Anyway, I am not for this. We work harmoniously together now. There is not a lot of work here right now, and this would be to the advantage of union contractors, and signing a PLA is moving that direction. So it's not something that I think is necessary.
Thank you. We have two questions for you. Ms. LaFrance.
Hi, thank you for your testimony. It sounds like your company does some pretty big projects, and I have a question about how you find qualified workers, because I understand that some non-union shops sometimes will call a union hall to get supplemental labor force.
We've never done that.
Never done that? Do you just advertise off the street?
Well, we are members of ABC, Associated Building Contractors. We signed on with them because they administer an apprentice program. And before they started that apprentice program, we had our own, and it was administered directly with the federal labor representative. And I don't have time for it, neither did my husband. So it was a blessing to sign on with ABC. And we call them, and we've gotten apprentices out of there. And we've turned out journeyman plumbers. Most of them have moved on. Our main guy right now started as an apprentice, and he project manages jobs, and he does a great job.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry. Mr. Weddleton.
So you said you've done some projects for the city. Have you done some where it's basically just your company doing the work?
Well, we just finished generaling a job in Homer at the wastewater treatment plant. But normally we're a subcontractor. Okay. We do subcontracting. So we have all those subs that I mentioned under us, under the mechanical portion. We do bid spec work. We compete with jobs that are on the street, and we compete with union contractors. And those jobs that this CWA would cover, all are covered by the Davis-Bacon Act. So our wages are the same. And for those that don't know, the Davis-Bacon Act was based on union wages because they didn't know how to calculate wages. So that prevailing wage determination that is the Davis-Bacon Act, we all put in the same labor rate. So it all depends on, how the job is bid. So it is a level playing field. It always has been.
Well, the thing I was looking for is there's a committee of 5 people that would look at the various projects that might go out that are over $3.5 million. And if they're not complicated, then it wouldn't require a CWA.
Right.
Where would you draw the line on complicated?
Well, if it's mostly mechanical, we bid jobs like that. And some of it depends on your bonding. When you have performance bonding, there's a whole lot attached to it. And just in a nutshell, this is kind of a personality thing. Tom and I are very independent, not beholden to anybody, but we're rule followers. We never wanted to get into that sort of thing, and we've built up a reputation over the years. We do have bonding, but we don't seek out signing up for performance bonding every year. It's a very costly, expensive thing. Do you know what I'm talking about with performance bonding versus... Oh, that's okay. Well, you know stuff that I don't know. Anyway, that's another story. But, yeah, we do get bonding. We get smaller jobs that are mostly mechanical. If there's any carpentry, we may call somebody and sign them up for that. So we have general jobs, but normally we are a subcontractor of a general contractor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, ma'am. There are no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Chair, Assembly members, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Jason Michael, Michael. I'm the part owner of Bauer Construction. We are a merit shop, non-union general contractor. We would urge you to vote no on this ordinance. Some of the things I've noticed today in the testimony is the State of Alaska Davis-Bacon Act, which is already in force on Municipality of Anchorage contracts, doesn't allow out-of-town workers. We're allowed 1 worker per craft trade for every 10 workers, or we have to pay a 100% penalty to the State of Alaska for every out-of-town worker that we bring in. We also, when we bid Municipality of Anchorage work, we have to provide a performance bond, which the last lady was just talking about, and a payment bond. My wife and myself pledge all of our assets, so to the bonding company to guarantee that we're going to get your projects done on time, within budget, within the quality standards stated, or the bonding company, which in our case is Travelers, one of the largest insurance companies in the world, will come in and make sure the project gets completed for you. Whether we're non-union or union, it's the same. The payment bond also guarantees that we pay all of our team members, all of our subcontractors, all of our suppliers, so there's never ever a lien against any of your projects. We hire union contractors and non-union subcontractors based on best price and value to the owner. We're the general contractor on a large project in Anchorage right now. We've got, I want to say, 6 union subcontractors and 8 non-union. And, we don't discriminate based on union or non-union. We were looking for what's the best value for the owner. And I think for the Municipality of Anchorage, the best value is to allow both non-union and union contractors to continue to compete for the bids. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's one question for you, Mr. Constant.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned that you are required by the State of Alaska Department of Labor to pay a 10% penalty if you bring in a worker, or 100% penalty, 1 out of 10. And is that true for unions as well?
I believe it is, yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you, Zach Fields, downtown Anchorage. From 2015 to 2018, I worked as a special assistant in workforce development coordinator for the Alaska Labor Commissioner, and in that capacity worked on developing a lot of non-union apprenticeships and also worked on highlighting long-standing successful union apprenticeship programs. So I'm a big fan of apprenticeship and applaud the Assembly for moving forward with this ordinance. I did want to put a few facts on the record. Contrary to some points that you've heard circulated by ABC, CWAs are open to all bidders. Juneau has had a PLA policy similar to this policy on the books for many years, and as a real factual matter, 30% of the winners of those bids have been non-union companies. It is factually inaccurate to say that non-union companies are excluded. Peer-reviewed studies have showed that, and we've circulated these to the members, peer-reviewed studies have shown that CWAs have the same level of competition and no statistically significant cost difference versus non-CWA or non-PLA studies. An earlier ABC speaker cited the Beacon Hill Institute, which claimed that there are higher costs associated with PLAs. Beacon Hill is a Koch-funded organization. That's not a peer-reviewed study. You can assess the accuracy of studies like that on your own. Another ABC speaker said that IBW has a 1 to 2 apprentice or journey to worker to apprentice ratio. That's not accurate. USDOL regulations on apprenticeship for all the trades you've heard mentioned tonight, laborers, IBW, operating engineers, carpenters, and so on, have a 1-to-1 ratio of apprentices and journey workers. When you look at completion rates are far higher among the joint apprenticeship training programs, joint as in labor and management, because they have dedicated training facilities, because they have instructors, because they're higher quality training programs. Both apprenticeships are registered under USDOL. They meet the minimal requirements of USDOL. One happens to have better outcomes because it's more robustly funded by both contractors and union members. Under the existing language of this CWA, the CWA review team could exclude trades such as roofers from a CWA if there was a trade such as roofers where there's not a local union. So you already have that flexibility under the ordinance as crafted, and that's important. ABC has also claimed that 80% of construction workers are non-union. That is grossly inaccurate. Actually, if you read their talking points, which they've circulated, they say 80% of contractors 75 or 80% contractors. So union density as a whole, everyone in Alaska, is 18%, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Union density is much lower than that in the residential construction market, which has no relevance to the CWA. We're not building single-family houses as the municipality of Anchorage. When you look at the types of projects that this ordinance would cover, which are commercial, industrial, and civil and heavy highway, union density ranges from 50 to 85%
Sir,
for
could
those
you,
projects.
there's one question, but could you, one last conclusive sentence?
Thank you. In conclusion, this is about supporting the middle class, and thank you for moving forward with it.
There is a question. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. I heard a lot tonight about this idea that CWAs are discrimination. And I'm going to put you on the spot. I represent a neighborhood that has a long history of true discrimination, like redlining, where you can't live here, you must live there, you can't work here. Can you talk on what that kind of is here?
That's a great question, and it's a provision of the ordinance that has not been discussed yet tonight. One of the positive things about this ordinance is that it makes it municipal policy that we're going to try to hire more people from disadvantaged neighborhoods, that we're going to support hire of minorities, that we're going to support hire of returning citizens, people returning from incarceration. We haven't heard a lot about details of returning from incarceration. That's an important issue today. And some of the trades here in the audience today have worked with Highland Mountain and their education program to train well over 100 women to enter the trades and have a living wage career so they don't have to return to a life of crime. I know that in our apprenticeship program in the laborers, we have over a 20% participation rate among Alaska Natives, which is significantly higher than Alaska Natives' overall share of the population in Alaska. In other words, we're an engine of opportunity for minorities. When you look at statewide apprenticeship statistics with respect to women and participation in apprenticeship, women's participation in apprenticeship is much higher than women's participation in the construction workforce generally. So again, we are not near equality as a construction workforce as a whole, but there's no question that jointly managed apprenticeship programs managed by contractors and unions are being successful in creating more equal opportunity for women, minority, people from disadvantaged backgrounds, and people reentering society after incarceration.
People who've experienced real in-depth, ongoing discrimination over centuries and at least decades. Thank you.
Mr. Fields, a couple more people have jumped in the queue. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, so I was trying to write it down as you go. So 18% union density overall. What's the density in the type of heavy construction that we're talking about here? Highway?
Yeah. So we talked about this recently in the building trades, and as I recall the numbers, IBW, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, is in the neighborhood of 50 to 60% for that type of larger scale commercial projects. When you look at operating engineers on civil heavy highway, it's even higher than that, 60 to 80% plus. And that's a lot of work that we as laborers do, is that civil heavy highway work, where as a practical matter, larger union contractors dominate that market. So it's really disingenuous to say that most workers are not union in those markets. Most workers actually are union in those markets. The real question isn't, are the workers union or not? The real question is the municipality going to raise the floor for training standards across all of these trades?
So this has inspired a bunch of questions, unfortunately. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Mr. Fields, you mentioned that the apprenticeship completion rates are different. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Sure. When you look at the joint apprenticeship training programs, I'm not aware of any of them that have a completion rate of less than 50%. A lot of them have completion rates closer to 80%, and I'm not aware of any ABC apprenticeship programs that have completion rates that are even remotely close to that. And as a practical matter, anyone in the joint apprenticeship training programs who interviews applicants could tell you that apprentices from the ABC programs frequently apply to enter union apprenticeships because they're widely recognized in the industry as being better quality. Everyone has a choice, but there is a difference in quality, and the completion rates, which you can request from USDOL by FOIA, unfortunately it's kind of inconvenient, bear those out.
Thanks.
Thank you. I didn't mean to say unfortunately. I love my colleagues' inquisitive natures. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fields, for your testimony. Ratios have come up a number of times in terms of journeymen to apprentices. And can you just clarify? I'm assuming that these vary by trade. So what would be the lowest number to the highest number, if you know? I
Right.
realize you're with labor.
So in all the building trades you've heard about tonight, the USDOL mandated ratio is 1 journey worker to 1 apprentice. There are other apprenticeships in different sectors, healthcare, very different sectors that have different ratios, but it's 1-to-1 for these trades. Now, some joint apprenticeship programs, like I know IBW, as a matter of practice, chooses to have an even higher ratio of journey workers to apprentices, but at a bare minimum, they're all going to have 1 journey worker per apprentice.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Weddleton.
So I want to walk through how this process would work. So, the program would be you want to hire disadvantaged people, vets, people reentering from prison and so on into the program. So if there is a project that's covered by CWA and there's a electrical contractor that would be part of that that's non-union, and they've got a crew of 15 people, say, is needed, and they've got their people. They're trained by them, long-term employees. So now they would hire through the hiring hall, and they get those 15 people. It's just they would kind of pay the benefits through you, essentially. How do you meet your goals of, the
Right.
native hire and so on? I mean, do you replace some of their people? And if it was all non-union people with their own people, you don't meet any of your goals. I mean, unless you bump some of their people for...
Yeah, there's that's a great question. There's not a quota, and the CWA is written per project, and I think that's a good thing because you want to have that workforce flexibility. Some projects may not have a huge workforce. Our training center, Suzanne McCarthy is the director. The trustees of the training center, who again are both labor and management, interview applicants, and they're under an obligation to ensure that our apprentices are representative of Alaska. And like I mentioned, they are representative. We have higher participation among minorities than in the population as a whole. So as a union, and the union is actually separately managed in the training school. The training, as a union in a training school, really the training school is going to meet those affirmative action requirements globally for all the projects that we do. So, one project may have all white guys, but given the whole panoply of projects that we're working on, we are going to meet those affirmative action goals, and Suzanne and her team are going to do that. And I think when you look at our record, which again is overseen by USDOL, we have a long record of meeting those goals. And actually, this is not an abstract question. We do one project agreements with primarily non-union companies all the time, with a bunch of them. And again, those are companies that have their core workforce. They sign a one project agreement. Maybe they bring on a couple of additional laborers and have their core workforce. And we meet our affirmative action targets today. And this CWA structure is really no different than that one project agreement, which is basically a temporary agreement with the union.
Well, to me, my understanding of this thing, the core agreement here is to bring in these disadvantaged groups. But it doesn't seem like it does that at all.
You're going to have more, and this is opponents complain about the program, but actually what you're going to have is more people paying into apprenticeship training programs and training apprentices who, as you've heard from the training director and from many apprentices today, are veterans or minorities. So even if you had a project, hypothetically, that was all 5 white guys, those 5 white guys would still be paying into an apprenticeship program that we have seen and we have documented is an engine for more equal opportunity and is an engine for more equal opportunity from people from disadvantaged neighborhoods in Anchorage. But in reality, when you look at all the projects for which we supply apprentices, we're going to have a lot of minorities out on the job at a higher rate than their share of the overall population.
Okay, if I just follow up just briefly.
One quick one, Mr. Welton.
So I guess that's the core thing is your apprenticeship goals are met because the non-union contractors are now paying money into your apprenticeship program, so you have a better funded program.
Sure, for that 1 month. But we have one project agreements. A lot of primarily non-union companies choose to do that right now because it's in their best interest to partner with the union sometimes, but not all the time. And that, the industry is really more fluid than the discussion tonight has elicited. It's not binary, you're union or non-union. A lot of companies work with unions sometimes, not others, and that's a successful part of the ecosystem. The CWA means that we're going to support apprenticeship more. That's a good thing, but it's really not binary as has been suggested tonight.
All right, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. Thank you, Mr. Fields. There are no further questions.
Good evening. My name is Vince Beltrami. I'm the president of the Alaska AFL-CIO. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. Well, Zach hit a lot of my main points, so I kind of want to jump in talking about some of the testimony I've heard tonight and maybe clear up, at least give our understanding of the way some of that stuff worked. But first, I want to talk to Mr. Welton's point with Mr. Fields. I was one of the two chief negotiators on the project labor agreement for the ground-based missile defense, which has been going on for quite a long time. And, it's hard to quantify, Mr. Weddleton, the exact number of minorities or women or veterans or whatever that you can get into the project, but it wasn't a hard, fast, you got to accomplish it. It was a goal. We set a 15% native hire goal on the missile defense project. We got to 14, as I recall, with FLUR. With veterans, we set a 10% higher goal, and we hit 11%. And the way that we accomplished that is largely through the Alaska Works Partnership, which you heard earlier. And unfortunately, I don't know if Alexis is still here, but the data is pretty staggering on the amount of women and Alaska Natives in particular that have come into our programs and gone to work through the Alaska Works Partnership. So I just wanted to make that point right off the bat. But I did want to kind of talk about the point that keeps being brought up. I know you've gotten lots of testimony. You've heard lots of point of views. There's been numbers and percentages thrown around. And I've seen some of the letters and I've heard some of the testimony that's come in tonight talking about, how much of the workforce is represented. And Zach touched on that a little bit. Mrs. Nybert from the ABC earlier said that 77% of the workforce is non-union, and then she cited our data that said 23% are union members in the state of Alaska. That's dipped a little bit over the last couple of years because we've been in such a recession. But then she went on to say that 77% of the construction workforce is non-union. Well, there's restaurant workers, machinists, teachers, retail, oil field, mining, fishing. There's tons of other people that are covered there. When we say 20, so there's no way that a 77% of the construction workforce that is non-union. And as Zach kind of hit on, when it comes to commercial and industrial type work in this state, 50 to 60% of that type work is done by union contractors. And when you talk about the heavy and highway construction, it's more like 85 to 90% that's done by union workers. So just to kind of stick a fork in that statistic, it's just largely inaccurate, and that's what's been cited a lot. And just for a further example, there was a woman that testified from a residential contractor. It's completely pointless in this discussion. Residential contractors don't do Davis-Bacon work generally, and they certainly aren't working on projects that are generally over $3.5 million.
Thank you, sir. Could you, are you done?
I am not.
Oh, one more sentence. One more sentence.
I would be happy
I thought you hit
to
right on the
entertain
button.
some
I was
questions.
very proud of you. Now, we got one more sentence, and then there is one question.
Well, I do think this is a good policy, and I do think it's something that needs to be passed, and it does not discriminate against non-union contractors or workers. Anybody can bid on these projects, period.
Thank you. Mr. Constant has a question for you.
Thank you, sir. You had mentioned that on the heavy construction trades and certain other trades that there's a pretty darn high percentage of union representation. Why would you guess that is?
Why would I guess that is? Well, formerly, Mr. Constant, and thank you for the question, I've had a number of roles over my about 20-year career, and one of them was I was building trades president previous, and I was the training director of the IBEW NECA apprenticeship program for several years, as well as an instructor and a trustee on that board. So I've seen firsthand what goes into union training, and I do not want to at all belittle the training that goes on the non-union side, but I've had apples to apples comparison for years looking at what we put into our training. The 1,400 hours per year of in the classroom training is done by qualified instructors who are certified, know how to teach. We have the materials. They're working on the things before they actually end up in the field. That's the type of training that all of our JATCs put in. We actually privately put in the neighborhood of over $10 million per year in private contributions without any assistance to our training programs, and that's money that our workers have decided to take off of their check to invest in the next generation of workforce. So to me, it is our commitment to that type of level of training in the classroom and on the job, and the ratios also, another thing that was hit incorrectly. Generally, our ratio is, for the IBW I'm speaking of, that was where my experience was 3 journeymen to 2 apprentices. So an even more stringent training requirement to make sure that we don't have unsupervised apprentices or without enough supervision. So I think it's just the fact that we really take our own dollars out of our own pockets and put it into the commitment to training. And that's why I believe that we have that type of share of work in heavy industrial work. If that answers the question.
Constant. Thank you, Mr. Oh, there's one more question. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Beltrami, for your testimony. Just so I'm clear on the classroom-based training, is this, would it be a scenario, too, where somebody can go and it's hands-on then in the classroom?
Yeah, part of that contribution, and I can just speak to the IBW in particular, our training program, we invest, that's $2 million roughly a year that comes in training contributions. That goes to, for the brick and mortar, keeping the lights on in the building, buying the materials so that the instructors have the materials that the apprentices will actually be working with in the field at their disposal so they can make mistakes in the classroom and hopefully not on the job. And then that's reinforced when they get out to work under the supervision of journeymen.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Thank you, Mr. Beltrami. There are no further questions.
Thank
you. My name is Kevin Hunter, Hunter. I want to speak to the basic concept here. This ordinance seems to support the idea that by limiting competition, we will make a better workforce development. And I can't imagine how that limiting competition can be good for building any community development or building trades development at all. It makes no sense. The basic ordinance is split between union and non-union because you are trying to remove the non-union sector from being able to compete in something that is basically public sector work. Why should we pay our dollars towards public construction to better train just a limited force of the workforce development? It's just unrealistic. It makes no sense that we would support such a thing. I thank you for your public service.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. There are no questions.
My name's Tanya Reed, R-E-E-D, and I'm from South Anchorage, and I thank you guys for being here today and your service. I'm also short. I'm a second-generation Marine, and I was sitting in the audience and was not going to come up until I heard someone say, what is the best value to the owner? I'm not an owner. I'm not a business representative. I am a member of the IBEW. I'm also a Veterans Council member. I'm an hourly worker, and my day stopped today at 3 o'clock. And I've been out here. My family is being taken care of by my spouse. I take care of my aging parents. And this is why I can do that, because it does provide benefits. Prior to working for the IBEW, I worked for the trust office, which is a non-union shop. And when I moved from working benefits, I processed health and welfare claims, I processed pension benefits, I processed money purchase, which is the same as or similar to 401k. And I've seen both sides. I've seen non-union and I've seen union. And union makes me be able to take care of my family, me to pay my mortgage, me to not have to worry because I am a disabled veteran and I do have medical conditions that if for some reason the VA can't help me, I can use my private health care insurance. I fully support this ordinance and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, I'm Nick Terrien, T-H-E-R-R-I-E-N. I thank you for the opportunity to have testimony tonight. I guess sitting through this tonight, it's interesting that we're talking about a CWA. We're talking about something that is being proposed as a new ordinance to the City of Anchorage as if something's broken. And I stand before you as a testament that a CWA isn't needed. I've been actively working in the construction industry in this town for 12 years. I've been raised here in Anchorage and South Anchorage. And last 6 years have been good. We've been working harder than we ever have to make it through the recession. Training apprentices and everything else that's involved with that. I am a graduate of the ABC program. In addition to that, there's a lot of arguments that classroom time or what have you is more beneficial to what we have. But we got to be honest, we live in Alaska. There's no time to go sit in a classroom for 7 weeks. So our best opportunity is the individuals we have around us. And I had a great opportunity to have some of the best journeymen in the state around me. So thank you, and I hope we can vote against this tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. There are no questions.
Good evening. I'm Tony Sullen. I'm a resident of Palmer.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you spell your last name?
Sellen.
Thank you.
I'm a resident of Palmer. Worked in Anchorage. Still work in Anchorage. I've been an electrician roughly 30 years. Grew up in a non-apprenticeship program. Have had instructional classroom time through my apprenticeship program. It's still something that's offered at Vinoy Electric today. But I'm here also as an property owner, looking to see where my taxes are going to be spent and looking to you as an impartial board to best serve the community and how those funds are spent. One group that I don't see represented here, it seems rather quiet. We have union groups talking about their development and their programs. I don't see any union contractors here supporting this. I see a lot of non-union contractors saying this will be detrimental and harmful. It will impede their ability to work on some of these projects, to bid on some of these projects. But their opposition, the union contractors, aren't represented here tonight. It seems rather brings me to wonder, is this really to promote community development and a stronger workforce? Then maybe there's something that needs to be done in improving community development, not necessarily union or non-union, but come together with a better development for training. I know that coming up and starting into the program 30 years ago, wanted to be an electrician. I wasn't allowed in the union because I didn't have a sponsor. It just wasn't a question. It wasn't offered to me. So I took avenues that were afforded to me and have stayed in that field for 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Oh, go ahead.
Devin Rowland, last name Rolland. Sounds weird. I'm a resident East Anchorage, IBEW member. I started out in Job Corps program out in Palmer. Was introduced to the ABC program. Didn't like the way it looked. Never entered into it, so I can't testify as to how good that program looks, but from the inside. But I went to college, got my associate's degree in refrigeration and heating, worked for 5 years for a refrigeration company. Excuse me. And worked for a couple of non-union electrical outfits. Built up 7,000 hours towards my journeyman card. And then I went into the IBEW, reset my hour bank to 0, and worked all the 8,000 hours again. It was the best decision I've made. The training in the IBEW is bar none better than the non-union side, and I've been on both sides. So if this is about training a workforce, the CWA is the best way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions.
Good evening. I'm Greg Rhodes. I work for Samson Electric, ROADS. I am also on the board for the Associated Builders and Contractors. I too have worked for both union and non-union employers,
and I am currently, obviously, a non-union Merit Shop employee. First, I'd like to thank the Assembly, and I'd like to thank everybody here for engaging in the process. This is great. What are the goals of the CWA? Deep down, it's veteran and disadvantaged hire, apprenticeship, a path to a career, viable, strong, qualified workforce, well-managed, safe projects delivered to municipal taxpayers on time without issues or cost overruns. The unions would have you believe that they have the copyright or the patent on this. That's blatantly false. We, as Merit Shops, check every single one of those boxes. We do our very best, and we accomplish those goals just as well as any CWA that could currently be passed. This is not necessary at all. I believe that we've proven that here today, and I believe that some of the legitimate ways to achieve those goals have been discussed. I believe that value-based practices in solicitations are key. I believe that the discriminatory nature of the CWA, and I will say that I believe it is discriminatory, Vince. I think that the bottom line is, we just don't need this. It's not broke. We don't need to fix it. And this is a giveaway. I was kind of taken aback by the quote that was made earlier by Representative Constant, an injustice to workers anywhere is an injustice to workers everywhere. I think that one drives the point home really well. And I got one more from the mayor himself that I think rings true as well, if I can find it here. A welcoming and resilient Anchorage is a city that is inclusive, ready, and sustainable. The ordinance, if approved, will show that Anchorage is exclusive, and the increased costs of the CWA will not be sustainable and will cost the taxpayers more of their hard-earned dollars. Thank you.
Oh, great. We have one question for you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I still have a question about the training part. And so why doesn't the ABC program have a training facility? Because it would seem to me that would be an important component, especially if you're reaching out to folks who are transitioning, that that kind of support and stability might be a key piece in helping them succeed. So I'm curious as to why ABC doesn't have one and what programs you do have for supporting folks in transition.
One of the key components to the ABC apprenticeship is our ability to train employees statewide. And that's a critical component of our correspondence system. We have apprentices, in the small villages of the West Alaska. We have people in northern Alaska. We have people that work on the slope. And it's very prohibitive to the employers and, the employees to essentially tell them they have to take a month and a half to 2 months off and go to a classroom that's, 2,000 miles away. Our program, in essence, we train proctors that work for the member companies. They administer the tests. They help, help with the book work. They do part of the training as well. We're fully vested in our apprentices and their ability to, build careers. I think everyone here wants the same thing. We want to build careers. And it's not a matter of this side or that side. We're both doing the same thing. We have a different means to the end, but I think we're getting there.
Quick follow-up?
Sure, go ahead, Ms. LaFrance.
So does ABC have a program to reach out and support veterans and folks in the re-entry process from corrections?
Yeah, absolutely. I've actually been on several of the panels and several of the outreach, committees where we've gone and, discussed the apprenticeship with veterans. We allocate, at least a monthly visit, and then some of the apprenticeship workers for ABC, they actually sit on the panels and help veterans with their, employment requirements, whether that be resumes or whatever.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. There's another question from Mr. Croft.
Greg, you said it's Rhodes? Your last name is Rhodes?
Yes, ROADS.
And you said it was prohibitive to have a classroom training, but other people do it. You mean it's too expensive?
No, well, it's too expensive for the employee and the employer in a lot of ways. If we're doing work, for example, in Unilaclete, for example, we can't take the classroom to Unilaclete. So, we can't take a brick and mortar classroom to Unilaclete. We can take a correspondence program there, however.
And if you took the employee into Anchorage, it'd be too expensive.
It would cost a fair amount of money, yes.
But other programs do it.
They do, and part of their funding comes from unemployment wages that they get while they're not working. Academic schools, you're not allowed to take unemployment while you're in academic classes, but the unions actually are allowed to take unemployment while they're going to class.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. There are no other questions.
Thank you.
My name is Miranda Walso, W-A-L-S-O, and I live in Chugach Eagle River. One of the things that I think we've heard fairly consistently throughout the testimony on both sides is the value of a trained, skilled, professional workforce that has investment in ongoing professional development for individuals and project quality. However, that is not the focus or the program being created within this ordinance, and that's very different from some of the ramifications included within it. One of the things that's identified here is that all contractors, subcontractors, or anyone who does any work on the project is required to be a signatory to the CWA for the entirety of the agreement. There are also provisions stating that the arbitration or grievance procedures need to be defined. How those are set up have a huge impact on an individual's right to pursue claims against worker discrimination or medical issues or things that happen like that. If people are not aware of that before accepting work, there's liability regarding appropriate notice. The legal costs for that could drive up project costs and deter the ability of the workers to benefit from the program. Additionally, the CWA review team has a member slot for a contractor, but it's formed prior to the bid process being issued. Determining who the contractor is that represents it for that project requires a pre-selection of an individual on that to make decisions about how it's governed. Additionally, the contractor definition does not specify the contractor must represent all workers or that all workers have a chance to fill that slot. And that's something that should be specified specifically if they're going to be bound to it. That was it.
Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Walso. There we go.
My name is Brandon Daly, last name D-A-I-L-Y. I'm an East Anchorage resident. And I want to start by, I'm not going to take away anything from anybody in here. There's a lot of talent in this room on both sides of the argument. I think there's a lot of good training on both sides. My perspective is I'm a superintendent for a large general contractor, and I've seen a lot of familiar faces in here. We hire a lot of union, a lot of non-union. I don't see the point in this. It's not needed. There's nothing broken. The entire F-35 program at Eielson right now does not have a CWA. It was talked about and didn't feel like it was needed. These aren't always rainbows and sunshine. There's still problems with them. It sounds like, a lot of this is contractual. So, anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Oh, hello, Mr. Haberman.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, spelled Haberman. I live in the Metinson Valley. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more like public interest. My comments are focused on 2018-74 here tonight. What I've seen so far is two divisions, pro-union or not. They're not either union or not union. This ordinance appears to be pro-union. Now, my concern is, and for those who are in the audience who don't know who I am the one neutral party in this room. You can't claim that I'm pro-union or against union. I look at process, I do in all of the public process to ensure that the more complex and complicated an issue is, the more noise, the more opportunity the public to be heard. Now let's go on conflict of interest to start with. Normally, before you open public hearing, we have what we call disclosure if there's any conflict. And what I see here, because of what item we have here particularly, there failed to be a disclosure of the contributions, political contributions to the member of the assembly regarding this conflict. And as you know, some have pro-labor, pro-union money, others don't or whatever, but that needed to be identified before you start. That did not happen. And that should have happened. And it's unfortunate. Also, what I'm concerned is that the scenario of is two different sides. Everyone here either took one side or the other. There was no neutral party here. And that's not a good situation. The dialogue here is already divided in this room, whether they're for or against. And that's not good because the way this was done, these hearings was done, it's left a situation where, because it's a complicated issue it's left a situation where people are going to be concerned which way you go. But if you had done it fair and reasonable and open, the public would have been more comfortable with the decision and more supportive. Let's go on the item with the amount, $3.5 million. Why did you go with $3.5 million? Why didn't you go with $5? Why didn't you go with $5 million? Whose idea was that? And there was the transparency of that. Also, let's go with the issue is, how does this affect the quality of life for people who live in Alaska, work here? And to remind you, there's substantial people who live in the Metinson Valley, work in Anchorage. How are you connecting with those people? Are they say you're going to allow them to be working in Anchorage? Are there going to be less people working in Anchorage or more people working in Anchorage? And also, what are the numbers? I don't see any numbers come out from before this was introduced for public hearing as to how it's going to affect the labor force. That should have been part of the proposal. So in closing, I suggest you continue public hearing and allow for more comment and information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is a question. Ms. Domboski.
More of a comment, Mr. Haberman. I appreciate you are following the public process, and I will categorically tell you I've never taken a union dollar in a political campaign.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Haberman, for coming in your testimony. And I think some of your questions will be addressed during the discussion, especially in regards to, why the $3.5 million. I'd also like to point out that some people, yes, have had money from labor organizations, and some folks also have had contributions from contractors and other businesses. So I don't think you'll find anyone here who hasn't had any contributions. But thank you for following the process.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant?
And some of us have had contributions from both, and they're all duly reported as required under the law and under the municipal code. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Haberman. There are no further questions. Is there any other testimony on this ordinance? Yep.
Good evening. My name is Sergio Acuna, ACUNA. I'm living in Midtown since 1994. I'm a construction worker myself. I was not planning on testifying, but I want to set the record straight and a few points that I heard on both sides. As you can see, I wasn't born here. I was born in Mexico, migrated in 1991, married, got a family here. I work I looked at opportunities for work. I worked non-union, and then I found a union. So I want to quickly, so I don't want to run out of time, set the record straight. There was, I'm a union member, proud union member now, so I want to set the record straight when somebody says here that there's no union contractors testified here. Let me tell you why. The union contractors, they're not here because they're not well taken care of by their members, by the people who serve the union contractors, and by the power and unified and trained workforce. They're no big surprise what is the biggest and most successful projects in the state, not just the city. They are done by union contractors and the biggest contractors. I 100% support community workforce agreement because I choose to be union and I choose benefits and better and safer working conditions through our collective bargaining agreement, something that other entities may not have. And one more thing, and I want to set it record straight, or in fact, some of the people that have testimony here say that this is a prevailing wage, so-called Davis-Bacon, and it should be fair across the aisle. Let's not forget, the unions, through our collective bargaining agreement, had set the bar for Davis-Bacon, not just for the union, but also for non-union workers. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this ordinance? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Mr. Chairman, I move 2018-74.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Trainee, seconded by Mr. Constant. I would like to take a 5-minute bathroom break for everyone right now, and we'll come back and enter discussion. All right? 5 minutes. If folks could please take their seats, we'll enter discussion. I'm waiting for a couple of my colleagues.
Is Civic still on the line?
Yeah, he is. Mr. Rivera is on the line.
Good. You know what time it is back there?
I think it's
4 in the morning.
I think it's 2. No, he's in New York, right? It's like 2:30 in the morning over there.
It's,
Okay.
It's late.
It's late. All right. We'll start discussion. Mr. Trainee, you're in the queue.
No, I'm going to turn the time over to those that have amendments, and we'll deal with those. Then we'll get the main motion.
Okay. So who all has amendments to this? I have Mr. Weddleton and Ms. LaFrancis. Are there any others? Are there two?
We have a Weddleton, LaFrance, and a LaFrance, I believe.
Oh, and there's a revised version of your combined amendment?
Toss the earlier one.
So all we have is the original and the revised. You say there's a separate one just from you, Ms. LaFrance? Is there an amendment just from you or the combined one?
There is also an amendment just for me, but I don't know that that has been distributed yet.
Okay. Well, why don't we take up the one from you and Mr. Weddleton, and perhaps you can distribute the other one while we do so, if you wish to introduce it. Okay. All right, Mr. Okay. Well, which do you want to move an amendment, Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to move. I'd like to move the revised Weddleton and LaFrance amendment number 1.
Second.
Okay, let's see if we can get, do we have that in the computer? Can we get that on the screen? And do we have printed copies of that? Okay, but for Mr. Haberman or any other members of the public that want the revised version, we could have. Okay. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to describe the revised amendment?
Sure, it's on the screen. Should I read this as well, Ms. Domboski? You should. Okay, what we would do in section D, under procedures, have a new number 2, and then renumber the following sections. And it states, notwithstanding a determination that a project is a qualifying project, subcontracts in an amount the lesser of either 10% of the contract bid award or $500,000 may be exempt from the requirements of a community workforce agreement. And the goal here is fairly simple, and it's not uncommon in with ordinances like this with other cities, that the smaller subcontractors would be exempt from it. I mean, you may have something. These are, I mean, a $3.5 million project is already fairly small, so 10% of that would be $350,000. That could be a guy with a truck, you know, or maybe one employee. So this just takes those people out of the equation and simplifies their life.
Can you describe how the revised version is different from the original amendment?
The intent is the same. The wording is more clear.
Okay. Okay. So that was moved by you. Was that seconded by Ms. LaFrance? Oh, Ms. Domboski. Okay. Any further discussion on this amendment? Ms. Quinn Davidson.
It's more just a question. My understanding from some of the testimony is that if there are small, or I guess any size contractors who aren't here locally, they would be able to be exempted from this requirement. I guess I'm not saying it correctly, but I'm wondering if this is necessary.
Mr. Weddleton, you want to answer that? And then also, I don't know if members of the administration have had a chance to look at the amendment. This is an administration proposed ordinance along with Mr. Trainee, so I'd like some comment on this if possible.
Do you want me? Could you? So your question again was? Do you want me to address that now, Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Go ahead, restate it, please.
I'm sort of thinking out loud here, but based on some of the testimony, that led me to believe that this wouldn't be necessary. So I think it would be helpful if the administration talked about that, just so I can understand it better, or if you do, Mr. Weddleton.
Is there anyone from the administration that can speak to this?
I think Dean might be able to.
Mr. Chair, I think we're all processing this amendment in real time. Are you looking for an extemporaneous reaction to the merits of the amendment?
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I'm just trying to understand what Mr. Weddleton's proposing and whether it's necessary given the broader scope of the entire ordinance.
So I think in the first instance, we would defer to Mr. Weddleton's intent. I think in the second instance, we would say, and I'll look to the attorneys to back me up on this, I think it would render what is implicit in the language now explicit, in the sense that the current draft requires a process to decide whether we should require a community workforce agreement. It sets some parameters for what the community workforce agreement can contain, and this would now say expressly it can contain an exemption for less than 10% of the contract award and smaller dollar folks to be completely outside of the CWA framework. Potentially that could be in the CWA required by the original draft implicitly.
Ms. Browse, would you like to follow up on that?
I would like to second Mr. Falsey's statement. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, you're correct. This could be determined within the panel or the CWA as proposed. It does not have to be explicit in this language.
Then,
Thank you.
does the administration have a position on this amendment?
The administration thinks that this amendment is unnecessary.
Thank you, Ms. Browse.
Could I address that?
Yes, Mr. Weddleton.
I think that opened up a good point that we say it could be in the CWA. It certainly could. The CWA could say smaller contractors wouldn't be in here. It could be, but we haven't seen a copy of the CWA. I mean, we're voting on this to put projects through CWA. Have you seen the contract? There could be all kinds of things. And we're hearing here it could include every contractor. It maybe won't. Really, it's the whole gamut of things. So, if we vote to support this, we don't know what we're voting for. This makes it explicit just to help out those smaller contractors. We've all had tons of time to research lots of what's been sent to us, and I appreciate everybody who sent that. It's been a great education. But that's one problematic thing here is you could have every subcontractor, which presumably would be included, every subcontractor under a CWA, and the very small ones, it is not a simple thing to go through and take your 1 or 2 employees and send them through a union hall. They're not critical for the goals of anyone in this process. So it just helps out those smaller contractors.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be a no vote on this. Quite frankly, all this does is begin to muddy up the waters. The CWA is a complete document. It's got space in there for this. We don't need to have this. And I worry about this body trying to start to carve up this document in front of us. So I'm a no vote, Mr. Chairman. And I encourage people who support this to vote no also.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Similar to Mr. Trainee, I agree, and that both of those phrases say may and may, not shall and shall. And it seems to me that by getting so prescriptive, we actually can create problems going forward for either side of this discussion, because we are putting a specific framer on a question that should be negotiated by the parties in the question. The CWA isn't a thing until everybody is around the table and having a negotiation. That's when a CWA is created, after it's determined that it's necessary. And so there is no CWA we could review, but the fact is, by putting a frame inside like this that's very specific, we take away from the ability of the negotiators to ask that question as it's germane to the project before them.
Mr. Weddleton.
I haven't seen this CWA. Did you have one, Ms. Browse, or is one available? And Mr. Trainee said we just fill in the blanks. I haven't seen anything with fill in the blanks.
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, the CWA will be negotiated on a project-by-project basis. So it will be determined not one size fits all, which is why this is, in the administration's opinion, something that steps outside of the process that is intended to be set up here, which is establishing the panel who will make those decisions, with 5 members representing, across the board, the people who have the experience on these projects.
Okay. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern is for smaller local businesses who also won't know what the could be determined means. And so I do share some of Mr. Weddleton's concerns and points he raised about that. I understand that since a CWA is dynamic and depends on how the terms are negotiated, it's hard to predict which trades would be involved and what terms would be appropriate. However, I think that we should perhaps consider setting some more parameters concerning how the CWA will approach these issues. So I urge support.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Nimboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See, I wasn't going to talk too much tonight, but you just triggered me. You know, it's really funny to me when they say, just trust us. Just trust us. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor, right? We all remember that one. Establishing a panel to make those decisions, Mr. Weddleton, I totally disagree with the administration on this one. We are passing law to say we're going to enter these CWAs, or we're going to mandate them or potentially mandate them. And as the elected body up here, we get to set those parameters in the law. So you are spot on with this one, because what you're saying is give the little guy a little bit of breathing room. That's what I see your amendment saying. I fully 100% support it. And no, sorry, I'm one of the trust but verify type. I do believe this is a reasonable little nibble around the edges that says, listen, if this is a smaller contract, a smaller project, these ones right here are going to be exempt. And I don't think there's anything wrong with calling that out in the law that we're developing, because that's our job. So I do appreciate your amendment. I fully will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Nimboski. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just will return back to the document before us that creates this process. It states that a contract for construction which exceeds $3,500,000 may be executed unless it has been first reviewed for a community workforce agreement. It doesn't say must have a community workforce agreement. It also doesn't say that community workforce agreement will do A, B, C, D, etc. That is literally the purview of the people who are brought and impaneled to the question. And so I think that all of these speculations are just that.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft.
The problem with taking a something like this that the administration testified, and I think they're right, is redundant, and either accepting it or rejecting it, is you really do a lot of unintended consequences. Right? If they have the power to do it now, adding something that says you may do it if it's less than 10% or the lesser of 10% or 500,000 gives kind of an implication you can't do it if it's 15 or 550. And before they could. Right now they have a broad discretion. And when you pass this, first of all, you didn't somebody said, or Mr. Domboski said, trust but verify. This is a may. It's not verifying anything. It's adding more discretionary ability onto what they had. And same wise, if we reject it, is somebody going to say, well, then that must mean we can't do that? I mean, the way it was, there was the discretion to do all kinds of things, including this and all kinds of other things. If we say you can do this if the contractor's name starts with A, B, or C, you start to actually limit things you didn't intend to limit. I'm a no, not because this idea may be a good one, and there may be reasons to exempt the smaller contractors. They have that power now, and when you say it's only these, well, you don't say only. When you say these may be exempted, it's hard to figure out whether you meant others couldn't be.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton.
Just to address, support this. We should call this out for the small guys, whether it's may or shall, and we put may in there to give some latitude. But reading this in Section A, the municipality's public policy is to use CWAs to the fullest extent allowed by law. In other words, there is a total bias. It says do a CWA. So when you got this committee of 5 made of 3 municipal employees following, as their job would be, a policy to use CWAs to the fullest extent allowed by law. You got 3 of those people pushing for a CWA, likely the Trades Council person, and it's uncertain with the merit shop person. This thing points to CWAs. It would be the exception to not do a CWA by the, plain reading of this ordinance. So we're just calling out for the little guys who are going to be subcontractors. They just don't have to do it. I don't think it makes sense for them. You got to, if they're doing a $350,000 part of this project, that's really small. It's part of a roof.
We need someone to ask Ms. Browse a question. Thank you, Mr. Welton. We're going to need somebody to ask you a question. Does anyone like to ask Ms. Browse a question? Mr. Croft?
I'd love to ask Ms. Browse a question. Why are you standing there, Mr.
I'm standing here to respond to Mr. Weddleton's comments to clarify through the chair that the CWA, when enforced to the fullest extent of the law, if it had been in effect over the last 3 years, would have resulted in 13 out of over 300 projects. So the fullest extent of the law is not that much outside of what we currently do.
And you document that. We had a work session, and we had projects 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 here.
Sorry, I misspoke.
Some
13.
of these, so you had 15, and this may be complete, but I don't see Fire Station 9 on here, which was certainly over $4.5 million, and there could be others. That one jumped out because I know that project. So I don't know that this is a complete list.
That was the list compiled from the 4 organizations of PM&E, Parks and Rec, the utilities being ML&P and AWU, and what's the other one? The project list.
But maybe, you have Fire Station 41 here, so presumably, we're missing one. So this may be right, but at least one was missed. But I don't even know if that's relevant. 13 projects or 2, we should get it right. It's still a lot of money, and,
Mr. Croft, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Mr. Dunbar.
I'm going to speak briefly. I don't support this amendment, and I think I'm worried sort of with the opposite side of what you're concerned with, Mr. Croft, which is that this would, by implication, exclude projects larger than 10% or subcontracts. I'm worried that, sometimes we put things in the law and we say may, but it sort of is in practice becomes a shall or a will, and that's what I'm concerned about, that this will, for future administrations, they will point to this and say, we have this requirement, essentially, and come back to it again and again, and this is sufficiently large that if you were so inclined, and I don't think, just speculative, if you were so inclined, I think you could sort of obviate basically the entire thrust of the agreement using this exemption. Because these are substantial dollar amounts for a subcontract. You subcontract out, you parse it out and you have 7, 8, 9 subcontracts, and then you could end up with basically going completely against the ordinance. And I think that making it explicit like this, to me, I'm worried that it's a exemption that, while it is true that we could do it now, that spelling it out like this would invite abuse. So, thank you.
Do we want to set a time limit on debate?
Yeah, we only have 15 minutes left before we need a motion to extend. What's that? Okay. So we generally have an hour for debate, and we started it at 10:30. But that will require a motion to extend to get us to that point. We're not quite there yet. I would say let's go another 5-10 minutes, and then we'll see where we're at.
Well, there's also a motion to limit debate. That is, we do both at the same time. We say the debate will be done at 11:45, and we extend to 11:45, or 11:30 and extend to 11:45.
Okay.
But they're different ideas.
Yeah, if you desire that motion, you can make it, Mr. Croft. I'm not opposed to it.
Then I'd move that we limit debate from now to an hour, and we started, as you said, at 10:30, so that would end at 11:30, and that we extend till 11:45.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is that a valid motion in that form, Madam Clerk?
It will be fine.
Okay. All right.
The chair, is that a goal or a ceiling?
It's a ceiling, not a goal.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, so we are now in debate. We have Ms. LaFrance in the queue. We're now in debate on the motion to both to limit and extend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question, actually. If we limit our discussion and we decide we need more, will we then have the option to undo that and further extend the discussion?
That's a good question.
6 votes.
Yeah, 6 votes. So we could undo that in the future. It's true. Okay. Who seconded Mr. Croft's motion? Mr. Constant. Okay. Any other discussion on that motion? Not seeing any. Oh, someone was in there. Oh, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
It's just a question. Can you tell me what the purpose of the motion is, if we can then just change our minds later anyway? Is it just to set a framework, or?
It's to set a framework. It's also the motion to extend as a practical.
Past 11, but the motion that Mr. Croft made.
To limit debate. It would basically shut down my ability to continue debate until another motion passed that extended it beyond an hour. Nah. I mean, it's arguable how much actual effect that has. Mr. Traney?
Mr. Chairman, we do it periodic, and we've got issues in front of us, because sometimes people try to run out the clock just to try and kill something or put it off to the next meeting. So we normally set debate at 1 hour, just so we can get our verbiage done. In some cases, the chairman tells you can only speak twice to the issue, or you can only accumulate 10 minutes speaking to it. It depends on the issue and the chairman at the time.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. All right, there's no more discussion. Please vote on Mr. Croft's motion to extend and limit. Mr. Rivera.
Reluctantly, yes.
Well, pay him overtime.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Did we get a... That passed 9-2. Okay. All right. So where were we? We were debating the amendment, the Weddleton-LaFrance amendment. Any further discussion? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think the point you made right before we got into the extending the meeting was an important one. The fact that if someone wanted to manipulate and not hire any union people, they could hire subcontractors and keep them all under $500,000, and that way they could get by without having to use the community workforce agreement as it was originally intended. So I agree with you on that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment?
And LaFrance.
Okay. All right. Please vote on the Weddleton-France amendment. Mr. Rivera.
No.
That amendment fails 4-7. Okay. We are now to Ms. LaFrance. Do you want to put forward your other amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move LaFrance Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Can you describe this amendment for us, Ms. LaFrance? Also, has this amendment been provided to Mr. Rivera? Yes. Okay.
I believe so. I can double check.
Mr. Rivera, do you have this amendment?
I am checking my email right now, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ms. LaFrance, could you please describe this amendment?
Yes. The intent of this amendment, similar to the previous amendment, is to, well, it started off to assure small local businesses that their situation and limitations would be taken into account and factored in when the CWA reviews the project. A CWA review team reviews the project for a potential CWA. In the actual language, it does not specify small businesses because, quite frankly, I'm not sure how to define them. And so it just says, I believe, bidding contractors. but that is the intent, to make sure that the review team specifically considers the situation of small local businesses.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Is there any discussion on Ms. LaFrance's amendment? Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you. I just want to double check that Felix got it, because we could just read it to him if he doesn't have it. It's a pretty small amendment.
Mr. Rivera, do you have the amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. I do have it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Do you have any other? Okay. Mr. Croft?
Well, I recognize the intent and don't have a problem with it. But shall consider the impact on bidding contractors to ensure that businesses are not disadvantaged in the bidding process. Well, businesses are going to be disadvantaged if they can't do some of the things that we set as minimums, if they can't meet some of the criteria we want. I mean, everybody's disadvantaged or advantaged by their characteristics or this process. We set out 8 things that we want to achieve, and some will be disadvantaged by their inability to meet those. So I don't know how you can do a process that says certain things are criteria and not end up disadvantaging the people that don't meet that criteria.
Would you like to respond to that, Ms. LaFrance?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I definitely would welcome suggestions for if there's a way to define small businesses, because again, that's the intent, because I think larger organizations have more flexibility in responding to different types of bidding scenarios. And again, I want to ensure that small local businesses are not disadvantaged in any way by the criteria or the process.
Do you have any follow-up to that, Mr. Croft?
We don't mean not disadvantaged in any way. They can be disadvantaged if they don't do well at hiring veterans or don't meet the criteria. We mean disadvantaged in some way that would be unfair or isn't related to these things. It should be related to these things.
Okay. Do you have any follow-up, Ms. LaFrance? Otherwise, we have Ms. Tafts in the queue.
Only I would add that, we continue to hear a concern, which I would ask Ms. Browse to address later, that it's very difficult for some of these smaller businesses to send their employees through the hiring hall. And I'd like some clarification on that piece and the whole issue of, well, will they also need to pay into the union pension plan as well as maintain benefits? I'm trying to be sensitive to some of those concerns that have been raised by folks in those organizations.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. And I would echo the plea to the administration to, in the next several minutes, please formulate an opinion on this amendment. Ms. Tafts?
Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to present a similar concern to Mr. Croft's in that, I definitely agree with the intent behind this amendment. I think that it's important, but I'm also not sure that it's, possible to ensure that no businesses would be disadvantaged in the bidding process. I guess, mitigating that, I would see as important, but, specifically to me, the word ensure kind of seems, I guess, unrealistic.
Thank you, Ms. Tafts. Would you like to respond to that, Ms. LaFrance?
I would agree. It's aspirational, and that's, the intent, whether or not we can achieve it, open to, other language for that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Trainee.
Just I'm a no vote on this, Mr. Chairman. I'm concerned about the language used in here. It's hard to describe what a disadvantage is in every instance. I'm a no vote on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just as a matter of definition, the U.S. Small Business Administration defines a small business as 250 employees to 1,500 employees, depending on the industry. And so most of the businesses and any of these entities are going to qualify as a small business.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft, can I?
Mr. Dunbar.
Just briefly, I want to ask the administration what they think about this amendment. If there's anyone here who could speak to it, maybe perhaps Ms. Browse. I also want to state that I really admired the intent, but I am concerned about the vagueness of the language. And I know you're trying, Ms. LaFrance, and I hear you asking us, well, please help us make it better. But I just, up here, sort of off the cuff, I don't have very good suggestions. I think that's sort of why, I think that had this amendment come a little earlier, we might have been able to work with it. And I know that you've been getting more information as we've been getting more emails. I think if this emerges as a singular concern, assuming that this were to pass tonight or at sometime in the future, and this benefits issue became a real sticking point, I think it would be somewhere where a separate ordinance, a well-crafted ordinance, could be appropriate. Once we had some time to do more legal work on it. But is there anyone from the administration who can speak to this amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to provide some administrative thoughts.
Okay.
I think that we hear the concerns expressed by the youth representative and by Assemblymember Croft. To the extent that these are review criteria, the criteria are really supposed to be helping us to decide whether we need a CWA or not, and really do inform how the final outcome is supposed to look. One potential way to address that might be to delete everything after the cost of employee benefits so that it becomes a review criteria that we have to think about, and then on a case-by-case basis, we'll figure out what direction that pushes us.
So the suggestion Mr. Falsey just made, although he cannot formally move an amendment, would be to delete everything after the word benefits and replace that comma with a period, and then it would read, particularly, So, just a thought. The amendment has not been moved yet. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, I think that's right. I was playing with shall to may, but I still, the ensure that, I think is what I just don't feel is achievable. Every process is going to be based on criteria, and businesses are disadvantaged if they can't meet the cost criteria. So I would move that amendment to delete everything after, starting with to ensure that businesses are not disadvantaged in the bidding process.
Okay. Do we have a second for that amendment to the amendment? So, okay. So we have moved and seconded. We're now discussing the amendment to the amendment. Ms. LaFrance, do you want to speak to that specifically?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support that change and had put myself in the queue to make that amendment. Thank you, Mr. Croft.
Excellent. Okay. Any other discussion to Mr. Croft's amendment to the amendment? Okay. So please vote on Mr. Croft's amendment to the amendment. Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson? That amendment to the amendment passes 8-3. So we now have Ms. LaFrance's amendment in front of us as amended. So it now reads, everything after the comma has been deleted and the comma has been replaced with a period. Any discussion to Ms. LaFrance's amendment as amended? Okay, peace in our time. Okay, please vote on Ms. LaFrance's amendment as amended. Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Okay. That amendment passes 7-4. Okay, so we now have back before us the main motion. Is there any more discussion on the main motion?
Yeah.
Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the earlier discussion about biases, I could arguably have a conflict of interest in that I worked out of the IBW as a construction lineman, Carpenters Union as a pile buck, and Teamsters as a line truck driver. I also gave $20,000 of my hard-earned money to Circle Plumbing, not knowing whether they were union or non-union, but I've been a happy client. The only time I ever got any union money for a campaign was when I was unopposed. In the last election, one of the public unions endorsed my opponent, but also gave me money because they were pretty sure I was going to win. I have gotten lots of contributions from the development industry and business over the years. And I was also, in the 25 years, I was a commercial fisherman, was a member of the Alaska Independent Fishermen's Marketing Association, which was as close to a union as you get without getting under the rules. Anyways, I do not believe that any of these things rise to the level of a conflict, but if you, Mr. Chairman, believe they do, I'd be glad to duck this vote.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dyson. The ruling of the chair is you do not have a conflict.
All right, then, and thanks for indulging me. In terms of this, I asked a few months after I joined this body for you to all to tell me individually what your goals were and what you wanted to happen while you were here and the legacy. Not a single one of you answered, and which perhaps says something, but for me, I want for the people of Alaska to be more free, more liberty, and more opportunity. And I want for us to do the best we can to provide excellent service as efficiently and economically as we can. And given those three goals, I don't believe what we have before us contributes to any of them and may be at least marginally see those three things denigrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. LaFrance. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, Mr. Weddleton was in the queue, and I accidentally deleted him, and he was before you.
Well, I'm back.
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
I can't support this, but I don't think it's a repudiation of the unions at all. I mean, it's not really something to duck. I mean, this is not saying unions good, bad, or indifferent. It's just this procedure here makes me very, very nervous. Particularly, I don't know what a CWA is going to look like. It could be anything, as we've just discussed. And what I've learned, I mean, we've all spent a huge amount of time on this. We've gotten a tremendous amount of information from all sides. The testimony this evening was just outstanding. I mean, you guys did a dynamite job. And what I see is it's a system that's simply not broken. It's a great system. You've got different styles of getting the job done. They're both very good. There's two different styles of apprentice programs and different ways of learning work for different kinds of people. And maybe one is better, but the other one's not bad. And you both get the same certificates. The work gets done. It's inspected by the same people. We live in those same buildings. I mean, the projects, we build good stuff in this state, and it's done under the two different styles. The various benefits that using a CWA are proposed to accomplish are to large part already accomplished by the two different styles of doing business. And pushing it through a CWA process, to me, the additional benefits are really just conjectural. Maybe they're there, maybe not. We're not really so sure. I didn't see any evidence of that in what we heard here. But we're already achieving a lot of those benefits the way we operate now. So I don't see kind of turning this, the new system here, it's simply not needed. So anyway, I'm a no vote. So I think we have a good system right now. I'm actually very impressed with what I've learned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a very difficult issue. I will say that. There's been, as Mr. Weddleton said, a lot of information, a lot of time spent talking to folks and getting educated about this issue. I do have some questions, but I want to preface it by saying I have to say the training facilities are a public good. And I have been to some of them, and as far as the opportunity for the hands-on training in a setting where, we in the public, we don't pay for that. They're privately run. And the contribution that can make, I think right now, too, is underutilized. I mean, we've got a huge crime problem. We've talked about how with homelessness issues, we have folks who are in that revolving door with corrections and in and out, and we need to do something with reentry. And I think this is something to try, that especially with the reentry piece and to keep these training facilities open, it is a way to leverage public money. If these projects effectively serve as ways to help people who've been in the corrections system rehabilitate and become contributing members of society, we're getting a huge return on that money. However, I think that this is something that we need to watch it very closely and look at the numbers and see what it produces. I certainly would not support an ordinance that would limit muni contracts to unions. That would not be fair. As I read this, that's not what it does, though I would like someone from the administration to please explain to me again that piece of it. I understand that, as in Juneau, any contractor, any business can vote, it's getting late, can bid on a project, and how does that cost work, that headcount cost, in terms of, are these contractors, do they end up being saddled with two sets of payments, one for 401k and another for union benefits? That concerns me, and I think that we need to have some feedback on the review process. I mean, I would like to know what the considerations specifically come out to be, so I would like to see some kind of ongoing report. I know it was mentioned earlier that, well, if this becomes an issue, we'll revisit it. Well, how will we know it becomes an issue? What assurance do we have that our goals and intentions are being met and that there isn't a bias? So if someone from the administration would be able to speak to those issues, I would appreciate it.
Is there anyone from the administration that can address Ms. LaFrance's questions?
I'll give it my best shot through the chair, and then I'll look to others who may have been taking better notes and keeping all of the questions. To the first question about whether this ordinance would require projects to be union labor-only projects, the answer to that is no, and that comes in a few forms. The first is that this process doesn't require CWAs. It requires a group of 5 folks to determine whether there needs to be a CWA at all. If the answer is no, there doesn't need a CWA, then we're back to where we were before this ordinance existed, and anybody can bid on that project. If the 5-person panel determines that there should be a CWA, that too does not require the project to be a union-only project. And even if a union prime were to win the bid, some of the subs could be non-union as long as they're going through the union halls. The monitoring question was as to how you will know how this is actually happening in real practice. On page 3, the subsection D, the procedure D1 says that we have to issue a written decision as to how we came to the determination of whether a project would or wouldn't benefit from the CWA. That would be a public document that would be freely available to the Assembly or anyone else, as I understand it. So that would be one form of monitoring. And I might look for assistance on anyone else who caught the other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Is there anyone else from the administration who would like to speak to Ms. LaFrance's questions?
Sorry, it looks like the ball is in my court. I was going to be to add that there is a process in F8 for the continuous oversight. So there's a panel that is impaneled if and when a CWA is actually issued for a project that is constantly monitoring how the project is being developed, and there's some reporting that comes out of that as well. And if I've missed any of the questions, I will happily take an assistance and a reminder of what the questions were.
Part G as well.
Just one follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead,
that.
Ms. LaFrance.
So what would be the recourse then, Mr. Falsey, if, with the reports or the written decision, if someone wanted to challenge that, or if a contractor thought there was unfairness in that decision? What's the recourse?
I think the recourse is to come to this body, and again, I'm going to look at these folks who are going to assist me, but my understanding of the way this would work is the 5-person group would come to a decision that said a CWA was definitely necessary. We'll put that in the procurement documents. Then the procurement ultimately comes to the assembly just as it does under the status quo. So we would bring to you the result of our RFP was a procurement that involved a CWA, and here is what we have awarded through the RFP process, and then again, you would get to say yes or no. And if at that point the public testimony on that RFP award was that there was something wrong about the process. The CWA should not have been used here, it was used inappropriately. You could certainly say we do not approve the authorization of that, the award of that bid, start over, and that would send it back to square one.
Do you have a follow-up, Ms. LaFrance?
No, just wanted to clarify I understood correctly. So the recommendation comes to the assembly, and if there are folks, who disagree with that decision or think it was done unfairly, then it will come before this body, and we will review that, and we would have the opportunity to deny it or send it back.
Yes, that's my understanding, and that's my understanding of how we've actually done this in the past, which may be a helpful clarification. This ordinance is not even critical to authorize community workforce agreements. The municipality has used project labor agreements for things like community workforce agreements in other procurements. I believe the example is the Plant 2A construction. That wasn't because we were required to go through a process where we thought about it. Prior administration just decided it's a good idea on this project, and as part of all the awards, they brought that to the assembly and said, this is how we want to issue the project.
Okay, thank you. That was one of my other questions was, why are we doing this if we've done it before? If we already have the capacity to do it?
I think this now through the chair, I think this would now institutionalize a practice that says you have to consider this as part of the procurement process. So if there are projects that would merit a community workforce agreement, you have to at least give serious consideration to that. It's a procedural check.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Croft, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I'm not doing this, I sometimes do workers' compensation law, where I represent injured workers injured. And given the nature of the workforce, it's mainly non-union. Various numbers have been thrown around, but in the overall workforce, not a majority. About 2 years ago, Mary Ann Burke comes into my office, and her daughter, Abigail Cottle, had been killed on the job, electrocuted. Abigail was 26 at the time, had gone through an apprenticeship program that was just a correspondence, and they called it a module. It was very short. She'd worked for Raven, and I was waiting for Raven to come up, but if they came up, I didn't notice them. But she'd worked just in their parts department. The work that counted for that was just handing out parts. She had only 200 hours, so 5 weeks in the field. Had a non-contact voltmeter, a cheaper voltmeter that didn't really measure a floating ground on the job, even though the more expensive voltmeter wouldn't have been that much more expensive. So with relatively little correspondence training and her hours handing out parts and just a little bit in the field, she used her cheaper non-contract voltmeter and didn't find that floating ground, and it looked like it was clear with the voltmeter she had. And she was electrocuted and died there at work. And as most of all of you know, on either side of this aisle, bride or groom, you get injured or killed at work. Workers' comp is your only remedy. And she didn't have any children. She didn't have a spouse. They paid her funeral expenses. And her mom, Mary Ann, was outraged by that. And I kept explaining that that's that's all there is. That's the way that thing is written. But she was persistent, and I couldn't say no. So we went all the way up to the Supreme Court and got beat on what I said, which was, that's all there is in comp. You get widow's benefit, widow or widower, you get children taken care of, you get medical, but there was no medical, there was no nothing. And I've been, as I said, I was waiting maybe to talk to Raven, but thinking about her this whole time, there's a cost to an apprenticeship program that's inadequate or barely minimum. It's not just that we want a well-trained workforce in the sort of generic sense. Real things happen when you don't. I think it's very important. And that criteria of this bill is a major reason that I'm supporting it. Over and over there is testimony, and I have seen and looked at the information, that while there may be minimum standards for it, we need to do better than that. And we can, through this process, require that better in both hiring, but mainly in those real apprenticeship programs that aren't just a correspondence module that really protect those workers. Raven had a $10,000 fine, probably paid more in fine than they paid to Abigail's family, and that's the end of that. But it doesn't have to be, and we can do better, and this is part of doing better.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you. There's nothing I can really add to what Eric said, but I appreciate the administration bringing this forward to us. Thank you very much to this administration and to the attorneys that worked on this thing. We had a lot of attorneys working on this. It's a good document. My goal is to help Middle America grow. We've seen the decline in Middle America. This helps Middle America grow. These are apprenticeship trainings and jobs that are going to be available for people. And it's not the end of the world. Juneau's proven that. They've had this program there for years. 30%'s gone non-union down there. They won the contracts. It's not anti-union or pro-union. It's a process we can use for this town. So I'd appreciate your support on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Dimboski.
Thank you. You know, I've heard this over and over again, and it's really starting to I'm getting triggered a lot tonight, I got to tell you. I keep hearing this is for the middle class, right? Listen, my husband's a union worker. He makes a whole lot of money, actually. That's why I can do this. But at the same time, I would bet the guys on this side of the room and the ladies on this side of the room that maybe aren't union probably consider themselves middle class too. I know I do, right? You can't grab that banner. This isn't about the middle class. Let's just be honest what it is. This gives an advantage. There is clear advantage this gives to the unions. There's no question. I've been listening for it. May this be a tool for workforce development? Maybe. But at what cost? Is it right that non-union shops have to now pay double benefits so they can supplement your programs? I don't know. That doesn't sound fair to me. It doesn't sound very competitive. It's the antithesis of competition. There is no substantive value for taxpayers in this. Some people are saying that, oh no, this isn't going to drive up the cost. That is illogical. It's illogical. When you have one shop that has to decide, are we going to pay our employees benefits double in order to bid on this city project? Why do you get the benefit of being the only ones to bid on this project at the same cost? Why don't the unions have to pay double? Well, because, and it ends up coming out of the taxpayer's pocket. So there really is a financial cost here. People aren't just counting it, though, because it's being shared by the burden of these private businesses. Listen, I'm not anti-union, contrary to some, but I am about freedom and equality, and I'm about competitiveness in a capitalistic society, right? I think that's what it comes down to. I know I might be boring you guys down there, but when I start looking at stuff like this, listen, you can put as many amendments on this as you want. Somebody mentioned it to me a little earlier. It's like putting lipstick on a pig. Yeah? When I look at this is exactly what happens when the AFL-CIO puts most of the members that are elected in this office on this body. If you don't like this result, get out and vote. If you don't like this result, get involved. I see great working relationships here. I've heard great testimony tonight about non-union members and union members that are saying, listen, we all work on the same jobs, we work great together. I love to see that. I want to see more of that. But this ordinance right here, this is the beginning of the divisiveness. I have said this for years and years and years, and this is what always happens in Anchorage politics. You see the right take over and it swings way over here. You see the left take over and it swings way over here. The pendulum will continue to swing. It will continue to swing. So when you get greedy and you take too much, whatever side you're on, there will be a backlash. We are in an economic downturn right now. Maybe we'll climb out of it. But this body says when we're in an economic downturn, what are we going to do? We're going to raise your taxes. We're going to institute every new tax we can think of. And now we're going to make it harder and harder for the private sector to compete with union jobs. It's illogical. I won't support it. Again, I've looked at the benefits, and I've really thought about this. And I've said, well, maybe we'll see more trained folks. I know you'll be paying more to see more of their trained folks. But will it make things cheaper for the taxpayer? Will it really give the taxpayer a value? No. The only real benefit I see here is political. I'll be a no vote.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Rivera, you're on, you asked to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to deeply thank Mr. Trainey and the administration for bringing this forward. I'll be a yes vote for a few reasons. First is the outcomes expressed, I firmly believe, are needed for our population, particularly enhanced training opportunities and a focus on recruiting diverse workers into our aging workforce. I think that can't be stated enough. And as was seen in Juneau, non-union contractors still have work and successfully bid for contracts in their process. I think this is going to be good for Anchorage and good particularly for our diverse population. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just have to rebut one piece of what was just said. Nobody put me on this body except my neighbors and myself. I worked my tail off. I knocked on doors, and I volunteered for 8, 10, 12 years as a committed citizen in my neighborhood, and my neighbors recognized me for my commitment to my neighborhood. I wasn't put on by AFL-CIO. I wasn't put on by any special interest. I just have to clarify that. I can't add to the debate beyond what Mr. Croft had said, except this. To the workers out there who are leaving the room, 3 of your bosses quoted me tonight. 3 of your bosses used my words. My words were an injury to one is an injury to all of the workers. And so I hope that your workers heard you and you follow through on that when the time comes that your workers have a disagreement with you. Because that's what I heard tonight. Bosses telling me I have to look out for workers' rights. It's very interesting. With that, I am going to be supportive of this document. Mr. Croft, your words were profound. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this ordinance? All right, please vote on AO 74 as amended. Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
That ordinance passes 8-3. All right. Thank you. Please hold your applause.
Mr. Chairman, I move to reconsider AO 2018-74 and ask that we bring it up.
A second.
Moved for reconsideration, moved by Mr. Croft, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any discussion on this motion to reconsider? Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the reason for this, but this kind of bothers me because if we do, if there is some new information or something that we ought to consider, I am uncomfortable with cutting off our access to that. So I won't be supporting this. Or
So you'll be voting
I will be
yes.
supporting this. Wait, I can't, there's no way around this.
You have to vote yes if you want to reconsider it.
Either we have to reconsider now, or right, and then you can't reconsider the reconsideration because there's a cap.
You could theoretically you could vote to reconsider, get it reconsidered, then move to postpone, and then that would get you the time you might want or need.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we call this a motion for immediate reconsideration. I just want to make sure.
Okay, this is all right. The clerk informed me this is a motion for immediate reconsideration. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion on this motion to reconsider? Okay. Please vote on this motion. Mr. Rivera.
No.
Thank you. Wait. Hold on. I think you want to... Mr. Croft voted the wrong way.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I thought we were on, it automatically brought up. I'd like my vote to be no.
Can he do that? Madam Clerk, can you record it as a no? Okay. Regardless, it fails. All right, so that concludes 14s. We are special orders. There are none. No, we did that before you got back. We changed the order today. So we're now to audience participation. If anyone would like to speak on a matter not addressed today, they may do so.
2 minutes.
We only have
Chair.
2 minutes, Mr. Haberman. We have 2 minutes. Go ahead. For those exiting, if you could please...
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself, follow the public process. The public process is not an appropriate decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. Respect, you should have had a motion to continue the meeting and allow for proper audience participation. This is the only time for anything other than on the agenda. And also with what's going on right now, this is totally out of line. You start the meetings at 5 o'clock in the evening. Most people are just getting out of work. The bulk of your agenda in the first part you decide on without any public comment. Remind you, state law requires a reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard. So you have bulk of the copy that's on the agenda. The public has no chance to speak. I addressed this before. I'd like to address something that I have not addressed before.
Great.
And that is this. When there's a public hearing, with all due respect, we all should need to hear what they're saying, particularly assembly members, the administration. There's a press box there, and they're supposed to hear what you're saying and what the public's saying. But when both administration is in that box during public hearings and members of the assembly utilize that box during public hearing, that's not respectful. It's interfering with the press following what's going on at the public hearing in these meetings. And I would encourage you to have a policy that when you have assembly meetings outside of a break, that the administration and the assembly stay out of the box and allow the press to do their job, to listen to you, not in that box, but before you're there. And the last part, this is respect. I know you need breaks, and I occasionally see people wandering around. With all respect, there's times that it's not on the record that assembly members are in the room and you're talking about major issues. They're in and out. So when you need a break, call for a break so that we have on the record everyone who's here and not a record where it's not on the record when members of the assembly are somewhere else. Thank you very much, and that ends my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. All right, we have 2 more minutes, actually. Any other public comment? Audience participation? We have any assembly comments? Second? All right. We are adjourned. Good night, Mr. Rivera.